There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Welcome to the Identity 5 Tournament NAEU 2023. This is Potch Spice. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consists of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phase are as follows. In this phase, Hunter faction will permanently ban 2 survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction can't ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters that are picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter faction will ban the last survivor character. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick the last survivor character. This survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter faction will lock in a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter faction can ban 4 survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 survivor characters who cannot be used in a best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
some seas as I roll down valley in darkness, but somehow I end up on the path of ancient stories, so clear in my memory. Tales of never-ending magic and mystery. At home, the candles burning, flickering around the truth that I am seeking. Monsters, they roll, blood-stained white snow. If only I knew what they know. Through the unknown, how do I go where the wind won't blow? On my way down the side of what is evil in disguises, living eternally only leads to tragedy. Let my melody be the light and shadow, and wherever long this goes, I've come too far to know my way back home.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final day. Oh my god, I was going to say day number 2, but it is the final day of IVT NAEU. Chocho and Watch Spice at your service for this one. I'm so excited for today because we will be crowning an IVT 2023 champion for the NAEU region. Chocho, how you feeling? Yesterday we had some amazing matches. We kind of got a glimpse of the new meta, and now I'm pretty sure it's kind of settling in on what is at stake. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty excited. So soon it's already the finals for IVT. We have very strong teams lined up for today. B4U and YHB just coming up for the first match, which is already pretty intense, followed by CH4 versus Ravens. It's gonna be another intense one. And the last match of the day, match 3, is gonna be between the two winners of both matches. So, whether it will be the defending champion getting their IVT champion once again. It could be before you, or maybe a new team this time around from CH4 or Ravens.
Yeah, I do believe that we will be crowning a new champion because I believe it was Fusion won last year's championship. So now we're definitely gonna crown a new champion today. Because it's B4U, YHB, CH4, and Ravens. Yes, B4U made it to the grand finals last time, and I'm pretty sure they want to be able to get the victory, but we will be crowning a new and defending champion of 2023, so I'm super excited for that. And all these teams, I would have to say, they faced a little adversity, but if you look at the scores, it was all like 2-0s, pretty dominant when it comes to the numbers, but if you guys want to watch the videos, head on over to the YouTube, subscribe to it, and also look at some amazing matches. We're not going to spoil anything, so you guys are going to have to see some matches. There was a 3-hit tram match that happened yesterday in one match, so you're going to have to check that out. And we're going to have today's matches. Do time block these, and we will be updating these matches as we go along because the winners will be heading on over to the grand finals that will be happening at 10 o'clock EST.
Yep, that's right. And for everyone that is watching this at this point in time, whether it be the NAEU region or the SEA region, right now it's the morning, so if you are awake and you're probably playing rank as well, remember to get your dinner, breakfast, lunch, whichever it is, and do have a bottle of water next to you because today's matches, like I said, intense.
Yep. So we are going to introduce the teams. B4U speaks for itself. They are the bar that everyone is measured in NAEU because they have been the ones who have been representing the region on a global scale, and now they want to claim victory in IVT. Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blems, Myleg, and Roland, with Paul Blems getting the MVP with that clutch dungeon escape. So potent. That was so crazy. And he was the first only survivor to get that MVP award.
Yeah, that's right. And right now, YHB, Yummy Hash Browns, Nobody, the Hunter, and then Joggy, the Magician, Cyro, Juniper T, as well as Psyche's acrobat kite at Ever Slipping Town. We saw how amazing it was, and maybe today we might see that once again. So this Survivor team is definitely very strong as well, something that Sprinter doesn't have to reckon with. But right before that, we'll see whether there is any special map selection this time around, whether it's still going to be Ever Slipping Town, even after yesterday's, crazy tramp hits. Maybe YHB is ready to face that once again.
Yeah, let's hope for YHB's sake that wouldn't happen, because in the interview with their team captain, Zero, they did have Tram got MVP in IVT 2021, and this also the coin flip 16 times in a row team with Joggy there. So I'm excited to see this. So Sprinter and Nobody. What's interesting here is that Sprinter only brought out the Naiad yesterday, while Nobody had the Feaster and also the Night Watch. So Nobody having a plethora of hunters, while Sprinter sticking to the old tested guards. Today though, I wonder what he's going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing Schmitty. Schmitty actually had an excellent kite in both matches, in fact, against TKG. He did the acrobat kite at Elm's Factory, and then afterwards the anti-current kite at Chinatown. Both were very beautifully done, and he made use of all the items that he had before he actually gets down on the floor. And Schmitty, and then right now we have Joggy as well. Joggy playing the Magician in the second round, Red Church. And yeah, did a pretty good performance, I would say. And unfortunately, that round only got a tie, but I believe YHB is going to come back stronger, and they are definitely are prepared for this match against B4U.
Yeah, Joggy, as our boy Nell would say. He'll be tuning in for sure, so shout outs to him. Paul Blems and Zero. So Paul Blems constantly in the MVP, vying for that MVP slot. He has been kind of relegated to that support yesterday, so I'm excited to see what he has to offer now. With his characters, I mean, Little Girl, Dancer, Perfumer. He played, I believe, more of the support roles yesterday. And Zero, the team captain here. S-Badge in all harassers. This is the guy that won the coin flip 16 times in a row and known for getting hit by the tram. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and moving on to my leg, like Posh mentioned already, the only sole MVP survivor of yesterday, and yeah, did a very good job playing the Professor in first round and then the Composer in second round. A clutch dungeon escape in the second round, so definitely my leg is a scary opponent to go against. He's coming out really strong in this IVT. And Juniper T, we're seeing a cowboy, but we do know that he plays the priestess as well, mercenary, patient, painter, more of the support and rescue roles for his team.
Yesterday he was just the stable rescuer, right? So I can't wait to see the characters that you mentioned. So hopefully we'll be seeing that. Then we got Psyche and Roland. Roland having that clutch rescue from time to time, and even yesterday rescuing from the Bonbon, right? You blink, it's like those blink and you miss it moments, and he was able to capture that. So again, a very stable rescuer, and Psyche having an amazing acrobat kite to start things off for his team. So I'm excited to see how these two teams will clash. And I mean, when talking to Zero of Yummy Hash Browns, they said their biggest competition is the reigning champions B4U, and they'd love to go up against them for the experience. And ultimately, that is what it's all about, right? In competitive Identity 5, especially in different regions, is to get that experience, get the shine, get the rub, and also level up as a team. So hopefully we'll see some amazing matches, because yesterday, the furthest we ever got was first half of round number 3.
Yeah, and you know, just as we were saying, right now we're having the map ban pick in our faces. YHB banned the Arms Factory, and before you pick Chinatown. Just to remind you guys, yesterday Chinatown for the Survivor side before you, they got a 3 escape, and for Hunter side Sprinzer, he played Nayat and got a 4 kill, 1 double down first officer, and a terror shock onto the Acrobat rescue, a denied rescue. So a very strong starting map selection for B4U, and I think this is an amazing choice for them, especially with so much character that they can choose right from the get-go.
Yeah, and considering that they had such, I would say the momentum was just really strong from yesterday, I'm pretty sure they're kind of confident. But we were talking about this offline, right? Unfortunately, TKG didn't really bring like the new hunters or the new meta to the table, so I think they were still very familiar with how they handled that matchup. YHB, though, they're leaning heavily on that new meta. They come up with their own stuff, and I do feel like this might be a big advantage that YHB brings to that table. Shout outs to Invisible John, one of the coaches that's there. I think they can come up with something to try and kind of throw a wrench, because we know mechanically and synergy-wise, B4U is unmatched. They're really good. So the way to do that is to introduce the unfamiliar. Bring in the Night Watch. Bring in some unfamiliar characters for a sprinter to deal with. But that's just me. What do you think about B4U in this matchup, Jojo?
Yeah, B4U is gonna come up really strong. I think if their conditions from yesterday is brought forward to today, we might see a similar match. But then again, we did see how YHB almost completely destroyed the opponent's team as well with the 2-0 yesterday. So I'm not too sure. Maybe it might be a little fight in the start. But then again, maybe, just maybe, YHB might be able to come back and possibly win against B4U, IVT champion of 2021.
Yeah, and also big shout outs to each and every one of you at the chat. I do see Santi is here. Shout outs to Santi. Big fan from yesterday, so I'm excited to see more of the people that we saw from yesterday, even some of the players. So we got Deep Clue, we got Atlas, we got David Diaz, we got Ghost Investigations, we see Mary in chat, we see Luke's and Popsicle from yesterday. So big shout outs to each and every one of you, wherever you guys are out in the world. We're gonna see an amazing match, so hope you guys are ready to see some amazing Identity 5 action. Chocho, any shout outs you want to be given out before we talk more about the match?
Actually, I think I saw Juniper T from YHB. He's in the live chat as well. So yeah, hi, and good job as in like good luck for later on. I know that stakes are high. Once you lose, you'll be out, and you guys are so close to playing in the last match of the day. It's gonna be the finals, so get yourself ready. And also to all the fans of YHB as well as B4U, do give them your support now. That's what they need. And we're heading right into the ban pick right now. We're seeing Syrian Antiquarian being banned.
Yeah, and just to get everyone up to speed, we're gonna have global bans now. That means the first 2 survivors that will be picked will no longer be used in the rest of the BO3. So nobody coming in. I think this is a great start. I hope that he brings something new to the table. I'm not sure if it's Feaster though, but I hope it's gonna be the Night Watch, especially in a map like this. But it's B4U that drafted this. So I think they want to replicate that same type of success Sprinter had yesterday, and also the same type of lineup that we're gonna see here. Composer coming in, possibly on my leg side, and the Priestess. I'm pretty sure Paul Blems is gonna be used in that one.
Yeah, and just waiting for Nobody. And just to refresh our memory, Nobody actually played Night Watch at Ever Slipping Town. But then yesterday we saw CH4 Ling play Night Watch at Chinatown and got a 4-kill with 4 ciphers remaining. So maybe, just maybe, Nobody might be able to replicate the exact same situation. Or if not, this is once again, B4U survivors that we're talking about came out really, really strong. And just from the get-go, they're already picking Composer. It's really kind of solidifying how they want to play this match. And we're seeing this already. The first officer pick to secure that rescuer role for Roland.
Yeah, so it seems like they still want that stable rescuer since Mercenary was banned. I would have to highlight also, bringing in the Composer. It just kind of puts the Hunter at unease because you saw how fast the decoding was, and if you chase the Composer, that's still not going to be an easy out for you, especially with how MyLeg was able to use the skill and for him to use the tuning fork or the tools of the Composer just to get that speed boost. Please refer to the last match yesterday, folks, for that reference. And now we're going to round things off with a patient pick, probably by Schmitty, just for him to be able to, prolong that kite. So seems like he has his work cut out for him, Chocho. How do you feel about this overall Survivor draft?
Overall Survivor draft, actually decoding should be quite fast. Other than the fact that First Officer and Priestess are quite slow decoders, and especially when Priestess has to come for the support portals. But there is the Composer to kind of compensate for that. However, if Composer were to want to be chased and support portals coming from the Priestess, I think Cypher might lean towards a slightly slower side. So if the spawn locations wise, they need to make full use of it, kind of baiting the Hunter to they're gonna make a T shape and bait, and hopefully nobody's gonna pick a spawn location that is not near the Composer. That would be the most ideal for P4U survivors at this point in time.
Yeah, I do agree with that, especially MyLeg, and he's such a hard target to actually look for at the start of the game. He's barely seen, and he's usually seen towards the middle to the end where you see he's not just good at hiding, but he's also good at kiting, and for him to be able to get that MVP award is definitely no joke. So hopefully they'll be able to employ that strategy when it comes to the spawn locations and keep the Composer at bay just for him to be able to pop ciphers left and right, because any one of these other survivors is going to be a hard night out for any Hunter that will come to the table. Priestess is just so crazy on this map. Accompany the portals with that Patience hooks or the pocket watches accompanied with the Priestess support. It's going to be really hard for Nobody to try to catch up with any of these survivors. So I'm excited to see what Nobody can choose since there's no bans, Chocho. What is on the table for Nobody?
Oh, he could pick a night. Yep, right.
Took the words right out of your mouth, right?
Yeah, he's gonna pick a Night Watch, and I was actually thinking about it. This team com against Night Watch, we know how Composer is like a transitional kind of character when it comes to kiting, and because there is Night Watch, it doesn't really allow that. The slow vacuuming as well as the attraction of the Night Watch can actually counter Composer quite badly. If MyLeg do play his cards well and possibly bring a flywheel in preparation for this Night Watch, I think he might be able to kite it out if he's being chased.
I will bring it back to the last year's tournament when Clerk was in the meta, or actually getting into that meta, and this kind of threw B4U off in a sense that they didn't know necessarily. A lot of people are still figuring out Clerk, right? And this could possibly be the same scenario or the same blueprint that YHB is going for, since, like you mentioned yesterday, I believe, it was all the Night Watches that came out either won or got ties. So I think nobody wants to try and test or have a knowledge check on B4U if they know how to deal with this Night Watch, since he's such a new character. And like you mentioned, there's no direct counters as of yet to the Night Watch, as the community is still trying to figure out what the best course of action to go up against this Night Watch.
Yeah, and actually I was thinking about it, whether Nobody want to chase the Patient or the Composer. Of course, I think he would want to chase the Decoder, which is Composer. Yeah, and actually Patient might not be as good of as a chase as you might think, because he has his hooks to kind of gain distance is the first thing, and second, he can actually hook towards the Priestess portals as well, so he can easily enter Priestess portals as long as he has hooks and he's not on cooldown. So if by choice, he would definitely want to chase my leg in this team comp, which will be favorable. But looking at the spawn locations, right on top of him, we're seeing Composer, and on the left we're seeing the Priestess, followed by First Officer at the center, and on top, the Patient.
So yeah, it seems like the Patient is just out of dodge. So it seems like maybe the Composer might be the juiciest target to go for. At least he can just control that decoding. But folks, we're about to get ready for this, and I want y'all to make some noise in the chat. Chocho, give me 2 colors. Just 2 random colors that come to the top of your head.
Black and orange.
Okay, so orange goes to B4U and black hearts. So orange hearts go for B4U, and then we got black hearts for YHB. I want to see those in the chat. Let me know what you guys think about this competition. Who's going to get the first half of this round? Again, just support your favorite teams. YHB, the up-and-coming contenders, versus B4U, the tried and established franchise. So we're going to be checking out the comment section. Shoutouts to Cheese, shoutouts to Zero, shoutouts to a lot of people in the chat that are here. We're about 500,000 strong, so let your voices be heard, because this is top 4 already, so stakes have never been higher. Once again, Chocho and Poch Spice on the mic for the first half of game number 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing Mylik already transitioning towards the center, rotating from outside all the way to hotel. So we see the distance established using his instrument. It's very fast, very far, and this is his second time using his his vacuuming action already, and that's his second stack already. Yep, so just chasing him around this area.
Yeah, so it seems like this is what we were talking about yesterday with how this is how you counter the Night Watch. You just don't feed him any presence. Now he's getting another stack for him to be able to use some of his skills, but he still had, I think he brought Insolence. That's why he's able to build that first skill up. But Composer dropping down this pallet, using the speed boost just to get that jump. He's going to try and go for a drop down here and pull my leg close enough to him, gets the hit, and now he has unlocked his skill.
Yeah, and we're seeing problems. Probably had a portal set up, possibly, but I think it's not here. He brought 3-9, so he's gonna get this pellet boost. We'll be able to vacuum him. Oh, the portal
was set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now my leg just running the routes here, but you see how you have to be, as the Night Watch, you have to use the skills just so you can be able to use those stocks that you do build up. Note that he did bring that teleport, so he's still on this dash build. He's waiting for his cooldown of that vacuum just so that he'll be able to use it. But so far, so good on the side of the survivors, being able to support this Composer kite.
Yeah, and he no longer has any dashes to do, and using that skill once again, and we'll be able to dash forward, but Mylik still prolonging this kite so much more, and Cyphers are looking pretty healthy. 2.5 Cyphers. Priest is no longer giving that support anymore. Roland's decoding nearby, and will be popping that Cypher really soon.
Yeah, my leg now has to be very careful. He's going to try to get the vacuum onto him, unable to get the hit through the pallet. So beautiful vault there by my leg, but now my leg has his tuning fork ready. He's going to try and use it to establish that distance. Nobody, 2 swings and a miss, and so far my leg potential MVP, but he's going to get the wind tunnel, and now my leg is down.
Yeah, and Cyphers are looking pretty good. 4 Cyphers are being decoded already. Last Cypher is being worked on. First Officer is going to come for this rescue, and I think the person that's popping the 3rd or 4th Cypher is going to come for the 2nd rescue. Looks-wise, it seems to be that Cyphers will be primed by detention, by detention period. So things are looking pretty good for Before You for a 3 escape.
Yeah, it's looking real good so far. So now they just got to take their time. They already have their last Cypher in 13%. Roland is coming in for that rescue. Just no nonsense. He's just going to go for that rescue. He's going to get the pull onto the Priestess, but this is going to allow the transition to happen. And it seems like my leg now, he's heading towards the hotel area, just going to try to change the elevations for nobody to have a hard time in closing it out. So this knowledge check is working in B4U's favor, because Chocho, it seems like they know how to deal with this Night Watch.
Yeah, it seems to be, and you know, this pellet is still here. He's kind of forced to use his wind walk to kind of go through it. Still down in the Composer regardless, but right now he's nowhere near the last Cypher. We're seeing that is at the trash can area. Mylik will be chat at the hotel area. Patient is already rotating behind the hotel, so rescue-wise, shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, now he's at full presence. He does have that teleport, so kind of an aggressive build, but for now it seems like he's just camping this area. But Schmitty going for the backdoor rescue. Nobody now has no one onto a rocket chair, and we see that MyLeg is being supported by Schmitty, trying to body block here towards the fire escape while they try to pop that last cipher. The pallet is still here, and Schmitty's trying to buy as much time as possible, and this allows MyLeg to transition away since he's at his death chair. Roland is probably, he's going to be coming in for that last rescue while they're going to prime that last cipher, Chocho.
Yeah, Posh. And before you know, very smart move on them, forcing the Hunter to change targets over here, and Composer lives for another day. Priestess will be here for this backdoor rescue. I think a portal rescue is gonna happen. Problems. Going for that rescue very stably. 99% cipher. It is primed, and I think Composer is at the opposite gate, so it should. Oh. But,
the pallet is still here. Oh my goodness, the God pallet. Nobody hopping over it, and Schmitty is the last one to take this kite. Note that he does have, this pallet to work with, and still 3 hooks, so this is going to help him out in the end game. So there's going to pop that last cipher. We're going to see nobody chase after one. So this is the saving grace of nobody. He needs to down at least one survivor, but Schmitty with 3 hooks, and the dungeon is right there, is definitely a doable kite for him.
Yeah, and Schmitty just using one of his 3 hooks and doesn't have it has a flywheel, so he could potentially make this dungeon. And flywheel happening, charge deck failing. Oh
my goodness. Oh, gets the hit. That was so close though, but yeah, could have happened. Tried to use the flywheel, but nobody, I think, resided just to get the one survivor down and out. At least he negated the 5 points, right? This is actually still okay. Seems like the first office... Oh, they're opening up the other gate. So, yeah, I guess they just want to play it kind of safe. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they don't want to risk this and just establish a lead with just a 3-1. So, beautiful performance by B4U.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a clear 3 escape over there. And I think that's the first win on Survivor's side against the Night Watch in IVT.
Yes.
So, B4U Survivors coming out really, really strong, just like they did yesterday. And... excited to see how Sprinter might possibly play out against this YHB Survivors as well.
Yeah, let's try to recall what happened there, because nobody having the mindset, yeah, let's go for the Composer first, but having the Priestess out there, these are the first 2 picks. We won't be seeing them anymore, but I think it did its job, just really countering the Night Watch, right? It was they were definitely frustrating the Night Watch to run around at the outside of the hotel for him to be able to pop 3 ciphers, and ultimately that led him to try and tunnel down into just the Composer. But man, they were just so good at, once he was on death chair, they just switched chairs, and this is B4U at I would say their finest, because this is how they operate. They're just so good at playing each other's roles, and their synergy was just seen on screen here.
Yeah, and the Priestess support portals by Problems, I think, was very beautifully done. He supported 2 times with his portals, and it prolonged the kite so much further than compared to him just solo kiting. So perfect synergy, like you mentioned. And also, maybe, just maybe, nobody should have this kind of destroyed the God pallet at the hotel area instead of just jumping, using his wind walk to go over it. It kind of gave survivors the pallet boost and the distance that they need to establish. So might have been a slight misstep over there, and also his teleport wasn't put into use at all, so that's kind of interesting considering he brought it from the get-go. And looking at the stats itself, we're seeing 138 seconds kite from MyLeg, coming out really strong, like I said, this team, and ciphers wise, not over decoding at all, exactly 5 ciphers.
So if anyone's deciding who would be the MVP here, I am not jealous of your job, because it's going to be hard to decide. You saw how MyLeg, Paulblem, Schmitty, heck, even Roland played their roles to a T. MyLeg early game to mid game was really good, but you have to admit, Paulblem's support portals were on point, Schmitty's endgame kite and also rescue really good. Roland also playing his role as the rescuer, able to get it in the nick of time. So yeah, just textbook perfect survivor gameplay. I would say though, yeah, it's kind of a very unfortunate that nobody wasn't able to use the teleport. And you see how, as a night watch, and we talked about this, right? The mindset needs to be there. You have to be constantly thinking 2 steps ahead. You need to know, all right, if I'm able to get update my stocks and get my abilities, I need to be able to use it to its full effect. If we talk about that God palette being there or not being there, could have changed the entire scenario of this, because they knew that since the palette was still down, that was going to be so hard. And the moment he kept jumping back and forth, yes, that's one of his perks, but it's only for a limited time when he gets that speed boost. So if he destroyed that, or if maybe he brought a different trait, this could have been a different outcome. But kudos to nobody for bringing out the Night Watch. I'm pretty sure he learned from that, and we've learned definitely that B4U has studied up on this character.
That's right. And we saw actually the way nobody plays his Night Watch is actually a little different from most Night Watch that we've seen. Most Night Watch actually use the Tempest to kind of slow down survivors and pull them in, but for nobody's side, he kind of uses it to get that movement speed, the jumping over pellets kind of effect for it. So maybe, just maybe, he should have made use of it to kind of attract survivors, slow down Composer from running, when you know that his trait, his instrument that he can use, can create so much distance.
Right.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of times where he was placed in a very awkward situation where his Tempest was still on cooldown, 13 seconds cooldown, which is pretty long, and him unable to do anything when the Composer was just having so much distance between him and
it was in the early game, right? That's when Night Watch, I would say, isn't fully fed yet, and he is starving for that presence. Like I say in life, attract, don't chase. So as a Night Watch, you just use the Tempest Wind just to attract the survivors, because I think maybe the mentality of some, or what you have to do, what we've seen the best Night Watches do, is that they use that skill to get the stock, but not only that, it's to like stop the survivors from running the routes. And I think they just did a great job at controlling that. So hopefully, I'm hoping that nobody still is able to use the Night Watch again in the next game. Hopefully it doesn't get banned, because I definitely want to see more and how he's going to be able to grow from it. But it just shows B4U is ready. I mean, that was excellent awareness of where they were at, great usage of the skills, and they definitely passed that knowledge check. So I cannot wait to see how their survivors will continue on this momentum in game number 2. But for now, we're going to switch sides and we're going to see Sprinter come in.
Yeah, Sprinter, a very strong hunter of B4U for the longest time as well. Yesterday, Nayed, pretty scary, his Nayed at Chinatown.
Pretty scary? It's very scary.
Yeah, he almost instant down the Toy Merchant, and then he got that camping of the chair going on.
Right.
I'm not too sure how YHB is gonna go against Sprinter, considering that they know that he's probably most likely gonna pick a Nayed in Chinatown. So if they decide to go for a full-on anti-Nayed team comp, Sprinter might possibly pick a Dreamage to kind of, play around with it. Dreamage is totally playable at Chinatown as well.
Yeah, you're right. And that's his calling card of a character, right? So hopefully they'll be able to draft accordingly, that they can cover their grounds, not just to face the Nayed, but face also the Dream Witch. And luckily for Sprinter, if he gets a tie, that's still a winnable situation for B4U to claim game number 1. So I'm excited to see how YHB is going to draft this, because their survivors have definitely taken a bit of the spotlight with how well they were able to draft yesterday. And Joggy with the Magician, Psyche with his amazing kiting with whatever character he uses. So we just have to wait and see. We do see that the Priestess and Seer are banned. So I think Sprinter knows how powerful the Priestess is on this map, and banning out the Seer, probably for the single hit hunter. YHB coming out with guns ablazing here with the Antiquarian round 1, first to pick.
Yeah, and yesterday we actually saw TKG with the kind of like a blueprint survivor team comp that they came up with to go against all of Sprinter's hunters altogether, but somewhat the outcome wasn't what they would expect, which is like a tie and below situation. And right now, what YHB survivors need is a 3 escape, or if not a 4. So looking at the team comp right now, we're having an additional acrobat being added into the mix, and first officer is still available. Sprinter is letting that out and banning the Gravekeeper, very surprisingly. So will YHB take this chance to pick first officer? I think that's the question that we're thinking about right now.
That's a good choice because, yeah, 2 of the main rescuers are banned. And yeah, shoutouts to Nell for coming in with some insights in our chat here. Yeah, Sprinter, I think he was saying that Sprinter wants to diversify his hunter selection pool because, yeah, the moment you start to become a little predictable, that's when the meta or teams will catch up to you. And Sprinter has always been mechanically gifted, depending on what he has on the table. He's not just a Dream Witch main, right? He brought out the Naiad. He can bring out the Naiad here as well, and he can bring out other characters as well. We've seen him try to go Wax Artist. I know he's used Breaking Wheel in the past. Round number 1, though, he's had some excellent bans. He doesn't have to worry about the Antiquarian or Psychologist come game number 2. So Sprinter still has some tough decisions to make, but at least he knows he could just get a tie and he's be able to get the victory for his team.
Yeah, and yeah, just looking at the team comp, we're not seeing any rescuers at all. We're seeing 3 kiters and 1 harasser, and almost non-zero support, except for the attraction that we see from Psychologist and Patient, and the balls from Acrobat if it does do land on the Hunter. If not, this team comp is actually pretty fragile. I would say decoding wise it should be pretty fast. However, Sprinza though, he has to think whether he wants to pick a Naiad to go against team comp, because this team comp seems to be something that he wouldn't want to pick a Naiad to go against, but Sprinza just going hit on with that Naiad pick. Very confident from yesterday's performance, and today we might see that once again.
Yeah, it's I think also it's I understand what you're saying, Jojo, like how you're not sure on paper it doesn't seem that way, but we're talking about the Sprinter factor. We're talking about how well he performs under pressure, and considering that his worst case is just going for that tie, he can definitely bring a build that just promotes that. You know what? Just bring like yesterday he brought excitement, then trump card just to change it up once he's able to eliminate the coordinator's flare gun, and then just rely on the detention for endgame. But yesterday he didn't necessarily need to do that because he got the 4K. I think he's able to add this pressure onto survivors that make them make decisions without necessarily with him knowing what they're going to be doing, like predicting it, because we saw that play out in spades with how well he was able to stuff the rescues, cut out the routes, and develop these scenarios where he's able to cut off the survivors and pull them off. So YHB definitely has a tough task ahead of them. Even though they drafted splendidly, the task is not over. They need at least 3 survivors to escape for them to be able to push for that game number 3 and tie it up in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think both sides do have this level of pressure to because I mean it's still, even though this is BO1 still, and we're knowing this how it's a global ban, BO1 is still kind of linked towards a survivor where the hunter has only 4 bans to work with. So have to kind of keep up, and there is still a high chance of YHB getting a 3 or 4 escape against a hunter like Sprinter too. But we'll see whether Sprinter do give that chance to them as well. Looking at spawn locations, we have the Naiad right in front of the Antiquarian, so most likely wouldn't be chasing Antiquarian knowing how she might be a hassle to deal with after you collect back your Harpoon. So a Patient or Acrobat chase wouldn't be as bad as the Antiquarian chase.
Yeah, we've seen, especially if Naiad does not have any presence, like it's gonna be so tough to deal with that Antiquarian. I just noted chat, yeah, pointed out, my bad, I forgot to notice, we got the lovers here, the Psychologist and Patient, Ada and Mill. You rarely see this, and I'm excited to see if they're gonna use that to their effect. Again, Joggy having an amazing Magician Kite, Juniper T being the stable rescuer, probably gonna bring that that Tide Turner to come in. And I just think that on paper, yes, the draft was done really well, but we're talking about Sprinter here, so we just have to wait and see. We are going to head to that match, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is over. Chocho and Poch Spice, once again, your commentators for the second half of match number 1.
Yeah, and seems to be that he'll be heading straight for Joggy's Psychologist and just pulling the entire area. Let's see whether Joggy do get out of this water pool area that Sprinza is making. It's very big.
Yeah, so he's making sure that he's not going to be able to use these pallets, forcing him to go inside the hotel. Eating that early hit, Psychologist can take 3 hits, so that's all good. He's gonna head up towards the god pallet here. Hopefully Sprinter, yeah, he's not gonna go in harpoon mode because he knows he has to break down this pallet, but Joggy, knowing that's gonna happen, make sure he's not gonna be throwing down the pallet just yet. So this is good. This is a self-contained area. Joggy needs to be able to contain Sprinter as much as possible here. Nice patience here, waiting for the harpoon to retract before he drops down the pallet, but this may go for a, oh my goodness, the water able to get him, and now one more hit and Joggy will be falling down.
Yeah, and something to note as well, the basement is here, so if Joggy do gets it down over here, it will be a basement chair, and we know how scary Deny It is at the basement. But no, Sprinter is going for a different route. This chair, ladies and gentlemen, was the chair that Sprinter got a terror shock onto Acrobat.
I think he wants to, yeah, he knows. He's got some good memories on this chair. And I think he also wants to pressure this Cypher, so he didn't want to waste time or make any moves going to that basement. He's going to water off Psyche's Cypher here. The blink hit, able to get the Acrobat to actually move away from that Cypher. That is so important. Joggy's still on that chair. We see Juniper T trying to go for the rescue here. He's going to try and go for the hook just to close out the distance, but Sprinter is already here. He's going to try to water off this area. He's able to get the patient popped, and Psychologist has the last effort.
Yeah, and we're seeing how scary Sprinter's Night can be after his open second skill. Oh yeah, and Sprinter's detail though in pulling the entire hotel and forcing Joggy to get that hit with that water pull, I think that was amazingly done on Sprinter's side. And considering that he brought Insolence too, it's working out perfectly for this opening match that we're seeing.
Insolence, detention. Yeah, it's a great build, and he's very proactive. He's not wasting any second. Acrobat has already been healed up. We do see that Zero, the Antiquarian, is coming in for this rescue, so he has to be very careful. He needs to wait for that harpoon to retract just so he'll be able to... Oh, he seems like he's already trying to swat him away, and Sprinter is just trying to stop this rescue from happening. Seems like he's a little far off. Antiquarian is actually going to pop soon enough, and he's going to have to be very careful in getting this rescue from happening. He's one hit from falling down, Chocho.
Yeah, failed flying wheel to Antiquarian side, really unfortunate, and a failed jump onto the pallet. What is going on? And now a basement chair. Acrobat have to come for this rescue, and Cyphers are not looking too good, Posh.
And this is what we were talking about. Sprinter's pressure could just make any survivor buckle. It was, he caught on to the Antiquarian early on, forcing the Antiquarian to move away from, or well, actually not even go for that rescue since the pop happened, because the flywheel wasn't there. Tried to go for the jump over to that pallet, unable to get it, and Sprinter able to capitalize on it. This is the pressure that he has on survivors. So let's see how YHB is going to try and recover from this situation. Psyche's already here. He tried to go for a bomb, and now he's able to transition away. That might be just the spectator view with the animation. So Psyche's still making some distance here, so it's still very doable. But Sprinter, look, he's just watering off the area. He's going to go for a basic hit once he's able to water down this Acrobat.
Yeah, and he has 2 dashes to use, so if Acrobat, okay, failing the first dash, well done Psyche. Will he be able to dodge the second one and get this rescue off? Seems to be. He dodged the second one, balling through it. Cyro, will he be able to get this rescue in time?
He needs to go for it before the harpoon retracts. Gets the rescue, but no flywheel. This is going to be tough. Acrobat pops already. Antiquarian, my goodness, the control on the hitbox of Sprinter. And Psyche eats a blink hit, and now there's 2 survivors onto that basement. It seems like he's well on his way to get a 4-survivor kill here.
Yeah, and amazing stuff from Sprinter, not letting the survivors breathe for a single second, and a very harsh blink that we're seeing there. 1 Cypher's remaining, 74%. However, they know, Juniper knows, once he touches the Cypher, Sprinter is just going to hit straight to him and chase him down. But no, he's just going to touch that Cypher, 80%, 82%. Will he be able to pop the Cypher? It seems that the distance...
It's established. Yeah, so Psyche goes for the self-heal. Juniper is about to pop this last Cypher. They can still push for at least 1 survivor out, so it's still going to negate the 4-person escape. So this is actually really good. Sprinter overextending a little bit, not finding any survivor is actually really good. But they have to be very careful here. Psyche making sure that he's going to set up his route well. The dungeon, unfortunately, is right across him. So the best he can do is just provide as much support as possible. Since Patient is going to be opening up that exit gate. But he's about to reach that exit gate soon enough. And we see that, yeah, Psyche has to take this kite. He's trying to kite towards that dungeon area, Chocho.
Yeah, and what Psyche has to do now is survive as long as possible. But then again, the one escape shouldn't be a problem for patient side. But Psyche's still trying to kite for his life though. He doesn't have any balls already, so
Ooh.
vaulted
Yeah, he's
over
able-
successfully.
Oh my gosh, and now he had to take that water pool hit. It seems like he's just resided to, you know what, kind of settling for patient to leave. So again, this could have been a 5-point game, but I think consolation is for at least them to get one escape to try and stop the point difference from being too vast. So man, Sprinter is just so terrifying on this Naiad. I think next round you gotta ban it.
Yeah, and then Sprinza and Before You survivors just coming off really strong in BO1. Yeah, and considering this was their map selection, I think this is very reasonable. 6-2 situation that we're seeing. However, you know, don't be disheartened, YHB, but because in BO2 you'll be having your map selection and you can still rebound from this situation. The point difference, there isn't a 4-kill or a 4-man escape.
Yeah,
It's
right.
a 6-2, so they can totally come back from this, I believe.
It's definitely salvageable, right? Them getting a one-person escape is still good. It still shows signs of life to push for that game number 3, and at least they negated that that terrifying 4K Sprinter from carrying over from yesterday. So I mean, what's there to talk about with Sprinter? He did it again. He was able to stuff the rescue from happening, cut off any of the routes that were taken, have a basement, 2-person down in basement. So just a lot of things to highlight, Chocho. What do you want to start off with Sprinter's performance?
Yeah, Sprinter's performance, I would say, he kind of taken advantage of how the survivors don't have a stable rescuer. So he was kind of confident to just like, after chairing the psychologist, he just went full on out with that acrobat under the bridge, get that free hit onto acrobat and charge back, still getting the damage onto patient, which was the rescue at that point in time. So if you think about it, 1 hit on acrobat, 1 hit on patient, that is almost like a seemingly double down situation with 2 hits. So he kind of was creating the situation where he was creating more and more opportunities for himself. And we're knowing how this current global ban picks. Survivors, they can still continuously make mistakes here and there, but they can definitely recover from it, still get a tight situation. However, for Hunter side, once you kind of let down your guard, you can tend to just give chance to survivors, which they can quickly recover from if they do take it. So we're seeing Sprinza doing not that, just instant downing a psychologist, getting a free hit onto acrobat, and then a hit onto patient. I think there was nothing else that he could have done even better in this match.
Yeah, I also want to highlight how he was able to kind of put Zero on skates and like kind of mistime the flywheel and also the jump. That was just a series of unfortunate events. I do think when you're going up against Sprinter and how well he's able to kind of control the space between you and the Naiad and forcing you to make rash decisions, it makes anyone buckle. And in that scenario, yeah, he was just intimidating with the water, forcing Zero to mistime the flywheel, and then he tried going for the jump, and that didn't work out quite well. So that was the second chair that he was able to get. So it was just an incredible performance by Sprinter, and he's definitely world class when he performs here in any tournament. So YHB definitely a learning experience for them. Hopefully they'll bounce back even stronger in game number 2. But for now, Before You takes game number 1.
Yeah, and yeah, considering how YHB is almost like a new team going against Before You, such a strong team, veteran team as well. Definitely there's this certain level of pressure that they are facing right now, which is tends to kind of make you be prone to mistakes, like missteps such as the anti-Korean, a failed flywheel. I think many times it's actually hard to predict the flywheel going against Knight's water pool, and we saw that just now as well. But I really do hope that YHB do be able to recover from this, and we know that YHB's biggest opponents, or the opponents they actually want to face, is Before You. Like he's mentioned, I hope they take this as a learning experience as well and come back even stronger in BO2 and even future tournaments for NAEU.
And the thing is, at least it's not a 4-person kill. Like, they were able to get one out. It's 6-2. It's very salvageable. If they win round 2 and 3 with still maintaining that distance, like if they win it conservatively, let's say first half 2-2, second half 3-1 in favor of YHB, they win that round. Come in round number 3, they do the same thing. That's still a victory for YHB. So now I think the challenge for them is to play the long game. and kind of just don't mind what just transpired here and continue pushing forward, because I think if as deeper as it goes, you could definitely see if Before You is going to be put in familiar territory, because I think they're just so used to dominating round 1 and 2. This was a good performance again for Before You. I would say very stable, not as dominant as like a 5-point game. So YHB still definitely has a chance here in round number 2. And like you mentioned, we have them as they have the map selection advantage. So hopefully they draft accordingly, because their draft here were really good. So shout outs to Invisible Jong for that.
And yeah, in BO2, we saw yesterday from YHB side, Nobody's Feaster at Red Church. Yeah, something that I think Before You might slightly struggle with. I mean, I think it was Snell or it was you that mentioned, like, you know, Feaster is not something that we kind of match with every day. It's not, you don't see them every day in training, every day in rank. It's just something that is very off meta, and it can catch teams off guard with talent picks. So if nobody were to play Feaster once again, they need to pick a map that is favorable for Feaster. Yesterday we see Red Church, it was a 3-kill. So today, Before You being really smart with that, banning the Red Church straight away, and YHB will be picking the Secret Hospital. We know how Secret Hospital is a survivor-sided map, which means that if YHB survivors do excel in it, Before You survivors will too as well, which means that YHB Hunters and Sprinter from Before You is gonna suffer quite a little with survivors playing around the hospital.
Yeah, so to echo that point, I think YHB survivors are gonna step up here and try and gain the victory, because looking at Nobody's pool with the 2 that he brought out, I don't necessarily think that Feaster's good here. I don't think at all that Night Watch is gonna be good here, especially if you're in the Ruins area or the Paladin area. Yeah, there's some open areas here, but if he needs to change up his playstyle, if he's going to try and bring out the Night Watch here. But Sacred Heart Hospital, I mean, there's only a limited, I would say a number of hunters that really excel in this map, because like you said, it's very survivor-sided, and hunters can get lost inside of Hospital or in the Ruins area near Shack or in the statue with the pallets. So I'm excited, because this is the first time we're seeing Hospital, and it's one of my favorite maps because I'm survivor-sided. I'm kidding. I like playing Survivor. So it's a great map for survivors, but you're also giving Before You survivors that buff. So hopefully YHB comes up with a plan for them to extend to game number 3, because I definitely want to see that happen.
Yeah, and yeah, we're actually excited to see whether YHB survivors will be banning out Sprinter's Nayet in this map. Or are they going to ban the Dream Witch? You know, both kind of works, but I think after seeing how scary Sprinter's Nayet is, they might ban that, and then they have to face against Sprinter's Dream Witch, which is not something they want as well. If they do ban the Dream Witch though, I think they can kind of work around with it with the Entomologist pick, with the Beast, you know, giving that support at the stairs area, or just pushing the Hunter. Nayet is actually kind of weak against Entomologist Beast actually is a counter towards Nayet, considering how when she's in swim form she can't hit the Beast, so you can technically use the Beast, force her to swim in it and push her backwards. So we'll see whether YHB has such a play, or are they gonna, you know, come up with unconventional picks such as the Joggy's Magician once again, or maybe a Whipping Clown maybe. Could
be. What's scary now is, yeah, they need to go unconventional, because unfortunately for them, they picked Antiquarian round number 1. So that is permanently banned going to the BO3. So yeah, it is Sprinter that's going to be coming out the bat. So yeah, I think YHB, they know that their survivor side has to set the pace for this match and carry the points here. So that's why they're going first. So hopefully they're able to shake off their last outing and give their hunter Nobody a good chance coming into the second half here. But Sprinter, same bans we're seeing on the Priestess and the Seer, and like you called it, Chocho, we are going to see an Entomologist. I think they're gearing up for another Naiad since they banned out the Dream Witch.
Yeah, I think they kind of weigh their pros and cons. Think that Naiad is a better kind of hunter to play with at the Secret Hospital compared to his Dream Witch. Dream Witch wise, we know how strong its Cypher Cam can be, its map control can be. Naiad wise, it's slightly lesser compared to it. She can water pull the Cypher, during the camping of the chair. However, that's pretty much it. And on YHB side, we're seeing a composer pick. Most likely, Psyche might be playing that since I kind of stalked his live stream.
Well,
So
you keep saying that. Just say that. I'm a fan. I subscribe. You guys watch Psyche. He's very knowledgeable. I would say that. I love his streams. So do follow Psyche. And we got Joggy on the Magician.
yeah, that's right. So the entomologist bees, magician sticks. Seems to be that they are definitely gearing up for this Naiad and composer pick as well, so that Cypher Rush is more intense than it already is. Mercenary with their very stable rescue, so shouldn't be seeing too much of an issue over here. And if anything, entomologists can actually aid Mercenary in the rescue too. So I think as a whole, decoding, support, rescuing shouldn't be too much of an issue. Brinza, will he be picking the Naiad, or will he be picking a Bonbon with Peepers at hospital? I think that's something that Sprinzer kind of have to rack his brain with to see whether he wants to deal with the entomologists and the magicians kind of kites that we're might be possibly seeing, or go with a Bonbon with Peepers, prevent them from kind of rotating too much at the hospital area.
I remember hearing that he's not really known for the Bonbon, but he could bring it out for sure. Since this composition, I like it so much because it's definitely countering the Naiad. It's giving 4-man escape. That's what I think. It's giving that energy, and I like the fact that YHB drafted accordingly. They're kind of hard countering the Naiad with, like you said, the support of the entomologist, the pressure of the composer, Joggy on his main with that magician. It's still gonna be tough. But Spritzer going with the clerk. Oh my god. So this definitely throws a wrench into YHB's plans here, because yes, they do have I would say it's still very doable. They have the composer just to be able to help Cypher Rush, but if Sprinter gets going here and he stalls Cyphers, if he's able to get a down in the first minute, it's still gonna be tough for a YHB to bounce back from.
Yeah, Sprinza. And speaking of clerk, it kind of reminded me of the NAEU qualifier COE6 where OM's Nico played the clerk against FZN survivors. From a possible win on the survivors side, he turned it around with clerk at the hospital with a 4 kill. So pretty intense. I love this pick. It's gonna come off really strong against YHB survivors, but they still have these entomologist B support. Magician can definitely kite out the clerk as well. Composer to establish the distance. If you're gonna be recording me, I'm not gonna put pallets down. I'm not gonna vault. I'm just gonna take use of my speed boost and move along from this area. So what are you gonna do about it? And we're now looking at the spawn locations. Sprints will be spawning at the near statue area. Center entomologist, so she can tuck a beast at the center. Front gate will be the mercenary, ruins, magician, a very strong kiting area for him, and composer at the open air in front of Shack Cypher. So looking at this as a whole, Sprinzer does not have much of a choice. Either he goes for head on with the entomologist at the hospital, or he can go for magician at the ruins, or if he wants to make his way to composer, magician and mercenary can see how clerk is going to rotate towards there, so can quickly tell composer to leave that area too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the matchup with who else he's going to chase, because Psyche is just across, and a lot of people are showing some love in the chat for Psyche's composer. So you're not alone, Chocho, with I'm pretty sure there are also viewers or enthusiasts of Psyche streams. But Sprinter bring out the composer, showing he has levels to this game, not just bring out the Naiad. I don't know if YHB kind of accounted for this, or they were anticipating this, because now they kind of have to act accordingly and kind of change their mindset, because kiting a Naiad and kiting a kiting a Naiad and kiting a clerk is 2 different disciplines. And now we're gonna head towards the first half of the second round once again. Fox Spice and Chocho on the mic. Composer is already hiding, so let's hope Psyche is not going to be spotted. So that was so close.
Yeah, and Sprinza, he probably thinks that composer might have rotated, but because this tonight was actually brought up by entomologist at the hospital, so he seems to have sensed that and will be rotating back to this area. But Psyche though has already run away from this area. Very quick and smart thinking on Psyche's side, but he's just right upstairs.
So now he's gonna try and get some recording. He knows that someone's here, and unfortunately for them, it's Psyche, the main composer. So let's see how he's gonna be able to kite for as long as he can. He needs to distract Sprinter because he knows that Keegan gets going when she's able to camp and record these ciphers. So Psyche has already used the skill. He's already on 40-second lockdown here because now he's going to have to eat that hit. At least he has the pallet to work with in Birdcage. He's going to drop it right away because he knows that Sprinter was not recording. He's going to have to just pick up a pallet recording just so he's able to move on away from the Birdcage area.
Yeah, and yeah, he's going to be recording Magician Cypher and will be continuing his chase of the composer. I mean, we're seeing Entomology's bees being used right now, so we might be seeing the bees coming into play here. Yeah, we're seeing exactly that. He has blink though, he can technically blink through. No, he's not going to do that. He's just going to take that hit onto the bees. And Psyche though, will he be able to prolong further?
Wow.
No!
Did you see the timing and the discipline? He was already swinging and then he went for the blink, and once the hitbox ended, he already connected that hit. So an amazing start for Sprinter. Again, Psyche had a great route to run. Unfortunate for him, like his tool wasn't able to be used just yet because I believe it was still on cooldown. So let's see how YHB is going to respond from that. We do see that the bees are repositioning themselves to try and go for this rescue. We see Juniper T already on the case here. So we already have a recording of a swing hit. Let's see if he's going to get that. Gets the swing animation, and now Composer has to be very careful, able to avoid it, uses the speed boost, but Sprints are right behind him. Still a foot race to this pallet. He's going to try to record, and the bees able to distract momentarily, and Psyche trying to seek salvation in this area.
Yeah, it's like he's still being recorded. We'll see whether this pelleted area, will he be able to make use of it to stun Sprinter? I think this mind game over here seems to be that's leaning towards Sprinter's side. Will he be able to get into this pellet?
Oh, the recording. He's going to be able to move it away. Gets the hit. Composer has fallen down. Again, that was an excellent back and forth, but at the end of the day, Sprinter's able to down this Composer, but Chocho, Cypher progress is looking pretty good. They're able to finish 2 ciphers in this scramble here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. However, I mean, going against a clock, you kind of want to have a 3 cipher kite run from the get-go. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and right now we're having 2 ciphers that has this bit of amount to finish up, and last cipher is being worked on to Posh. So, oh, who will be the next possible chase? Entomologist is not in this area. Joggy might possibly be taking the second kite.
Yeah, I think they know that they kind of have to settle for them possibly getting a tie here because they need to focus on objectives, and everyone's too far to rotate to get the escape to get the rescue off Psyche. He is already expiring. Joggy was willing to take that kite in the outside ruins area of the shack. So now 2 ciphers remaining, one at 67, the other at 21. Sprinter has yet to choose his next target. He knows that there is tinnitus in this area. It's Juniper T that's just hiding up. Again, I mean, what me and Nell say, instead of kiting, learn how to hide first and foremost. The path of least resistance. If the hunter doesn't see you, he can't chase you, and he sees Joggy, and now it seems like he will commit to chasing this magician.
Yeah, and we see that, getting that hit onto Magician, unable to vault that pallet though. He does have a magic wand. Will he make use of it? Will he be able to vault the pallet? Oh, he made it. He made it. He nearly got an instant down over there. That was so close. And Sprinter just carrying on with this chase against Joggy. Getting that blink hit once again. That's 2 blinks already in this match. And right now Cypher's 80% at the shack area and 41 at the second floor. Cyphers are not looking very good.
Yeah, I would say that was a good, cool, calm, collected moment for Joggy using the wand. Because yeah, he wasn't able to vault over that pallet because it was locked. So now they're kind of forced to go for this rescue. 2 ciphers still remaining, so the survivors are still put in a tough spot here. Now Entomologist getting the rescue. Magician has to run the routes here. Sprints are focusing on chasing the Entomologist. She has no more bees, will be getting the last effort, and now Joggy at least is out of sight, out of mind. Mercenary is not decoding, so everyone is injured, Chocho. Sprinter, this is what he wants. 2 ciphers remaining. All survivors have to kind of go and heal up or try and go for the rescue and play on defense.
Yeah, and Entomologist will be Chad now. Mercenary is the only sole rescuer that can come for this possible rescue, considering that he has delayed damage effect. And looking at how much Sprinter's pages, there's total of 3. He just used 1. And wow, ciphers are just can't be progressed further.
Yeah, they're all in a standstill at this point. Mercenary though is gonna pop that cipher in the shack area, but Sprints already knows that the last Cypher's already in the hospital. So at least Juniper T now just has to focus on trying to close the distance for the entomologist. Clock is winding down for this entomologist to be rescued. Joggy's waiting for the cooldown to happen for recording that Cypher. So now it seems like he's able to try and push for it. Juniper T is in this area to give that tinnitus, but the recordings, Chocho, it's relentless at this point.
Yeah, and still has one more recording to use, so when it comes to Subversive, it can be quite annoying, especially with 64% Cypher and so many pages left. Mercenary has to time this perfectly, and again, Magician is decoding the Cypher. Won't be able to decode for the next 15 to 20 seconds, and Entomologist, will she be able...
Wow.
She can't survive? Will she be able to survive? No.
Oh, masterful usage of that drop-down recording, the palette recording, just to cut off the routes to a double-down situation, and Joggy's trying his best to try and push for that last Cypher to finish, and we're going to see if he's going to get in time. No, the recording as well. He's going to let the Mercenary just slug it out with him. Joggy has to kite for his life for this Mercenary to self-heal and try and push for this last Cypher in the hospital area, but it seems like Sprinter just a step ahead also with this Keegan.
Yeah, and you know, seems to be that it might be a down really soon. He has no items to use, a terror shot against this window. Mercenary self-heal is not even close to done yet, so last Cypher 77%, it seems to be that it's a slow slug game towards a 4 elimination Neposh.
Yeah, Sprinter again, I think he knew that they were trying to just counter his Naiad. He masterfully picked Clerk, and by no means this is an easy transition from Naiad to Clerk. So, I mean, we have to give our flowers to Sprinter because his hard work and his Hunter instinct has definitely paid off in spades in this match. And he was really able to control the pace and control the objectives being pushed. Speaking of push, Juniper T just taking him away completely from Joggy. So you gotta admire the resolve and also the never give up attitude of YHB. We do see that Joggy is already making his way towards the Cypher that is about to be recorded. So yeah, we're gonna see Sprinter already getting the Cypher on lockdown.
Yeah, and on the bottom left we see how the Mercenary actually died on top of the dungeon in hopes of possibly jumping the dungeon, but this is Magician's, I think. That was a bit of a jump scare there. Joggy trying to hide it out, but Sprinter able to spot him out, and now seems like no more self-heal. Sprinter has definitely got the 5-point game that the team would need to solidify their victory here in game number 3. Or the worst case is them getting a tie, because that's the most nobody can try and go for, is just duplicate that same 5-point game. But what can I say? Sprinter, you know what? Diesel start. I mean, the Diesel start is a 3-person kill. I mean, just let him cook. He'll make you a whole feast. And this Keegan, she ate. She left no crumbs. Yeah, she left no crumbs at all. And yeah, what an amazing match to see from Sprinter's side. He was very detailed all the way until the very end, was not letting loose to Severus at all, not giving a single chance. We saw how he was kind of like looking at the statue side to see whether there was a dungeon. He's like, oh yeah, okay, both don't have self-heal. The dungeon is not there. You know what? I'm just gonna go find where the dungeon is, just in case. Since that's Magician's second chair, just in case, I'm just gonna go check the dungeon and prevent this possible Mercenary dungeon escape. And yeah, he went to find the dungeon, and Mercenary, just like he's predicted, is right on top of the dungeon. Exactly like what YHB has planned on Severus side. So yeah, I would say Sprinter's still a hunter that is very tough to beat. We saw how TKG actually kind of fell for that, and also today YHB as well. And next match might potentially be the last match for YHB.
Yeah, it just shows Sprinter is terrifying on not just the Naiad but also the Clerk. So a beautiful performance by him, and he left no stone unturned. I mean, you were talking about the devil are in the details. All his blink hits were on point, and the way he was able to kind of cycle through the skills of just recording, he wasn't flustered at all. He just was on cruise control the entire time. He knew what to do before he acted upon it. The entire time you didn't see him flail, or you didn't see him like panic, as he was using one of the most mechanically demanding hunters out there. So that's definitely one performance you want in one of the best hunters out there. And Jojo, what do you think was the solidifying moment that he was gonna get that 4K here? Because there was a ton to just highlight, but what do you think was the one that, like, he has a foothold on this match already?
the moment when he found Magician, got that first hit, Magician kind of panicked and got cornered at the shack area. That was, and then after that the blink hit, I think that was pretty much game over because 2 ciphers left. One person, Magician, is on the chair. One person is for sure coming for this rescue, and the other person has to be the one that's decoding. And if the person that's decoding is always getting recorded, there's no way they can pop those ciphers. And that's exactly what happened. And Sprinzer managed to clinch onto that 4-kill streak once again. And yeah, very amazing things that we're seeing from Sprinzer's side. A 3-kill in BO1 and now a 4-kill, stronger than ever, Sprinzer.
Yeah, it just seems like he's definitely that snowball that turns into an avalanche that you just have to kind of deal with. And hopefully the team of either CH4 or Ravens is watching closely because they're gonna have to draft accordingly. And imagine that if V4U wins this one, or if YHB wins this, they have like at least an hour or 2 just to rest. But the next match, right once they're able to get the victory, they have to face either YHB or B4U. So there's no break for them. So that's gonna be super intense, guys. I cannot wait to see that happen. I'm getting a little ahead of myself because now we have to shine the spotlight onto Nobody because he has to get 5 points to keep this game going.
Yeah, 5 points. So that's a huge number. A huge number. It definitely has to be a 4-kill. If not, it's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of B4U. And yeah, you know, just bringing it a little bit back towards what you were saying just now, CH4 versus Ravens, it's probably gonna be a battle of stamina already to whoever wins afterwards, going against possibly B4U or YHB. So it's gonna be...
Here's a question, Chocho, because I know you competed, right? Would you
Yeah.
rather take the break or would you rather just keep going and keep playing?
Definitely take a break.
Take a break. Okay.
Yeah, whether it be the mine, but the phone as well, you need to charge it. That's the first thing, you know. It loses battery,
yeah,
you know. And
True.
for stamina wise, usually when you start training, also you start at night usually, and it can be prolonged to 3 hours, 4 hours. So you're kind of used to this pattern, but to be able to like feeling stress, and in the moment of competition and in front of hundreds, thousands of viewers, sometimes it can be quite intimidating, and that's something that will challenge the mind. And for playing competitively, you try to calm down as much as possible. If there's any mistakes that's made, missteps, try to calm down. Don't think about it. You can always talk about it after the match. So I hope this team's kind of focus, calm down, and also fingers crossed, hopefully no mistakes on their side as well. It can be quite pressuring, I understand.
Yeah, so I can't imagine what Nobody's feeling right now. So guys, if you want to help him out, do send him your support in chat. Again, black hearts for Team YHB, because I'm pretty sure Nobody, he's under the pressure cooker right now. But as I say, you know, just let him cook, see what he can make. And you saw the stats. It's either a 5-point game or nothing. So I think the consolation for him is at least end on a high note. If he can't get a 5-point game, at least show us something, or just at least make B4U sweat just a little bit for us to get some highlighted moments. Because yes, getting a 5-point game in a very survivor-sided meta is so hard of an ask. Because at this point, B4U, they just need one person out, and they could play this completely passively, and they're still going to be able to move on for the grand finals. So we're just going to have to wait and see how that's going to happen. So it's tough, right? And I thank you for sharing your insights too, because I was under the mindset as well, because we saw how Sprinter, you know what, he needs to warm up to get really going to break through and get to that level of 4K Sprinter, or evolve into that rare Pokemon, and he's going to become a 4K type hunter in round number 2. So I understand, especially, yeah, you need to charge your phone and it's getting late for a lot of these players. So that's why you guys got to support them. So please do.
Yeah, and just looking at this right now, we're seeing B4U versus seeing YHB's Nobody ban picks right now. Let's see whether they'll be banning the Night Watch. I think they most likely will, unless they decide to ban something that they kind of were weak against last time, which is the Clerk.
Ooh.
Wow, they actually did ban that. So to prevent any potential 4-kill situations on the B4U side, a smart move, I would say.
I would say, yeah, very smart. They know that they want to just at least get one person to escape, and I think they like their odds up against his Night Watch or his Feaster, whoever he's going to be coming out with. And holy smokes, they mean business. They bring the Dancer as well as the Antiquarian, two top picks of survivors. Yeah, before you, they want to be able to end this and get the victory as soon as possible with these two strong picks. So yeah, nobody hopefully is going to get that SOS coming into this, because he needs to be able to get as much points as possible.
Yeah, and just coming off really strong with Antiquarian Dancer pick already. There is support, there is harass, now a very stable rescuer for Roland. They could pick a patient or acrobat. I think it's fine. And let me see what other characters. Yeah, I think acrobat might be okay. Patient can actually hook into hospital too. Both are very pretty versatile characters at the hospital, and very strong kiting area for acrobat at the ruins area. So we'll see whether before you actually picks that. But for on YHB nobody's, I think everybody's curious whether he's gonna be picking Night Watch again, or is he gonna be picking a Feaster at the hospital. That will be pretty interesting. So looking at the last band, we're seeing a mechanic, a decoder. So if they're gonna go for a decoding team comp, there is still the prisoner that's available. Other non-meta picks such as the Gardener, Thief, if they do have the kind of play style or team comp that they're going for, it's totally possible. And yeah, just waiting for that last pick on Before You side. Right now, team comps wise, just this tree is looking pretty good.
Yep. And wow, we're gonna have a Professor come on in. I thought a Patient would be most likely, but I mean, Professor has been kind of the underrated picks we've been seeing. I think they definitely brought this one out yesterday as well. So we have definitely should take note on the Professor pick. So I think they might be thinking that he might be going for, yeah, those single hit hunters. Hey, nobody could go for a Naiad too if he could show it. So my leg on this Professor, we saw yesterday how he brought it out. He was just under the radar the entire time. So Chocho, if I may throw this to you, what is this team comp giving you?
It's giving I'm not gonna die at all.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Antiquarian, and Antiquarian and Female Dancer can totally pick up Professor's skills. So, support-wise from the Female Dancer's boxes, if she does set it up inside the hospital, it's gonna be a hard chase for nobody's hunter, YHB's hunter, nobody. So, this is gonna be tough. I'm not sure whether nobody's still gonna go with a Feaster pick. Maybe show us some interesting plays that he has at the hospital. I think that's the best that he can do at this point in time, especially with this huge point differential, and also having to must get a 4 kill, if not a lose situation.
Yeah, it's definitely giving menacing vibes with this team, and a lot of people are in chatter saying this team is stacked, like the way they were able to draft this one out. So again, a masterful stroke here with how they used Priestess and Composer to start things out, leaving really, I would say, top tier picks for them to come into game number 2 with, and kind of making use of a Hospital. I know Priestess is really good in Hospital, but hey, they'll settle for Dancer and Antiquarian, and considering the win conditions of B4U, that they don't necessarily have to overextend themselves too much to get the victory. Yeah, this team composition is very good, and it's kind of covering all grounds to face whoever nobody can possibly bring out. Ooh, a Hermit? Okay.
Yeah, this will be very, very interesting. If he does manage to pick a Hermit, flip things completely around,
Okay.
yo, this is gonna be huge.
Okay, I'm sitting up here. I can't wait for this Hermit to cook, because a Hermit does have that potential. It's really an all or nothing pick, right? If he's able to gain if he's able to play this to its full effect, he can get a 4K. But it can go the opposite way as well. If they frustrate him so much for him not to be able to get the early down, it can go sideways right away. At least he's able to prolong the pops of the ciphers with this Hermit. A very complex character to use. Cannot wait to see how nobody's going to use it, because we haven't seen this just yet. This is our first Hermit of the tournament.
Yeah, and yo, there is actually this is going to be a very tough chase. We're seeing Female Dancer at the center, And if he decides to go for Professor, right, we know how he uses his skill, there's going to be a long cooldown. But knowing how Hermit, you know, the distribution of damages, it might potentially aid into Professor's favor, which is to kind of, for the cooldown to settle down once again and use it again. So it's gonna be a hassle to deal with. Antiquarian also, the support, each time when he comes nearer to you, just stun him and there's nothing he can do. Human Dancer with that support, slow music boxes, it's just gonna kind of be a hassle to deal with too. So nobody is still gonna be a good nobody is gonna be a good chase for nobody. This is just complicated at this point in time.
You got me a nobody, dude. It's gonna be tough.
Yes.
But again, it's Hermit, right? Some people have been sleeping on Hermit, and I think one thing that he can do with this character is control the ciphers and hopefully catch people going on autopilot, that they kind of forget the skills. He needs to unlock that dunk, that Eye of Sauron that we used to call it. So now, folks, could this be the last stand of YHB? We're gonna find out. Chocho and Poch Spice on the mic for this first chase. We see that it's gonna be my leg to take it.
Ooh, this is gonna be tough. He hasn't touched a cipher, so this will be the first polarity that's going to be hitting on him, the blue one. So he's trying to get this hit before the polarity, allowing the survivors to change their polarity to block this hit for the Professor. So we'll see whether nobody will be able to do that. Still does not have his polarity throwing thing yet, so it's just going to take some time. Confined space, but you know, him being the hunter himself to kind of created that, he can kind of undo that too. So my leg, still not showing that polarity yet, and now Antiquarian switching for Professor.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to share the damage here. My leg just running the routes and just making sure he's not gonna go past this area. There, he throws the polarity. He's gonna try and go for that hit, but the scale's able to push him back. So now it just prolongs the kite even longer, Chocho.
Yeah, and if we're gonna take a look at the persona, Professor actually brought 912. Does not have any borrowed time. So yeah, he's just gonna have to, so he just has to survive from there onwards. Professor still not hitting a single hit, and nobody still doesn't want to blink, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it seems like the Professor, my leg, he baiting out, his skills are all on cooldown right as we speak. So it seems like nobody now knows that this next hit is inevitable. He slows him down. He's going to get that hit. They're going to share the damage with the Antiquarian. Now, Professor has no more polarity charge. He's going to have to try and pick something up. But what he's going to pick up is this slow music box right in the church, in the hospital area. So he's going to use this to its full effect. He's going to try and go for that drop down and force nobody to go and walk through the slow boxes, Chocho. And as we speak, one cipher is going to be completed.
Yeah, it seems to be that the cipher that's completed is not the one that is tagged along with the rest, so that's why the cipher is so fast for that one. But now looking at this, we're seeing Antiquarian. Will she come for this possible support since she's done decoding her cipher? He's just gonna take his time to kind of destroy all the slow boxes so that, you know, it's not gonna come back and hit and, you know, bite him in the back. Professor still very calm upstairs, and nobody still taking his time to just gonna ignore that slow one over there.
I understand that he has to destroy these boxes, but my goodness, this is why the hospital is so tough to deal with, especially with the dancer setup with the boxes. And now it seems like he's going to be changing targets to Paulblems. Paulblems has no boxes to work with, and he has to rock kite this one. He's already got a polarity charge onto the female dancer. He's going to share the damage with the Antiquarian. So this is actually a great start. The blink movement, if he's able to get another hit, he's going to build much more presence, and female dancer one more hit to fallen down.
Yeah, and we're seeing how Mercenary actually changed beforehand to a blue polarity, so he doesn't have to share damage with any of them. He can come for a very stable rescue and preventing nobody to kind of control them because of this polarity charges. So Paulblem still trying to kite it out over here. A slow walk from behind to prevent Hunter from seeing him. In the bottom left we're seeing that the Antiquarian cipher will be popped for the second time. So
dang, so this is again, you see how the hospital is such a tricky place to be at if you're a hunter. I thought he was able to spot out the dancer at the top. That's why he went there, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Now he's forced to change targets. He can go for Schmitty since Schmitty is one hit from falling down. Able to get the dunk onto Schmitty and able to get the hit. Unfortunately, she's not yet falling down. They pop the last Cypher Chocho, and now detention is in the air. Nobody has to get at least one survivor out to negate the 5-point game from the survivors.
Yeah, and seeing how this might be possibly turning out, it's not looking like a 4 elimination. Looking more of like a 3 escape, but losing Antiquarian for a little bit. Antiquarian is rushing towards the
dungeon.
T-wall area where the dungeon is, you're right. And Schmitty is still trying to kite it out, throwing that blue polarity. Mercenary can potentially block for this, so why...
He's gonna go for the... Yeah, he's gonna go for the disarm, and we see that the dunk is gonna happen to try and slow down Schmitty. They already escaped. He's gonna try and just slow down as much as possible until the disarm is done. Nobody at least has Schmitty down and out. A 3-1 game, but ultimately B4U, ladies and gentlemen, is moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, congratulations to B4U for, you know, reaching to at least the top 2 finalists for today. You know, Sprinza, Schmitty, Paul Blums, My Late Roland, all of them each contributed very well to how they have won this game. So, amazing stuff that we're seeing. And honestly, they could have, I mean, Roland could have totally waited and then Antiquarian, you know, get that hit and rush there. And it would be an amazing 4 escape that we could have seen. But, you know what? Giving that 3-3 escape is still very nice, and congratulations to them. First round was 6-2, second round 8-1. Ultimately winning with a 2-0 against YHB. Very strong opponents.
And ladies and gentlemen, can we please show some love to YHB making it this far into the tournament, getting to the top 4. They knew that their biggest competition would be B4U. They welcomed it with open arms. They tried their best. They learned a lot, and I'm pretty sure they gained a lot of new fans and a lot of knowledge matchup knowledge going up against them. So I cannot wait for YHB to continue on in their competitive journeys. Big shout outs to them. But you know what, we will be seeing B4U make it to the grand final. So this is the second time they'll be making to that slot. So hopefully we'll see. Maybe this is the first time they'll be able to, you know, I think they won the first IVT, but this is going to be, they didn't win it last year. So now I think they want to become the 2-time champs.
2-time champs, that's right. And looking at the stats now, 102 seconds kite from Mylik. You know, Mylik, you know, he usually was the one that kind of, you know, hides behind just the code, that's all. But in this IVT, we're seeing a completely different side of Mylik. Able to kite so well, use full usage of his tools that he's given with whatever character he has. He's an amazing player, amazing kiter as well, and definitely someone that we have to look out for in the future. I mean, this very strong kite that we're seeing from Mylik in this entire IVT.
Yeah, definitely one of the standout survivors, right? Usually when we talk about B4U, you talk about, Paul Blum's dancer, Schmitty's great stuns, Roland's great saves, and Mylik usually the decoder. But you see him coming into his own. He's definitely been one of the biggest highlights in B4U's performance in IVT. And I cannot wait to see how he's going to carry that type of performance or that type of energy going into the grand finals later on today. Everything is still up in the air when it comes to MVP, so I'm excited to see that, because you can make a case also for Sprinter, because holy heck, he was able to perform really well. 3 survivor 3K as well as a 5-point game to follow it up, ultimately leading to a 14-3 ending in round number 2 win for B4U.
That's right. And you know, 14-3, huge point differential. And yeah, B4U just solidifying this very clearly, telling the opponents, I am definitely not one that you can defeat, and they'll be claiming that IVT champion is giving that kind of vibes. So
it's very giving. Yeah, we use that a lot
today.
It's very
giving. Today is a very giving day. So yeah, we're seeing how the stats are looking like. Chinatown, a map that they are very good at. Secret Hospital, a map that they're even better at. So and now moving on to the MVP, B4U Sprinza, very well deserving. 3 kill in first round, 4 kill in the second. So yeah, we're seeing the clock here, which means that it's the 4 kill that kind of potentially have been the one that set the stone for this MVP position. Elimination 3.5 out of 4 survivors, and knockouts of 7.5, terror shots of 0.5. So amazing stuff we see from Sprinza. Very detailed hunter and not giving any chance to survivors. That's what he's known for, and he will always be. Very strong team that we're seeing from B4U. And also, the character pool that Sprinza has, very big.
Terrifying, right? So I hope Ravens or CH4 is watching very closely. And speaking of watching, Joggy is also in the chat. So big shout outs to you, my guy. Again, YHB, amazing performance. This is the end of their journey here in IVT. So I hope you guys can support them. I'm pretty sure they're a tightly knit group that will continue on in their competitive journey. So I'm super excited to see what else they have to offer. But I cannot wait to see how B4U is going to carry that same energy going into either a match between CH4 or Ravens that will be happening in just a bit, folks. Again, big shout outs to each and every one of you that is tuning in. We will be taking a short break, folks. When we return, it's going to be Chocho and Nell on the mic. So please do give them your love and give all the teams your love and support. It's going to be CH4 versus Ravens. But for now, let's take a short break. See you guys after this one.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts. Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Hi, we are back, and this time around it's gonna be Chocho and Nello taking the mic. Now, so today is gonna be intense. We just saw how B4U versus YHB, B4U just winning that completely 2-0. So right now, the next match CH4 versus Ravens. How are you feeling?
First of all, thank you for welcoming me, and welcome to all the detectives and the viewers in the chat. I'm feeling great. It's early in the morning, and you know what? The early bird always catches the worm. In this case, I caught a great match. Like, I was watching the exact match you were commentating with Posh. It was intense, and I love the Nayat in particular. I love the Clark gameplay. B4U showing their promises as you mentioned, IVT 2021 champions, and not to mention repeated KOA attendee, right? So I have to say I'm very excited for the next match as well, because Chocho, next match is a match that I would like to talk to you about Raven, but I know that you're more familiar with CH, so I will leave that to you. Is that okay?
yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I believe you mentioned that CH4 and Raven had a history, right?
Yes, yes.
They had a previous encounter. When how did it end up in the previous encounter? Like, just to give an idea, background story.
The previous encounter was during COE 6 NAEU qualifiers. So CH4 went up against Raven, and two maps, Arms Factory and Red Church. And Link played the X-Boy and Bloody Queen, got 4 kills consecutively, and Survivors also performing extremely well. So they 2-0'd Ravens as well. So I'm not sure whether it's gonna be a repeated match, but for Raven's side, we're seeing the same survivors, but for CH4 side, we're seeing new faces. So I'm not too sure whether the changing of survivors on CH4 side might potentially impact them in a negative way, or is it gonna help them even better?
Yeah. I mean, when changes happen, we see this often, right, with the Chinese teams. They just want to get the perfect synergy for the teammates, the best synergy. They just want to, get to that part where they show, CH4 2.0, what they can do, right? But what we have in front of the screen, Chocho, let me introduce you to LX from RV. LX has been amazing. Yesterday with the Night Watch, I know Night Watch is a new character, showing very strong in IVL, the recent showings. We also have Pablo ZG as the captain, Dakiri, his faithful duo, Artyom, and Felchap. Felchap is the rescuer main, right? So he's always on the merc, he's always on rescuing duties. Dakiri always on the priestess. Pablo just beautiful. He being the captain is a lot of burden, a lot of responsibility. But so far, RV has been having a pretty good game. So maybe we might see a change, right, in the second encounter between these two teams, Jojo.
Of course. I mean, yesterday we saw how Ravens performed exceptionally well against the opponent's ADM. 3 escape from survivors and then followed up by a 2 escape. On their hunter side, they got a 4 kill, 2 kill, and 4 kill. So very strong hunter as well we're seeing from LX. And for Ling, a pretty menacing night watch that we saw yesterday. Chinatown, 4 kill, 4 ciphers remaining, not even the dungeon being visible. So I'm not sure whether this today might be a similar matchup, or is Ravens going to turn things around, show us that's exactly how they're going to go against Ling.
Yeah, I mean, we always like to see something new, right? We always want to root for the teams that we love. In this case, it's Ravens and of course CH4 going up neck to neck. It's Sia versus Pablo ZG. They both have Seer under their belt. Of course, Pablo ZG yesterday, like he also played. What was it that he played already? He also had a dancer, I believe. But anyway, it was just great support coming in from RV. Can't wait to see CH4 as well. The win rate between these two characters, these two survivors, are actually pretty neck and neck, right? So, but numbers always tell one story. But at the end of the day, in real-time situation, it's always a different thing, right? But Chocho, let's just bring it up to the next set of survivors. Chocho, take it away.
Yeah, we're seeing Sesame. We did see how Sesame go against yesterday's QNY's violinist. Solo kiting throughout. Transitioning was amazing, kiting as well. And ciphers were completely enough by the time the second chair rescue happened. So no doubt that his kiting is really good. And for D4 Curie, I think it's David, this person from Ravens, plays the harasser role, but yesterday he played the priest, which is more of the supporter role from the team for the team. So maybe we'll be seeing that once again, and if he decides to play Prospector again, we might be seeing certain amazing stunts going against Ling.
I love Prospector players, right? We talked about this before. Amazing decoder, amazing harasser, OBR. Just love it when you have a Norton. Except when he cancels attack recovery.
Yes, yes.
For sure. Yeah. But next up we have, I think everyone can relate. CH4 933 being compared to Arteon side by side. Well, we see the rise, right, of the Weeping Clown. Amazing character to have. Like with the recent updates, he's able to turn left and right even better now. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah. It moves much better, so much easier. The kind of maneuvering around becomes so much easier for him. But however, because in this new server, there isn't a change in this metas yet. So for now, it's still the old meta. Ripper does not have his foggy area around the survivor yet, so that will be interesting to see. But then moving on from there, we'll be seeing CC and Felchat.
CC and Felchat. CC, fun fact, CC in Mandarin Chinese actually is like, giggling, right? If that's correct. Yeah. CC. Is that how you do it?
I never use CC, but I guess it works. I guess CC works too. Usually it's he.
For real.
But yeah, I think CC works too. I mean, we're seeing a 25.3% win rate on his psychologist. Not too high, but I think working as a team together for CH4 definitely do add on to that win rate for him. CH4 coming off really strong, but definitely Ravens, they haven't changed their members, so definitely the synergy, just like before you survivors, is very strong. Communication, teamwork is definitely to be feared. But looking at Ling's side also, Ling from CH4, he did an amazing play yesterday. I mean, against the QNY survivors, he played the ex-boy at Leo's memory, and he denied a rescue by Toy Merchant. So,
wow,
pretty amazing stuff. And was seeing a kind of like a deja vu moment. CH4 picking Chinatown just like before you did, because yesterday they had amazing results from it in BO2. So maybe it might be a replica match.
Yeah, I mean, Chocho singing high praises for CH4. On my side, I would be singing the background, the unheard, the unsung heroism by Raven's team, especially LX, like securing the 4K of the Night Watch, the 424 going best of 3. But you know what? Shout outs to you guys as well in the chat. I can see Popsicle IDV. Thank you so much for the shout outs and goals. I would love to take you up on the French toast. Chocho, do you like French toast? We would love to take it up.
I actually do like French toast, but I don't like it when it's too soggy.
Too soggy, yeah. No one likes it. Damn, damn wet. Yeah, we don't like it. Yeah, we like it crispy, dry, crispy. And you know what, B? Thank you so much for the shout outs as well. Manny, I see you in the chat. We see Nova Stella as well. We see Sweetie, Claro, Natalia, Lima. And of course, Hanako, always there. What do you mean? Nello looks cool with the glasses. Thank you so much. This is actually for blue light filter.
It's a concept. No, it's a concept between now and Posh. They wear specs.
they
on the finals always. You know,
and
it's always very smart looking. Always.
Yeah. I mean, Chocho, like, I just have to ask you a question out of this. Like, do girls like boys with glasses? Like, because I think we look like nerds. Do you think we look like nerds with glasses?
I think perspective-wise, some people might feel that way, but I think it makes a guy look smart. So, for me at least, smart guys look attractive. So,
wow,
that is a plus point. But for some people, they might feel like it's a nerd, you study a lot, that kind of thing. So, yeah, has this kind of vibe.
Key to Chocho's heart, ladies and gentlemen. The you have to wear glasses. Keys to Chocho's heart, and you have to be a good listener too. So, Chocho, thank you so much for the sharing. You were about to say?
Oh yeah, you were just not mentioning Hanako, and she actually said, reading Sesame, which is the player Sesame, makes me think of sesame seeds on rice, and it makes me hungry. And speaking of hungry, right now it's at my time, 7:44 a.m. GMT +8. So, for everybody that's in the SEA region, remember to eat your breakfast if you're awake. And for the NAEU players and also viewers, if you guys are having a break, especially for before you take your dinner, have a break. Charge your phones for the match later on as well. And for CH4 and Ravens, just now Posh and I were talking about it, it really challenges the stamina of these survivors, because right after this match they have to go against Before You. Yeah. Intense and jam-packed.
Jam-packed indeed. Like, you were talking about communication, right, just now, but stamina is also one very important factor, right? Both applies to games and relationships, stamina and communication. Yeah, but we're heading into the band picks straight off the bat. We're heading into Chinatown. Round 1, first half, we're already seeing Sia and Sesame from CH4 picking up female dancer and the composer. I mean, bro, composer has been killing it in the games, right? Like we saw My Leg just now from Before You. Crazy kite.
Yeah, I mean, he played it really, really well. I think My Leg is built different. When he is on the composer, it's a completely different issue. But now we're talking about CH4's composer. Sesame will be on it. Sesame on Rice. And LX, he has quite a lot to pick from. He can pick a Night Watch. Or let me see, what did he play yesterday? Let me take a look. He played the... Where is it? He played the Bonbon? Sorry, Night Watch, Bonbon, and Sculptor. So, chip damage hunters as well as Night Watch. So considering this is Chinatown, and we've seen how strong Night Watch can be in this map, he might potentially be picking a Night Watch going against this team comp. But this team comp is looking really strong. We have a Professor, Composer, Female Dancer, and Mercenary. Support, decoding, rescuing, it's all there.
Yeah. But you know what? I feel like we seldom see Professor a lot, especially in the competitive scene, at least in NAEU and Southeast Asia, right? Like, we seldom see it. But honestly, after what happened in Sacred Heart Hospital against Alba, I felt like Professor's actually really, really strong with the stuns. And just shedding the skin and pick up my skin, you'll be able to do a mini stun to the Hunter. I feel like it's a really good support character as well. But yes, I love what you mentioned here. But as you can see, in this lineup, there's not really a lot of mobility going on, right?
Yeah,
and up against a Naiad, Well, you do not want to be drowned. Like, if you don't have
Yes.
mobility, you have to transition, and without mobility, I feel like Composer has that fast movement speed, and when you activate the skills, he can move gradually faster for a period of time. But how do you think? How do you rate this composition against Naiad?
Composer wise, he can definitely transition, and slow boxer setup center, it can create quite a bit of support. And for Professor, he can do his best to kind of get out of the water pool and get that basic hit on him, and then he uses skills. So I think it's still possible, just that the mobility of the survivors is not the best. Yeah, we don't have any stunners as well, so this is gonna be interesting.
Antiquarian.
Yeah, no Antiquarian, no Prospector, so that's gonna come off as surprising, and I think LX might potentially have a great, easier game in this match.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous encounter, CH4 has gotten the upper hand and an advantage, but right now it's CH4 versus RV for the second time. Chocho, give us 2 random heart colors so that the chat can spam and support them.
Red and yellow.
Red and yellow, there you have it. CH4, red hearts for CH4, yellow hearts for RV. Alex will be needing it as the Naiad. Yellow hearts for him, red hearts for CH4. I repeat, red hearts CH4 and yellow hearts for RV. Support the teams, spam the emotes. Let your support be seen and heard by these players. They're lurking in the comment section, so they're definitely gonna appreciate it a lot. But there you have it, the first lineup. Chocho, I'm so excited for this. Female dancer, I reckon female dancer with the slow box is going to be a very, very annoying thing.
Yes.
Yeah, for Nayat. But there you have it, first half, round 1. Bring you the commentaries, Nello, Mello, and Chocho. Let's go, Chocho. Take it away.
Yeah, right now we're entering the match with a very sexy KFC skin that we're seeing on Nayat. Very sexy. We don't have it in our servers, but Alex making full use of his ability to use that, and amazing skin we're seeing. But moving on to the chase, 9-3 will be getting this chase, and it seems to be that female dancers' boxes have been set up, but he's rotating away from it since there is a huge water pool there. Oh, but dodging out that water pool miraculously and unable to get that hit or registered onto 933.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely try and hit here. Just beautiful work of trying to, drown him in the puddle of water, getting 9-3 to come back. Oh, the scales is ready, but oh wow! 19% humidity, Chocho!
Yeah.
Oh my god! That's so close to getting popped.
He's almost there. He's almost there. LX, will he be able to capitalize on it? No, it's going downwards. Female boxes has been set up as well. He has a flywheel to use, so I think he should be fine. Oh, flywheel failing, unfortunately, but he will get this long pellet stun thanks to the music boxes. There is the blink, there is no excitement, so let's see whether he'll build instant down 9-3 over here.
Yeah, it was so crazy. Look at how slow it's like watching a panther get palleted in slow motion. And 933, he drowned. Alex didn't even need the blink. He drowned before the blink registered. But hey,
that
good
was
job.
really
Good job.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Good job getting the blink out.
Yeah, but we could see how Alex was kind of like in a rush also. He was like, oh crap. Oh, but struggling free. Did he bring 3 struggle? It seems to be, and able to
fast, right?
He's gonna survive much longer, and right now the skills will be ready in 3 seconds. My goodness.
Wow, that was actually very, very. I did not expect the struggling to happen, but you know what? Slow music also slow our perception. But well, he's gonna drown again. So, well, good luck. Good luck struggling the second time because he's so much closer to the chair, Chocho. LX getting the first survivor down, but time for progress, Chocho. A little bit scary if you're on Alex side.
Yeah, I mean, basement for Naya is very scary to deal with, especially when she manages to kind of do exactly what she's doing right now, pull the entire basement, kind of resulting in a possible double down situation. Elwood has been utilized to get nearer to the chair. Let's see this rescue. Will it be a double down or possibly a denied rescue? Terror shot, would it be possible?
Oh,
No!
the chair hit! Oh my goodness! Oh, but he stayed a little long. Yeah, CC. He got stuck between the chair. I mean, I don't know. I think he was admiring the KFC costume, but
I think so
wow. But hey,
Yeah,
my God, he's gonna dash right into 933, and he's gonna go down.
We'll be going down here. Composer and Female Dancer working on the last two ciphers. Mercenary will be down. Cypher's only at 80% for his side. It's gonna create a situation where one of the ciphers will be locked and the other cipher is not being decoded as Mercenary's on the ground. So kind of a situation where Professor kind of need to survive after this rescue. He has a skill to work with. He has a flywheel. Let's see how he's gonna make use of it. But before that, we need to have a very safe rescue on Female Dancer's side. 70% on that humidity. We denying that rescue beautifully on Alex's side, and wow, double down, triple down right now we're seeing, and Sesame is on that center cipher. He needs to prioritize on popping that cipher now.
Yeah, I think he needs to pop it. They need to go for a draw at least. It doesn't matter if Sia's on the chair. I think he should just pop it straight away, let the Mercenary stand up. But hey, I think he won. Oh my god. I think it's kind of like playing with fire. The place Mercenary's not even at the pop cipher yet, so he has to be very careful not to get drowned. But Sesame's doing a pretty good job. Only 4% humidity. Mercenary's already making his way towards the last cipher. Chocho, this is so close, Chocho.
It is, and a denied rescue for the second time, but Mercenary able to rescue and missing that swing. Almost there. Sia will be possibly being chased over here. Female Dancer has the music box to work with, but she does not have any dash for the night side. She already changed to teleport, so if she can down Female Dancer fast enough, teleport to the gate, there is a potential for a 3 kill, or if not, a 4 kill.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. And the slow boxes are buying so much time, but my goodness, LX, he's decided to change target, but two of them are splitting up. Like, you know, my god, it's like they're getting chased by an angry KFC girl saying, "Buy my chicken." Like, they're just chasing, he's just chasing everyone down at this point. But CH4 are just too scattered around, right, Chocho? Feels like a draw at this point.
Yeah, it seems to be that it might be leaning towards a draw, and yeah, CC kind of played it well as well, Sia as well. CH4 managed to kind of recover from the situation from 2 denied rescues, and I think getting a tie, it's still not too bad. Although with that kind of pace they were going for, Professor with that struggle free at the basement, it's still kind of, you know, Cypher Rush is still the name of the game. Nayet can't really come back from there, and still a tie hunter.
Yeah. I mean, despite the basement chair, despite the Terra Shock, not once but twice in the early pops, I feel like CH4, the ability to come back, right? Like they maintain, oh, it's okay, you're in basement, it's okay, Terra Shock, it's okay. I think the disciplines and the patience and the experience comes in really, really well there. But Chocho, I just have to say that game, there was so many exciting moments, so many highlights. Any favorite moments that you want to highlight in the last game?
Favorite moments, I think like making me like sit at the edge of my seat was the 99% water pool first, and then afterwards the blink after the drowning, and then surprisingly that struggle. I'm not too sure if that was actually possible, but apparently it did, and now we know. So interesting fact that we're seeing right over here, and I think kind of went down here from there onwards was from the Mercenaries double down. I wouldn't say that was the whole game over situation, but it kind of led to the downhill kind of vibe. When he doubled down, he couldn't really decode the cipher, and Female Dancer had a lot of pressure at that chair, and kudos to LX because he managed to deny that rescue. If that rescue happened, there was potentially a 4-man detention period, and he might have potentially lost that match. So great recovery on LX side.
Yeah, great recovery is the name. Like, you know, he bounced back, man. Like that looked like the Survivor's game to take. But honestly, 2-2, not too bad. Not too much of a point advantage for any side. So I guess it's up to Ling, right, to bring in the points for CH4 in the next half, and we are going to be seeing Pablo ZG and his band of survivors versus Ling in the second half. So excited about that. But honestly, I feel like I totally agree with you. The thing after the pop was kind of memorable, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we saw it was pretty intense, and if that hit registered right after that pop, I think that was leaning more towards a 4 kill already, which is really unfortunate. Every single detail that he might have missed at a point in time would have added to him getting that 4 kill. But then again, Nayet, a very tireable hunter. We see 2 denied rescues and still Cerberus still able to tie. But it also shows so much potential on CH4 side, able to come back, rebound from that very deadly situation they were kind of stuck in.
Yeah, for reals. Like, Sesame doing his best. Like, you can see that he decodes the most, followed by Sia. CC's also, like, finished one cipher at least, and pops the cipher at the end. I guess the situation kinda summarizes it all for us, right? Like, survivors can make a little bit of mistakes here and there, can slip up a little bit, can fail rescue, can die in the basement. They can afford to make mistakes and still draw the game. Whereas hunters, you make one mistake, I think it's over. Is it safe to say that one mistake and the hunter, it's so hard to recover?
Hard to recover for sure. And yeah, I mean, looking at how this is possibly being played out, I think CH4's Survivor's Condition, they still need to kind of stabilize it a little bit more. We're seeing kind of a bit of waivers here and there. So if they are able to kind of stably play this out in BO2, I think they might be able to potentially win over the Ravens. But looking at how the stats are looking also, LX seems to be in very good condition. I mean, yesterday he actually got pretty good results, and right now we're seeing a tie when survivors actually could have gotten more than that.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen in a game, and that's what makes this game so exciting, so fun to watch, because I believe the viewers are also at the edge of their seats like you. I'm not at the edge of my seats because obviously, well, I'm just screaming inside. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Like the pop in the head, like just gritting your teeth, like that hurts. Like the terror shock. Like you just shocked inside. But scoreboard below, ladies and gentlemen, 2-2. Neither side has the advantage just yet. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to CH4 Link and versus RV Survivors. Just a quick thought, like, what do you think is the best hunter that Link can bring in Chinatown against RV?
If he wants history to repeat itself and he's confident as well, I think a night watch like what he did yesterday at Chinatown, I think that would be very good. I mean, his exploit is spectacular as well. He's very good at it. And I know that he might want to play X-Boy for the first round usually because that's his main. He's scared that he's probably going to get banned in the second round. But be confident. I'm telling to be confident. Pick Night Watch and, play as what you did yesterday. And I pray that results will be the same as well, just like yesterday's.
Wow. Nice. So the message of affirmation from Chocho, wear glasses and be confident. And that's the way, that's the way in life. Yeah, that's the way in life. But I couldn't agree more with you. I think the key is confidence and just believe in yourself, having your teammates back you up. Like I mean, I don't want to bring this up, but like in the anime moments when the main character, like everyone slaps the back for some reason, and then the main character gets a power up. Let's hope this happens with Link, where everyone slaps his back. Like go get him, Link, you got this. But
yes,
yeah.
And
But
looking
Raven,
at the ban picks.
Go ahead.
Looking at the ban picks now, we're seeing Seer and Toy Merchant being banned. Very strong support characters that we're seeing. And Priestess and Female Dancer for the first two, so Ravens will be able to use any of these two in the second round onwards. I think it's still fine as long as they are able to stably secure this tie or even a win, because like I mentioned, this is CH4's map selection. They want to get the advantage, and right now they are only at a tie 2-2, and of course CH4 Link will want to get the advantage for his team. RV wants to kind of stable it out, get that tie situation, and when it comes to BO2, they will have their map selection advantage and possibly win the second round.
What does this say? Banning the Toy Merchant, allowing the Priestess to be out. Is this an indication of an X-Boy, or is this an indication that he wants to play Night Watch?
Indication that he's gonna play Night Watch, because thanks to Nell, yesterday he said how Toy Merchant was like a counter towards Night Watch, how like when you glide you can't actually be attracted back. So seems to be that Ling was listening, and now he's gonna be banning the Toy Merchant to prevent any sort of that happening. So Ravens, seems to be that they might, hopefully they're prepared for this possible Night Watch pick. Antiquarian, Female Dancer Priestess, as well as Gravekeeper. Kind of not too fast decoding team comp, but I think they might potentially play it out well if the first kite is long enough.
Yeah, I think they're just like, gearing up. Battle of the Survivors, right? Like, battle for survival. Like, you come near me, you try to vacuum me in, you pull me in, I'm gonna whack you if I'm the Antiquarian. You slow me, I'm gonna slow you back. But it seems like it's not going to be Night Watch, Jojo.
Not Night Watch, and not everyone everybody in chat is like chanting X boy, and then here I am, Night Watch, and Ling, surprising us with a pick like this. Nayet.
Yeah.
What is he trying to prove now? What is he trying to prove here?
He's trying to prove that he can drown.
He can drown
Raven. He can drown Raven. Just like how Alex tried to drown his teammates. He's like, yo, you trying to drown my teammates? Well, I'm gonna try and drown your teammates this time in second half, and you better believe it, because you know what? No, it doesn't matter if you have a portal. I'm just gonna drown you through the entire area. But Nayet versus a priestess support portal, that's gonna be hard, right? Like when she's swimming, she can't really go through the portal. She can't, right?
She can go through the portal.
She can?
She can swim through the portal. That's why it's going against Priestess. Actually, is still a great kite. She kind of have to control herself and only use the portal when she has collected by a harpoon. So it kind of makes a Priestess portal kind of useless in a sense. I mean, Priestess, you're amazing, but sometimes
you are.
Yeah, it can be maybe that's why Link decided to pick an Nayet, because going against a Priestess might be a hassle to deal with, and maybe Link just want to get a revenge for his teammates. Like, you know what, you pick Nayet against my team, I'm gonna pick the same, and I'm probably gonna get better results also. But we gotta wait for that and see whether that's gonna be possible. I haven't seen Sling Nayet, so maybe he might scare us away with many denied rescues. Who knows?
There you go. Like, ladies and gentlemen, first match, second half between RV versus Sing. CH4 Ling. Wow, Halberd of Silence. Beautiful skin. He's already chasing the priestess, and as you call it, Chocho, portals, no problem. But let's see how he handles the music boxes, because man, it's super slow. I don't think Ling wants to commit anymore.
Yeah, he is not hot-headed. He is like, okay, you know what? You set everything up, which means that, what does it mean? Female Dancer does not have any tools to use at all. Zero. All three music boxes have been placed outside, and he knows that very clearly. Ling, he knows that. Right now, he's gonna go chase the Female Dancer instead. Oh, but I think he sees his backside a little bit, and will be chasing the Female Dancer at the Lion Cage area.
Wow, and he drowned Pablo ZG in such a huge area. Wow, look! Oh my goodness, 87% humidity. Pablo ZGA, there's no support available nearby. She can't even pirouette.
Yes!
And... wow.
Oh my goodness. This is... What does this show? Insolence Nayet. Opening her first kill, she's able to dash, and that dash was so accurate onto Female Dancer. She didn't even react with that flywheel as well. So amazing stuff from Link. That was an almost instant down considering the time taken to down this dancer. Right now, Gravekeeper might potentially be coming for this rescue, or Arton, the Antiquarian, seems like she's rotating to this area.
Yeah, probably rescue after half, because Gravekeeper is still trying to complete his cipher, as we can see on the lower left side of the screen. And honestly, I totally agree with you, Chocho. Amazing insights. Like you set up all the music boxes at the double story corner. I know you don't have anything anymore. You can't pirouette. Without your music boxes, you can't pirouette. You can't juke me. So I'm just gonna chase you instead. So very good awareness by Link. And I don't know, Chocho. Priestess is around the vicinity. Dakiri!
Oh, didn't want to get that free rescue, but also afraid of the blink hit. No! But tunneling down that Female Dancer, still getting that hit. Maybe Female Dancer could have flywheel into the portal. That could have been possibly the thing that could have helped her potentially rebound kite. But unfortunately, that rescue happened. No flywheel used, and Female Dancer is out of the game right now. 3 survivors left and 4 ciphers remaining, looking extremely favorable for Ling.
Yeah, as you can see as well, Chocho, right? If you notice, Arthur's getting chased now, and all the places that Ling decides to go, it's far away from the boxes that has been set up. So it negates the use of the slow music boxes. It negates the use, and I just have to say, sometimes maybe you gotta keep one music box for yourself. Lesson of the day. Like, yeah.
Keep one for yourself. Protect yourself before you protect others. Lesson
Wow.
learned.
Nice insight going on there. Protect yourself. Put on the mask before you put the mask for someone else. And the blink is gonna happen. Oh, Artyom.
Calm.
Oh,
not even the blink needed. My goodness. And we'll be chairing the Antiquarian at one of the last few ciphers. Almost primed though at 85%, I believe. So Felchat will be coming for this rescue. Gravekeeper with the tight turner. Priestess will be decoding one of those 2 ciphers, but we still have 1 full cipher not decoded yet now.
Yeah, I mean, man, this is one new cipher getting started. But hey, at least Gravekeeper has a tight turner available, so it will make the kite, it will make the containment even longer. Like allows the Antiquarian to run as far away as possible from the cipher that supposedly has 85% progress. So Gravekeeper, oh my god! Humidity Queen! Ling is slaying Jojo!
He is cooking, he is slaying, he is doing everything that he can to get 4 eliminations that we're seeing here. He was patiently waiting for the Gravekeeper to come back into human form, hold him, and wow, denying rescue once again. Ling just returning everything back to the RV's hunter LX. Flywheel happening and no denied rescue, fortunately enough, but Antiquarian unable to react fast enough with that disarmament and will be down once again. Gravekeeper has stand up, but he has used his self-heal, not waiting for Princess to allow him to stand up, so that was interesting. I think Gravekeeper kind of was thinking Princess might not be able to get that rescue and use self-heal to potentially get that rescue instead. But long portal here, Priestess just waiting a little.
Yep, just trying to, retract the harpoon. Get Link to retract the harpoon, goes through the global. But can I just say, boy, that Dakiri was so calm, flywheel that damage. If he felt there, it would have been so disastrous for RV. Felchap's gonna be going under the ground again, he's trying to be safe, but no area is safe against the Queen. Link's just gonna poke him out, it doesn't matter, he's just gonna hit through. Felchap is gonna be kiting without his skills available for the next 10 seconds. But Ling already moving, trying to drown him in this huge puddle. But they're just gonna surrender?
They are just gonna surrender, and it will be a 5-0 match for Link and for CH4. So the total points for BO1 will be 7-2. Quite an interesting match, I would say. Quite a lot of denied rescues, but at the end of the day, I think both sides did a good job. Female Dancer, after the rescue, if she flywheel into the portal, there was a potential for a rebound kite. Princess has so much portals, Antiquarian could come for the harass. So many things could have happened. So a little bit conservative with what they have, especially when you're last chair already. So a bit of misstep, I would say, and hopefully Raven survivors can actually come back from this. Don't be too disheartened, it's still the BO1 match only, enter the CH4's map selection. Of course they want to get the advantage, which they did. And Raven now will be having their map selection for BO2.
Yeah, for reals, comeback is the name of the game. We've seen even worse comebacks from this, right? Like from a point deficit of 16 to 2, we've seen it come back in best of 2, best of 3, best of 4, best of 5. But unfortunately, this is only going to last as long as best of 3. Round 1, second half goes to Ling with the Naiad. Mirror match, but Ling proven to be drowning the survivors faster than his fellow Naiad LX. So the points would be 7-2 in advantage of CH4. And I just have to say though, like it's very hard to kite a Naiad, especially when you don't have mobility. And even with the Priestess, right? And female dancer, as you can see, without music boxes, don't put all your eggs in one basket, man. Don't commit everything. Leave one for yourself. I think that's the only thing we can point out from that game, like that resulted in Pablo going down fairly quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea that they were going for, I mean, female dancer fully putting everything at the hospital, betting on the Priestess to kite. I think that was fine, but the thing was that Ling did not commit to the priestess at the at the hotel area. So, yeah, like you said, don't put all your eggs in the basket. Maybe have one to protect yourself, like you've mentioned also. Yeah, and committed everything to the hotel area just for the priestess, and she left that area. Female dancer left that area to the lion cage where there's absolutely nothing. So, yes, actually, advice from my female dancer main, also, my friend also, which is a female dancer main. Don't set up your female boxes too early when you enter the match, because sometimes Hunter not chasing anybody, she just see the boxes, she's just gonna destroy it. And
right?
yeah, absolutely no use at the start, which is not putting female dancer in a very good light, because she's actually a very strong support kiter as well.
Words of wisdom coming in from Chocho's friend, the female dancer. I believe the name starts with an N. Ends with an L.
No, he is
Nope,
not a
that
female
one.
dancer. Female main though.
Perfumer main, yeah. A-Batch, yeah. He wants to be praised for his perfumer plays, but honestly, when he fails, we just laugh at it. But yeah, I totally agree with you, not setting it up early. But okay, here's the thing. Wouldn't it be kind of selfish to just leave Pablo to kite on himself by himself against the Naiad? Because I think the priestess, realizing that he's changing targets to Pablo, would have went down, connect two portals so that Pablo can come back, allow both of them to kite in the same area, right? And then priestess rotate away. Like whoever's getting chased, stay in that area, and the other person run away. Wouldn't that be make better sense? Like,
Yeah, that would actually make perfect sense. And now that you were talking about that, right? Yeah, just to add on, she could have priestess, after she changed targets, right? Just set portals towards the female dancer, and if she happens to rotate away to somewhere even further, I mean, from somewhere else, the portals coming to hospital is totally possible. And also, I mean, priestess against Naiad at hotel, the portals can actually be at an area where Naiad can't actually, has to like be forced to hold back her harpoon to kind of drop back down into the portal. If not, priestess can continuously use that portal. So if you think about it, the boxes actually wasn't necessary at all for that priestess guide in the hotel, if that actually does happen. So yeah, if you're looking at this in a more in-depth way, female dancer in some way could have just have all her boxes to herself instead of giving it all to priestess, which is very strong at the hotel by herself.
yeah. But we gotta admire the tenacity, right? Like the teamwork. The idea is there. It's just that the execution probably needs a little bit more polishing. But they did play their hearts out. It's just very unfortunate that Ling, the awareness, you know, the hunter awareness, the hunter instinct, call it you may, he just gets it. Oh, 1, 2, 3. All music boxes are here. Let's change locations. We hate to be here. And speaking of locations, Chocho, the map ban fix is up.
Yep, so CH4 banned the ever slipping town, and RV picked the lakeside village. And from what I was seeing from the live chat, they were kind of hoping for ever slipping town so that the tram hit happens again, but CH4 says no. Alright, CH4 says no, not us. So RV will be taking the lakeside village, kind of a pick that not most teams are prepared for usually, and I think it might have caught CH4 off guard. So if RV survivors do come up again, I'm actually curious to see whether they're gonna be banning the Night Watch, the Naiad, or is it gonna be the X-Boy?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think?
Would you prefer? Like in Lakeside.
This map is pretty big, so I think Naiad is still playable. X-Boy wise, honestly for Ling, he can excel in X-Boy on all maps, so that's the thing about him. I mean, we saw him in Leo's memory yesterday. QNY tried to prevent that possible X-Boy pick or that play in Leo's memory, and it didn't work out because Ling is just that top notch in his X-Boy, and arguably one of the best NAEU X-Boy means out there already. So I think banning X-Boy, allowing Night Watch and Night to come out, I think might be a better choice for them. Still tough. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an uphill battle for sure, but you know, well, this is a competition, and tough is just one of the many words to describe the competition. It's an uphill battle for Ravens, especially since they're down in round number 1. They already lost 1 round. So in game number 2, with Ravens choosing Lakeside, I'm pretty sure they have a plan concocted at the back of their minds. Maybe the coach is already discussing with them. But I would say this map so good, so many potentials. I totally agree with you. X-Boy should be banned because Ling is just so good here. Maybe take their chances with Nayad again, but they just got 4K with Nayad. Oh yeah, this is such a hard decision to make.
Yeah, and for that, we'll be seeing CH4 survivors coming up first, followed by CH4's Hunter later on. So focusing on this for now, we do know that LX now have a Nayad, Nightwatch, Bonbon, and Sculptor. We'll see what CH4 decides to ban, whether they're gonna be giving that ban for that Nayad, which they got a tie-in, which might be kind of difficult for them, but just banning out the Nightwatch, a bit of a, I would say, a respect ban for LX, considering that he didn't play it, but it's just gonna be banned because they know that Nightwatch itself is very strong character.
Yeah, I mean, we already picked up Toy Merchant and Acrobat, so we can already see a little bit of mobility going on here. And since Toy Merchant is put into play, we can expect maybe the third character, fourth character is gonna be someone who can utilize the items by Toy Merchant. Maybe a mercenary getting picked up straight away. Yep, mercenary.
You're right,
yeah,
we're on the dot now. And
right on the dot. Yeah.
Yeah, and we still have. Let's see, we don't have a harasser yet for CH4's team comp. Maybe they might pick a prospector. Yeah. Oh,
what?
No, a weeping
Let's
clown.
go.
Yeah,
Let's
and
go.
if I remember correctly, yesterday we saw a weeping clown as well. It was at Chinatown, and then the weeping clown was not used for like support, but it was more used of a stunning the hunter, the Ripper at Chinatown. So maybe they might be trying to go for the stun as well. A surprise stun so that Hunter is caught off guard, because usually Whipping Clown is seen as a kiter, a support more than a harasser that we're seeing. But LX, looking at this team comp, he has quite a few. Nayad he can pick.
Sculptor.
Nayad he
I
can.
don't know.
Sculptor, Bonbon.
Yeah. I mean, he can play a lot of characters, but he has to take into consideration that CH4 has mobility. Everyone can fly, can rocket away, can glide away. Not to mention the new updates towards Whipping Clown. If I recall correctly, there is a slight movement speed buff when you're on the rocket instead of just following your normal move speed. Is that correct?
I think it was more of like survivors able to get hooked onto the rocket. Oh!
Whoa!
Before that, we're seeing Evil Reptilian once again. I love NAEU's Hunter picks, okay? They always surprise me. Yesterday we saw a Feaster. Today we're seeing a Lizard. What did they not know?
I mean, I don't know, man, but one thing's for sure, Chocho, this lizard looks hungry. With the tongue sticking out, he looks hungry. He wants to storm. And I just have to say, with the recent updates on Lucino as well, the storm affects everyone in the area. How crazy is that? It's so scary. It might even be a double down. So Mercenary has to be really careful to avoid the storm. But yeah, I love Lucino, and I think he's really strong. But I think early game, his weakness is in, like he might not be able to chase anyone in the big boat or anywhere with, with obstacles on top of the head. But I would say pretty good choice. But if I recall correctly, the controls are really hard on mobile, especially, right? Like PC has it easy. Mobile, Chocho.
Yeah, PC do have it easy. I think when they actually jump, you can look downwards, so that's much easier compared to mobile. Mobile, you can't look downwards when you jump, so that's kind of whack. And looking at the spawn locations, Acrobat is someone that he doesn't want to chase at the start, considering that he doesn't have his first skill where he lands and can get damage onto Acrobat. What Acrobat can do is just get his ball ready. Each time he jumps nearer to you, I'm just gonna ball away. What can you do? Plus, it's the shack area. So he has two choices left: either chase the Toy Merchant at Big Boat, which doesn't sound like a great plan, honestly, and Whipping Clown at the small boat area. Seems like Whipping Clown might be the potential chase here.
Yeah, but Whipping Clown has a rocket to gain distance. He can easily zoom zoom all the way towards the middle boat, and that's where the pallets are gonna matter a lot. Lucino, once you break the pallets, he's gonna go towards the 11 area, and that's another kiting spot. So I would say Lucino's not gonna have a really good time, but I'm just so excited to see Lucino regardless. Potential traits, like I think normal Lucino players would just bring 3-6 with a blink. But in this situation, a
We'll see whether
teleport,
that will be
6-12.
the case.
Oh wait,
And
he's
right
going
now
to the
it'll
big
be-
boat, Chocho.
Yeah. Oh, but he'll be chasing the toy merchant. Actually, why big boat might not be the best place to chase is because of this elevated areas. Like he can jump here because there is the air, but right now at the first floor, his head will get stuck on the upstairs, so he can't really jump. So making it a very bad place for him. But Sesame is still making use of this entire area.
Yeah, I mean, you can see now, but at least he's trying to catch up. He's gonna catch up pretty soon. But after vaulting through, he can just glide away. That's the beauty of Toy Merchant. You can just fly from one area to another, put down the pallet, just rotate around again. LX is gonna have his blink pretty soon. But Sesame, oh my god, beautiful jump, but missing the hit.
Missing that swing, yes, right. And Sesame, didn't want to give him a drop hit by going forward, so, very smart move on Sesame's side. Jumping down, and Sesame too, jumping up but hasn't sensed that Hunter has jumped too. So the distance has closed so much nearer right now, and Blink will be activated. There's no flywheel, and the hit will register onto Toy Merchant. And yes, she will be chat in this area, but is there a basement at the...
Send to CC. I think, yeah, because CC's Cypher is so close, you might as well chair and give pressure to the Mercenary, go and hit, and if the Mercenary dashes, you can just lead. I guess medium camping, far camping is the strength of Lucino. CC has to be really careful here, not to get hit prematurely. But, okay, that one hit's gonna register, but the leap is gonna happen. Oh, no, he's decided not to choose. he cannot choose between the Toy Merchant or Mercenary.
So he shall stop and go for this walking chase that we're seeing here. Sesame's still trying to kite this out. He can jump now and create that damage onto Toy Merchant. We're seeing that exactly happening. Amazing stuff from LX. Amazing picks also. Sesame will be checked for the second time, and Cyphers is not looking too enough for a 4-man detention period.
Wow, that was amazing though. The controls as well, right? I know you said PC obviously has a better camera angle, movement control, but LX maneuvering the camera movements like a pro. You can't even tell which device he's on. But I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, this is mobile, and he's slaying at the moment. Toy Merchant looks like she's about to expire, about to be sent back to the manor. 933 is just giving a little bit of tinnitus, but it's far away. Alex moving to his next target is gonna be Sia. Spots the Acrobat, probably not gonna chase. No, Acrobat's too far to know this. He's just gonna go after 933 instead. Jojo. Oh wait, what? I thought. Okay.
Oh, just starting that rocket, avoiding that damage successfully. If the damage does register when he does that rocket thing, it will be cancelled immediately, I believe. So 933 able to get into the area where LX hates it the most, playing an evil reptilian. And yeah, wow, but jumping over, just making use of that, suddenly he becomes a Night Watch, and Whipping Sound getting that basic hit registered, and still has a flywheel to use, and rocket will be ready in now.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Lucino drops, he's just gonna use the rocket, and that's the power of Whipping Cloud. At least you have the mobility to run away. It's buying so much time, Chocho, because while all of that is happening, 2 Cyphers are about to be primed. But wait, the awareness of LX, he realizes that the Acrobat's trying to finish this. Oh, it hits the Acrobat!
Hit registers, that's right now, and right now Sierra's trying to get into the pallet. This mind game up here. Failing, unfortunately, and will be checked at the last Cypher, 77%, teleporting back to the center Cypher. 933, Whipping Cloud, if he gets down one more time, it might be GG. Flywheel being used, and 933 still has one more rocket. Will he use it now? The hit does not register.
LX needs to down him. LX needs to down him for sure, but wait. Okay, he's noticing. Everyone's actually injured, so as long as Lucino camps this middle Cypher, he can easily, get a win here. Both survivors need to heal up. That's the name of the game. I think the safe bet would be to start a new Cypher on the big boat, but it seems like they're kind of trying to rush Oh my god, you shouldn't be here anymore. Whipping Clown has no more rockets!
Oh my
Right?
goodness, do you see? He actually picked up the elbow pad that Toy Merchant dropped before she died, but the elbow pad got cancelled out the moment the hit registered. So it cancelled out the elbow pad completely. A misstep on Weeping Clown's side. What a play on LX. What?
Wow.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, it looks like, oh my god, CC's actually just gonna, dash towards where the Weeping Clown is. Oh, and the heal pretty fast. Acrobat surviving barely the stomp by Lucino, but CC's gonna go down pretty soon. LX, yeah, I think he should just probably chair close by. There's a chair nearby. But wait, no, not gonna chair. He's just gonna go straight for Tree.
Yeah, and that's why mobile Evo Reptilian is kind of high. You can't look down when you kind of go down, so you don't know where you're landing on until it actually lands. But we're seeing all of the self heals still being available. Teleport is ready. Distance is very close between the chair as well as the Cypher. I think Acrobat is gonna decode a new Cypher at the shore, but I don't think it might be enough considering their health levels and the items that Weeping Clown has at this point.
I don't think it's gonna be enough because let's not forget, Alex has a teleport. So I think the smart thing to do now is just to wait until Mercenary's dead. He knows that the new Cypher has just started. So chase after Nitri!
Come on,
Wow.
933, you can do this. Flywheel, come on, make use of it. Right now, LX will not commit to this because unfortunately, we'll be going back to the chair, and Acrobat does know that now, so we'll be rotating back to the Cypher. And because of this back and forth, that shore Cypher will never be enough. And
for real.
Yeah, suddenly reminds us it's never enough. But 933 will be at the center Cypher, trying to pressure both sides, and we'll be committing to 933, I think so, and jump will be ready in 2 seconds. Let's see.
Yeah, and 933 has nothing left except for a flywheel. Has to time it really good. Oh, and the flywheel, beautifully done. Wow, CH4 really standing their ground despite everyone being injured. Wow, and the mind game as well. But 933, oh my god, Lucino's had enough. He's gonna chair 933. CC is already doing the Cypher, is already at 88%. Yeah, Lucino's just gonna go around trying to see the progress. But if CC goes down again, oh wait!
If he potentially downs the Mercenary here, it might potentially be a 4 elimination that we're seeing here. Whipping Clown, will he be able to stand up in time? He did bring Flywheel, which means that his self-heal is the fastest that he can get at this point in time. Last Cypher, 70%. Whipping Clown self-heal, this is extremely important. If he can stand up and pop that Cypher, it might potentially still be a 1 escape regardless.
Yeah, I think he's gonna pop, and I think he should just teleport straight away. Wait, did he not realize that the shore Cypher is almost done as well? Oh my god.
Oh,
yeah,
he's gonna hold on to this. He's gonna chase Whipping Clown and teleport to gate. All of them are far away from the back gate, so...
Yeah, best case scenario, he holding on to his is much smarter. You're right, Chocho. And now, chasing after the Weeping Clown, he knows that the direction of the Acrobat would probably be the back gate. But hey, this place is actually really hard to jump. But we've seen him do it before against the Toy Merchant. Wait, careful.
Come on, if he gets the hit, he lands the hit. There's no self-heal. He can technically teleport all the way. And Acrobat is at the gate area. Oh, he's just gonna play this safe first, right? Acrobat. And now we're looking at this again. Acrobat opening gates. 30 seconds compared to normal survivors. And Dungeon is at the small gate area. Once he goes there, he's gonna have the Tinnitus popped up. The blood trace is on the floor now. How is this gonna make it?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna die fast enough. But the bomb is gonna help Sia rotate towards where the dungeon is. Even Reptilian has to be really careful. But unfortunately for CH4, Acrobat does not have a flywheel. Sia!
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be intense. A slip up on the Hunter side, and Acrobat might potentially go for this because he has 2 mud bombs, alright? But he can only throw 1 at a time with 10 seconds cooldown in the middle of each one. So let's see, a bit of a mind game. Jumping! Unfortunately, that did not happen. Oh my goodness. This is not Percy, so he can change the dungeon location as well. Sia just trying to kite this out. And right now, LX is behind Sia. Sia has a mud bomb. If he times this correctly, which does not happen as of yet. Oh my goodness, mud bomb over. goes down the small boat. Oh my gosh, now this is intense.
10 more seconds, 10 more seconds. He has to last 10 more seconds before detention runs out. Come on, Alex.
Oh my
LX
goodness.
has 3 seconds to make this work. But
My
Sia,
goodness.
oh my goodness, a misstep. But no,
Come on.
wait.
Oh my goodness. This might potentially give him chance to jump over. Right now, the jump is 5 seconds cooldown. Sia will make it to this dungeon. What an intense match now. Oh my goodness. Sia, incredible job, CH4. Avoiding that 4 kill.
Exactly, my thoughts exactly. CH4 avoiding the worst possible case of getting 4 eliminated by the Lucino. But can I just say, Chocho, Lucino works. LX made Lucino work against CH4, and my goodness, is this the beginning of a comeback for team? Oh my god, for the Lucino team Ravens.
Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, a 3 kill. Almost a 4 kill though, but CH4 Survivor still standing very strong in terms of stability, getting that 1 escape through the dungeon. Yeah, I think when it comes to hunters where you pick really like Feaster or Evil Reptilians, hunters that you don't expect, results wise is usually pretty good. For the Feaster it was 3 kill, Evil Reptilian is 3 kill as well, almost 4 kill. So amazing stuff from Ravens. And also something to note, in all the 4 or 5 matches that he has played since yesterday till today, there's not a single time that he's repeated the same hunter pick. So that's
what's next, Matt
just shows his character pool, man. Like just really, really huge and amazing. I think this hunter is to be feared. I don't think he was in Ravens previously.
Yeah, but well, good job on Ravens picking him up, because he's definitely adding towards the fight against CH4 right now. And I have to say, what an amazing match by this Lucino. I mean, I hate lizards, but you gotta love this Lucino by LX.
He is good.
He's really good. And with all the mobilities as well, Jojo, can I just say, Toy Merchant in the big boat, he made that happen. Like we were saying, yo, he's gonna have a super hard time in the big boat against the Toy Merchant at that, but he made it work. And my God, that was, I just have to say, good job in turning this back around by Team RV, LX
Team
especially.
RV.
Team RV, Team LV. They should change to LVLX. Ravens.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, interesting. So RV and RVLX, he did an amazing job. Wow, if he did manage to secure that 4 kill though, it kind of would have secured the BO3 match that we might be seeing later on. So I'm honestly speaking, I'm very excited. If this happens to belong to BO3 over time, what other things can this Raven or LX guy play? I'm quite curious. He hasn't repeated a single hunter pick yet.
I'm curious too, but I'm also curious if Ling is going to do Lucino mirror match as well and say, you know, I can do this better. I hope they don't let ego get in the way and just play something that you are really, really good at, which is the ex-boy, right?
Yeah, the ex-boy for sure. And if it does happen that he plays Evil Reptilian, for sure Ling is trying to mirror what he's gonna play, which will be interesting. And I don't know. I feel like picking the same hunter pick as your opponents is kind of giving like, I'm gonna play exactly what you can play and I'm gonna play better than you. It's giving that kind of vibe. So if Ling though, if he's confident enough, I mean sure, why not? I mean nobody's stopping him. So definitely
Hunters,
something to
right?
see.
Yeah, egos of hunters clash. But honestly, Chocho, you gotta take this into consideration too. Like the score is 8-5. CH4 is up by 1 game. So as the win conditions here, if CH4 Ling gets a 4K, they win. They don't even need to go to best of 3. So if Ling wants to do what's best for his team, and you know, I want to do the psychological damage, the emotional damage, you know, like by playing Lucino as well. But I think he really needs to focus on getting the W for the team. And you know what? I believe not just you, but me and all the people in the chat as well, the viewers, we believe that his ex-boy is to be feared. Ex-boy is the way, the life. Ex-boy, the way, the life, the win condition that CH4 needs. But what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, knowing RV right now, they probably have two hunters they want to ban. Either it be X-Boy or it be Nightwatch. These two characters are the characters that Ling played yesterday that all got 4 eliminations consecutively as well.
Wow.
So it's gonna be hard for them to pick, I would say. It's gonna be very, very hard. X-Boy, it gives windows of opportunity for still escapes, but this is Ling we're talking about. With Nightwatch wise, once you have a pretty bad start, and Link wise, knowing him, he's not gonna give any chances to. It might be leading towards a 4 kill if that happens. So let's see what RV. I'm interested to see what RV is gonna ban here, whether it be Nightwatch or X-Boy. Nayet is out of the question, I would say, not of the equation.
Nightwatch! Oh my god! Are we gonna see an X-Boy? Like, everyone's in the chat, like, Demon saying, Link, please, I need your X-Boy gameplay. Even Louisa, Lima, even Kath, shout outs to you guys as well, Mima Same. Wow, everyone's like dying to see the X-Boy, but RV's gonna respond. Like, they want to avoid the potential 4K, and I like the Embalmer pick.
Me too.
Yeah.
This is actually great, and just leading away from it a little bit, someone was asking whether journalists is allowed in IVT. Journalists and novelists is not allowed in IVT, so we won't be seeing any journalists, unfortunately. As much as I also want to see journalists, though. I mean, this is the first time we have a female rescue. I mean, other than coordinator, but this character, journalist, she can rescue, she can kite, and she has things that she can consistently overuse. You know, like overly used it. 3 pellet down and 1 rescuing camera image, so that would be interesting to see maybe in the future tournaments, but not this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, as a hunter, you hate to see a journalist. As a survivor, you love to see a journalist, right? Because even if the hunter hits the little boy, well, the little guy, at least journalist is free to make the rescue. Or if he hits the journalist, well, it's a good rescue on the little boy. So I have to say, journalist is one of those very, very annoying characters to have playing against. And escort as well. I totally hate it when you're a single hit hunter and you're about to hit the journalist, and he releases the little guy. The little guy runs side by side. Yeah, and I'm like, bro.
Yeah, you hit the little boy, journalists get that speed boost. But then again, if hunter do hit the little boy, journalist kind of suffers from this debuff of when he's decoding. So each time you hit, he's gonna decode slower and slower, which is kind of tough, I would say. But going a little bit back, you know, we kind of sidetrack a little. Embalmer, psychologist, entomologist, and first officer. Looking good. Looking good.
Yeah, looking good. My god, BQ! Were we expecting this?
No, none of us. Not the viewers, not us commentators, not at all. We weren't expecting this Bloody Queen, okay? But we've seen Bloody Queen being worked very well in Lakeside Village, but still leaning towards a tie situation if survivors do play it well. And we know how for Bloody Queen, each mirror you miss is a chance away from a 4 kill match. So, you know, you like to kind of make this kind of bets with me now, so my turn to ask you this question. How many mirrors do you think Ling is gonna miss?
How many mirrors? Well, I'm a firm believer of anyone who plays Bloody Queen. So I will set it to... Does it count? Like if she makes the swap, then it counts as a miss, right?
If he makes a swap, it's not count because like he did. Okay, if he attempts to hit, that's considered like, and then he swaps, then that's a miss. Okay,
so I would say 3.
3. Okay, I'm gonna say. Okay, because I'm just not. I said BO3, right? So I should probably think my words. So maybe 5. Okay, I'm gonna say 5. You 3, mine 5, and we saw how the spawn locations were just now. It was the Great Wall of China, straight line, and Hunter will be spawning right below someone. So he has 3 targets to choose. I mean, the one on the left in front of him or the one on the right. So we'll see what Link chooses. And looking at this team comp, Entomologist will be a very good chase. But if she's at in the big boat area, she will not be a very good chase at all.
Yeah. I mean, now that you think about it, X-Boy is sort of like getting countered by this composition, right?
Yes.
The hypnotism, the bees, and then the 3 hits. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, a potential ending to the game between Ravens and CH4 bringing the commentaries is me, Nelomelo, and Chocho. Round 2, second half. Let's go, Ling with the BQ.
Alright, and Link just being really careful. He knows that each mirror mist is a mirror. It's away from one step away from a 4 kill. So just walk towards the center. He spots out the psychologist. Accurate mirror placement over there, and Pablo rotating towards the front gate and unable to get that second hit onto that same mirror. We'll be waiting for this next mirror in the next 15 seconds now.
Wow. That was such a crazy mirror coming in, such a fast mirror going on as well. But ciphers are going pretty fast. Pablo ZG still has 2 chances. Ling just waiting for the mirror. Is he gonna hit that second time? Whoa!
Yes.
It's gonna hit again! Wow, and the stress as well. Like, look at the timing that Ling has against Pablo. So already down to the first one, and he already down to the last health, and he has a blink ready.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And right now the blink happening.
Oh!
What? Oh my goodness! Okay, so he just missed that blink, unfortunately, but then again, he does have the mirror in the next few seconds, so that's still fine. As long as Link manages to place this well enough, he can potentially steal down this psychologist, but the time brought out would be a little bit too much. 3 mirrors, 1 blink. Still fine. It's very good, actually.
Still fine. Not to mention there's an embalmer, right? Again, ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game is for RV to get at least 2 survivors out, a draw, in order for them to win. And against a Bloody Queen, and with Pablo ZG kiting 2 ciphers? 2.5 ciphers, almost 2.5 ciphers. Seems pretty doable, right, Chocho?
Yeah, very doable. And
wait,
Chap, the rescuer getting that hit. He won't.
My God.
If he needs this rescue, he kind of need to get to use his watch, and that's still fine. There is this small titanium effect if he gets hit. So, fingers crossed. Best scenario is to not get that hit registered at all. The hit still registering. Things are being pushed. It's not a chair hit. It's hit onto first officer.
Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the mirror is ready now.
My goodness, what's going on? Even with the beast, he still managed to hit through? That's crazy! And now Pablo ZG is down to his last health. First officer's gonna...
Come on.
Wait.
No!
Okay.
And we'll be downing him once again now. Double down situation that we're seeing here. 5th cipher has not been touched, and added together it's just 3 ciphers already. And update, keep us in check. There's still not a single mirror miss.
Why did we even say 3 and 5?
Yeah, I know, right?
Never doubt Ling's BQ, man.
The
Bloody
Ling Queen.
The Ling Queen factor. Ling is slaying at this moment. Dakiri probably gonna sell, no point in going for the rescue because, well, they need to conserve their health. Last cipher, as you mentioned, is not being done just yet. First officer has finally gotten up. Embalmer's about to finish his cipher. 2 ciphers remaining. At the moment, one's at 52%. Dakiri, he's just gonna watch as Pablo expires. I mean, Dakiri sees. Oh wait, what? Oh my God! He's gonna get spotted out.
He got spotted out very early, and he. Would this be the potential first mirror miss that we're seeing now?
Oh, he better miss some. He better miss some.
We're all wrong.
Oh, he missed.
A mirror miss.
One.
First mirror miss, and I don't know why I was so excited. But the Kiri, amazing kite we're seeing here. A flywheel utilized, but a basic hit still registers, so that kind of offsets the failed mirror that we saw just now. He does have a mirror once again. A blink is available. Oh, but sniping towards the center area. Who are we seeing here? Embalmer.
Yeah, but hey, two misses. I would count that as 2 misses already.
Okay, fine, 2 misses. Okay.
Yeah, but honestly, this is why. Yeah, Raven's lineup is actually really good for a draw here, and against the Bloody Queen as well. Look how much time is being bought. Artyom, even if he goes down, he still has the coffin to work with. Wow, he's just looping around this area, Chocho.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because it's kiting between the 2 ciphers. Trap is at this area too, and Entomology doesn't dare to come to center since she's half health. She doesn't want to die at the last cipher. None of them want to. And Ling Queen spotting out Daikiri. Doesn't have anything. Entomology's beast. Oh, perfect placement over there. And Entomology no longer has anything to work with. Link still has a blink, but I think he's conserving this for the late game, or potentially changing to abnormal to kind of prevent Cyphers from popping. That could be possible. So Dakiri, oh no, Arton will be getting this. Oh, the
Fourth mirror? Fourth mirror? No,
this
just
is
now.
third,
He
right?
already missed the third. He already missed the third just now.
He missed.
Remember?
Oh, the entomologist. Is it?
Yeah. This is the fourth. Oh my god.
Oh, closer to me now. And
Okay.
yeah, they're healing up at the 11 area, and I think Arton have kind of informed them about it. I think they're. Oh, but Tenacious is being popped up. I think Ling might know that they are here. Mira is ready very soon, and they won't be able to heal up at all. Arton, this is the opportunity for him to kind of force the center ciphers as well as the front gate cipher.
Yeah, this might be the opening that they need. Wait. Potential fifth mirror. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Very close. Yeah, I think Jojo, you've got it. You've got it. But as all of this is going on, Jojo, Arthur's starting a 6 cipher at the open toilet. So that's a pretty smart move, considering he knows that Link's gonna try and buy as much time. He's gonna keep camping the middle. But Felchop doing an amazing job. Last pocket watch being used, but use it. You gotta buy time because all you need is a draw, a one-man escape at least to tie the situation. But Entomologist has been healed with the Strange in his hands. Felchop's gonna go down, but hey, it's totally okay because ciphers are actually moving in. But Jojo, the factor though, Link still has trump card with Blink, so anytime he feels like it, he can just abnormal. Though I think it's not really good in this situation, right? Because
Yeah, he's
three
gonna put
ciphers.
himself in a very tough situation, and this is exactly what Ling wants. Oh, but mirroring over there, oh, 6 mirror?
Oh.
6 mirror. 6 mirror.
6 mirror. Okay,
Yeah,
we
6
both got
mirror
it
it
wrong.
is.
But it's fine. Yeah, it's fine because it's good for Raven. Every miss mirror is good for Raven. For Ling, my goodness, a perfume rescue. Go back. No.
Oh,
can't
unable
make it
to
in
go
time.
back. Unfortunately, that timing wasn't sufficient enough for him. But Entomologist, let's see, she's trying to force that center cipher. Arthur needs to come here now. This mirror, I think it will still register regardless. So,
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Unfortunately,
Arthur's
trying flywheel. I think he was trying to flywheel. I think, but it kind of he clicked on the slow walking animation action instead. So that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, and this cipher over here, 81%, Link knows, and he still has trump card. So we'll see what Links decide to do. Felchep is trying to run to the front gate stone cipher, but Link has full clear
Oh my
vision
god!
of that.
What?
If he downs Felchep here, it's GG's.
Wow.
Okay, downing the entomologist. That's the 7th field mirror, right? So that's 7. 7 over there.
Yeah.
And
I'm
Bama
not
can
counting
force the center
anymore.
cipher now. He needs to do that.
Yeah.
And Bama? Where's he going?
I
Yeah, he's forcing it now. Wow, okay. This is intense, my goodness. Oh my goodness, okay.
Yeah, he's trying to play it at the corner area. He knows that Cypher's about to be done pretty soon. In fact, it's already prime in the middle. So, use the mirror first. Wait, if he downs Felchop here, it'll be good. Like, he knows that someone's definitely... Oh my god, if he downs Felchop here!
Oh, I think it's still fine, it's still fine. He manages to kind of... Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, that was close. Entomologist and first officer doesn't have any items to use. Mbama has a coffin, so if anything, Mbama should be tanking this hit, or if not, coffin the entomologist so she can survive. But I think this entomologist's second chair, so doesn't matter anymore. Flywheel was not used for this part of the end game. And Mbama still has a coffin to work with, but doesn't have the Titanic effect because detention has been activated. Dungeon seems to be at the 11 or small boat area since we're not seeing at this part of the map.
Yeah.
So Ling, let's see what she's gonna do.
Wow. Is he gonna actually find someone there? He is. Oh wait, he's going straight for the back gate. Has to be really careful though, because Embalmer's already going towards where the dungeon is. Yeah, he's going. Oh wait, Felchop!
I don't think
make
he'll make it.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness. This is really unfortunate. What? My goodness. Embalmer right now, let's see what he's gonna do. They need to get at least a 1 escape to prolong this to a BO3. We saw Evil Reptilian hard earning 3 kill in this previous match. So please, Raven Survivors, you got this, alright? Coffin is there.
Wait, Link! Oh my god, Link! What a monster! What a monster!
Oh, but he's unable to find the embalmer using his mirror, so it's still fine, it's still fine. He probably thinks that he's at the big boat or shore area. He's trying to take a look, just using his terrains to see, but unable to do that right now. Arton still trying to play around this area. He's gonna have 3 best friends on top of his head really soon.
Yeah, but the smart thing was Artyom placed a coffin onto the dungeon.
He knows there is the ping. He has 3 best friends on top of his head. He got it. And did he manage to
he has
put the
dungeon.
embalmer?
He has the dungeon. He has the dungeon on the. Wait.
Did he
does,
place
right?
it there? I hope he did.
No,
I
he
hope he
put
did.
it at the 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh wait,
And
it's very
he'll
close.
make it.
Yeah,
He'll make it. Arton. I think he's
God.
gonna be the MVP of this team. Embalmer
For reals.
coming off so strong. We're seeing a 3 kill, but still a 1 escape, prolonging this to a BO3. Like most of us are probably expecting, especially looking at Raven's hard work. I mean, we're seeing a lot of back and forth, and got Bloody Queen almost getting a 4 kill also. So both sides hunters actually giving a slight chance, a bit back and forth, but I would say Ravens this time round, they really created this opportunity for themselves. A very smart play on Embalmer's side with that coffin. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, but honestly, Raven was kinda. I would say that Raven survivors were kinda trying to get a draw in this game to win round number 2. Because yes, a draw's not too bad. Artyom's managed to get that 1-man escape. It makes this round 2 a draw. But let's not forget, round 1, CH4 has the point advantage of 7-2. So that means, 7-2. So that means if in game number 3, best of 3, the first half, if CH4 gets a 3-man escape or a 3K, well, I would say
just not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. There's not going to be a second half. But if there's a draw, well, there's a possibility of going overtime. So there's going to be a second half, right? So 3K or 3 escape in the first half of the third game would be the criteria right now. But Jojo, let's take a moment to reminisce, because it was such an intense match. I don't care about the missed mirrors anymore at that point.
Yeah. There was a lot of missed mirrors, unfortunately, towards the mid to the end game, but still, picking an Embalmer, it was a very smart choice on Raven's side. I don't think there was much they could do there, but actually, right, I'm actually looking at the replay right now. If Ling was slightly more patient and waited for the teleport to happen, because it was on cooldown, slight cooldown, he teleports to the gate. That coffin happened, he could potentially mirror and then still catch Embalmer then and there. But I think at that point in time he wasn't really thinking too much. He just wants to get that 4 kill down, and teleport wasn't ready then. So, but regardless though, he or she is still Ling Queen. Very amazingly done. A 3 kill Bloody Queen at Lakeside Village.
But I just have to say, Artyom, let's give it up for RV's Artyom. Contains the hunter the longest, decodes the most, and is the only one, the only one to escape. Not to mention with the 3 rescues as well.
3
I
rescues.
just have to say, was it 3 heals or 3 rescues? 3 rescues,
3
right?
rescues, 1 heal, 104 kiting, and then 342 decoding.
Wow.
He's doing everything he can. Everything he can, and he managed to still escape dungeon. Amazing stuff from Artyom.
For reals. But yeah, you gotta give props to Ling as well, making the draw queen into a win queen. So Bloody Queen with the W in this map, in most situations that would be enough, but in this situation it's gonna end up with a draw simply because of the Lucino play. In case you just tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, there was a Lucino play in the first half where Alex was slaying. He was leaping left and right. He was jumping up and down. He's like a restless lizard, trying to devour the survivors. But fortunately, CH4 managed to get 1 escape, making this round 2 game 2 a draw. So that's the summary of this game.
Yeah. And after this, we'll be having 2 hunter bans for the survivor side. So is CH4 gonna give that respect ban of Evil Reptilian for the first time in IVT to Ravens? Or, they're still gonna be banning like Night Watch, kind of characters. Right now the scores are looking slightly closer now. 11-6, but still there's this 5 points differential they kind of have to catch up with either a 4 escape or 4 kill like you've mentioned in BO3 on Raven's side. So hopefully things do work out, and I'm just curious to see what RV LX has on up his sleeve that I don't know. Alright.
Nice, let's go. Yeah, you know, choose Red Church, Mad Eyes, let's go. Red Church.
Actually though, Mad Eyes is actually amazing at Red Church. The early game can be very fatal for the survivors, so if he has Mad Eyes,
yeah, bring it out. We want to see
bring
it.
it out,
Right?
yeah,
bring it out. Yeah. Or a photographer. Just kidding. But yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people say that Joseph is, you know, is kind of weak against a 4-man VC, right? They know how to communicate and stuff like that. But regardless, well, we still love him, right? We still love him.
We still love him. And tell that to YMM also. When you say photographer cannot win against a 4-man, he still did it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, very good example, living example from a Chinese pro player as well. So yeah, the points are looking exactly like what we've seen below, 11-6. Again, let's recap. If CH4 gets a 3K as a hunter or 3 escape as a survivor in the first half, there's not going to be a second half, because the points are not going to be enough. Even if it's a 4K or 4 escape in the second half, it's still going to be 5-3, right? So,
5-3, correct.
Yeah, so the points are not going to be enough. So no matter what happens, Raven needs to get that draw or a 3-man escape at least. But yeah, looking at the map selection, CH4, Arms Factory, thoughts on this, Jojo?
A bit difficult for Raven's side still. I mean, CH4 has picked their best map already, Arms Factory. This was the map that was banned in BO1 actually on Raven's side. So Ling has played he has played X-Boy for 1,000th time at the in the Arms Factory. Bloody Queen is deadly in this map as well. And then there is this Night Watch. My best bet is that they kind of let out the Night Watch, because there is not a lot of we don't really see Night Watch play in this map, but it's still playable. I would say it's still playable for sure. But knowing Ling, his best 2 hunters, X-Boy and Bloody Queen, if you're gonna let it out, he's just gonna make full use of it. Potentially get he's a 4-kill hunter, okay? Like for Ling. But today, Ravens proved otherwise with that 1 escape by the Embalmer. But looking at the win conditions now.
Yeah, win conditions, 1 escape or 0 escape is going to be CH4 wins, which means RV is actually choosing to fight Ling first as survivor faction.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, CH4 choose Arms Factory, but Raven chooses for the survivors to go first.
Interesting.
Wow, so that's kind of interesting. That means they want Ling. Wow, I mean, I'm not really sure, but maybe I thought Ravens would probably go with LX coming in first, right?
Yes.
Because he was the one who got the 3K for the team, prolonging the game. So I have to say, maybe it's the confidence kicking in by the survivors faction of Raven. But yeah, but Jojo, one thing though, if it gets to LX, at least Arms Factory is not good for Lucino, right? Especially in Factory.
Arms Factory, yeah, Factory-wise, Shack-wise, these are terrains that is not the best for Evil Reptilian, so of course it will be a big no-no. We'll see whether they kind of still do let it out though. He has many other characters, but we'll be seeing Raven Survivor first, correct? So they need to ban hunters that give them chance to 4 escape. So Bloody Queen, we've seen that before, Bloody Queen. So I think what Raven was trying to go for is for survivors to get their 4 escape first. But if we think this through, the chances of getting a 4 kill on Raven's side is actually higher compared to getting a 4 escape on Raven's side. So it's an interesting choice that Raven has picked. So let's see how they're gonna play it. RV survivors still didn't change. It's still the 4 of them and Ling. Let's see, X-Boy Band and the Bloody Queen. So
wow. So giving respect to an X-Boy legend, right? And even Ling, like usually you don't ban a Bloody Queen but it's just so good in this map as well, considering the 3K performances. Yeah, you gotta respect that ban, right? But it opens up Link to a Naiad. A Naiad, a Night Watch. Oh my god. And Raven's gonna decide to go with Prospector and Professor. So changing it up a little bit, focusing a lot more on Harass, right?
Yeah, a lot more on harass and support that we're seeing in the first two picks. Yeah, I'm banning out the psychologist. I'm picking the barmaid. Does Ling have a clerk? If Ling has a clerk, it might make sense to all these bans and all these picks that they are having. Very support heavy from what we're seeing. So they can still pick a mercenary or first off, but first off seems to be the selection. Very support heavy team comp we're seeing here. Rescuing shouldn't be a problem too. This is gonna be intense. I expect to see quite a lot of team fights in this matchup against Ling.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see. Team fights, left and right, no dull moment. Every moment is an exciting moment. And can I just say, NAEU teams have come a long way. Everyone's just like performing better and better, and it gets like all the teams are improving, getting better every year, and just putting on this uncanny and unexpected surprise picks. We gotta love it, man. So guys, RV, can you remind the chat again the hearts for RV and CH4?
Okay, so if I remember this correctly, I think red hearts was for CH4.
Red heart.
And then Raven was yellow heart. So
yeah.
Yellow hearts. Oh my goodness, Ling. My goodness. And coming into the mix. Wow.
Against a Prospector, I mean it counters a lot of the characters here. But against a Prospector, well, yeah, maybe not the first chase that he wants, or he doesn't care. When Prospector only has one magnet, he can chase first. But yeah, it does counter Professor. It does counter Barmaid, like trying to get away further. It does kind of stun the first officer. Do you agree with this pick, Jojo?
I think it's still fine. I mean, we've seen many ends actually perform really well in Arms Factory, but I'm just quite curious because Ling actually has Bon, Dream Witch, Naiad, Bloody Queen Exploit, all of which he has as badges for, and he decides to pick N, something that he may have been secretly practicing. I'm not too sure, but let's just jump right into the spawn locations first. Link spawning inside the factory area. We'll definitely see the Professor on top of him. Left side we see the first officer. His best chase is actually the barmaid, but it's furthest from him. We'll see whether he makes the effort to run there, get there chasing barmaid, or maybe just settling on the Professor and just chasing, like you mentioned. Professor, once he's been silenced, he can't use his shell.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, man. If it was me, I would go for the Rescuer first because no one else has Tide Turner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's eliminating that, right?
Yeah, or at least force Felchap to use one Pocket Watch first before moving on to the Prospector, who's probably rotating away from the 3 pallets. Or the second choice, just go for a very direct chase Pablo ZG kind of strat first. But if it was you, would you go for Pablo ZG first, or would you go for the Rescuer first? Kiter, Rescuer first in this situation?
Actually, now that I think about it, chasing Rescuer first officer might be a bad choice considering he has Watch to work with. If he doesn't get the cat on, you're just gonna be blindly chasing him. And seeing what we have on the screens, we're seeing Pablo GZ, the ZG, the Professor getting the first chase, and splitting it slightly immaturely, and Link unable to find where the Professor is. Has Tinnitus popped up, so he sees him now.
Yeah, wow, what a beautiful zigzag jump coming in. Pablo ZG allowing himself to be seen by the end, trying to make a rotation. Honestly, this place is actually really, really strong with a figure of 8, 2 pallets in between the area, and a pallet on the outer area. I just have to say this area is really, really strong. But if he gets caught by the cat, it's gonna be really hard. But so far, not getting caught at all. So pretty good start, dodging 2 cats already off the bat, Jojo.
Yeah, and similar to Dream Witch, the more cats you miss, the less likely that it's gonna lean towards a 4 kill. Like, this is likewise for all hunter kind of things also, like bomb missing a bomb, same thing. But very patient over there. Didn't really activate the shell just yet. And
Wow.
Oyo able to stun him there. Amazing reaction on Pablo GG's side. Able to successfully rotate towards behind the factory area. So seems like he'll be getting this first hit really soon. And
he's already done so good though, Chocho.
yeah, he's done amazing, but I'm not too sure whether the basement is here. If it is, then
It is.
goodness.
Oh my god. Ling! Oh my goodness. But hey, you gotta give it to Pablo ZG, man. 3 Cypher kites, keeping the hope of RV alive. But wait, the prospectors are like saying, nope, you're not gonna get him onto the basement. Deny access. I think that's already an achievement. But he's camping Artyom Cypher though. So that's something to watch out for. Yeah, but I think it's gearing up towards a draw kind of situation. And if this happens, Raven's gonna have a pretty good chance. Felchap, the rescue going on, Pablo ZG.
He's just gonna kite away because factory and front gate is the last 2 ciphers where it's connected at. And he's just gonna run towards the outside sandbox area. Oh, just go straight to back gate. I see. All right, so would it be enough distance to actually chain near the factory area? Seems like it would be, although.
It would, but well, he can bring him all the way to the factory, but he's gonna struggle free. That's about it. But yeah.
The barmaid actually gave the drink to first officer, so they actually did not have to waste time to stop decoding and get the heal on. So amazing stuff we're seeing here. Barmaid healing up the first officer. First officer is full health now, able to use his watch to get this very safe rescue. It seems to be that this might lean towards a 3 escape and potentially 4 escape for them.
Wow. You are so right. Like, this is gonna... Felchap needs to make this happen. Pablo ZJ! My goodness, the stun!
Yes.
My goodness, and the Cypher's about to be primed, Chocho! The moment he catches up. And this looks like the opening RV might need, because a draw means that Alex needs to get a 4K, but with a 3 escape, it might be possible for RV to come back from this, and late game is happening now, Chocho. Pablo ZG running away from Ling. Ling has no bling at the moment, 29 seconds. Wow.
Missing the cat once again, but able to jump through, getting that hit over the pallet, unfortunately, and it will be a 3 escape and not a 4 escape like what they wanted. So what does this mean? This only means that RV, LX need to get a 4 kill. If not, it won't be enough at all. But it's a very close match, I have to say. Amazingly played on the Survivor side.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Chocho. Honestly, we were saying prior to this first half of game number 3, right? We were saying, wouldn't it make sense for LX to come in and slay first and then Survivors? But RV has proven us wrong because Survivors are eating right now. They left no crumbs. What is going on? First with the Link's disciple pick, that was a shocker. Like, we wouldn't expect that to happen. A 6-9 blink on the disciple, getting a 3 escape, and now the dream of moving on for RV is much clearer. Like wait, hold on. They still need to get a 4K, right? No,
yeah,
a 3K is.
Get a 4K.
Oh yeah,
the point
that's
differential
true.
is 5. Not 4.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's still a very tough situation. Sorry, I got overhyped for some reason. But hey, it's good to be positive, man.
Okay.
It's good to keep the hopes up. Keep the hopes up. Raven still can do this.
Yeah, I was thinking, right, because the shell, we see how Ling wasn't she kept missing her cats. So it kind of forced Hunter to jump and get the basic hit instead of stunning him. So I was thinking whether if First Officer followed Professor along into the pallet, get that hit for Professor, and Professor able to prolong further, using that shell. At that point in time, he didn't get the cat right at the back gate. If he managed to use that shell, I think it would have been a totally different story. So...
Yeah. But you gotta admit, without presence and kiting in the figure of 8 pattern by the Professor, it's really tough. Like, it's really tough. Like, you can get the cat latched onto the Survivors, but it's gonna be really hard. And hey, I found something positive to say, Chocho. With the 3 escape, at least there won't be an overtime.
Wow.
Right? Yes!
Okay.
No overtime.
Okay.
It's a win or a lose.
Actually,
right?
it's actually a lose situation to whoever teams though, because right after this match they're gonna go against B4U, which means there is no break for them. They have to go straight on. It's just gonna be a test of stamina at this point in time. So it seems to be that Raven is catching on in terms of stamina, but still really unfortunate. 4 kill is needed. It's a must for LX side, and of course CH4 survivors are not gonna give any of those chances. They're gonna go for a very terrible team comp. Mechanic, prisoner, you know, decoding characters, composer if it's there, if it's still available.
Yeah. And you know what? It's so sad that when you talk about decoders, no one really remembers the postman anymore. I mean, I remember
I'm so
it.
sorry.
It's totally fine. I mean, it's very understandable because of the, you know, with the previous updates with only 10% tranquility lethal buff. Composer has 20%. All you have to do is just play a music game and you get 20%, and you're able to move faster. So it's very understandable, right? Survivors catch up, you know, and they become meta. But yes, Shosho, I agree with you. Go fast cipher, rush decoding, go a drawable team comm, and CH4 is gonna have this in the bag. So very, very tall order right now for LX. He needs a 4K or nothing.
4K or nothing, that's right.
Yeah.
Very tough situation that we're seeing here. After we see the bans and the auto bans, the global bans basically, maybe we'll have a better chance at seeing what possible team comms our CH4 can possibly go for. And let's see what hunters they will ban. Whether it's gonna be Reptilian ban, or is it gonna be maybe hunters such as the Night Watch, Nayet, possibly able to kind of turn things around like we've seen from BO1, how he kind of denied rescue multiple times. So let's, you know, take a breather. You know, we're seeing a score now 12-9, a difference of 3 points. A 3 kill wouldn't be enough at all to kind of balance out the points also. So 4 kill is the only thing that LX is aiming for and should be aiming for.
Get the smiley, come on. I don't know, man. Get the smiley, come on. Get the smiley. Yeah, get the smiley face. Get the Joker dashing in and out. I mean, with the slow drills, depending on the comm, if it's very harass heavy, yeah, maybe might not be a smart choice. But hey, you know, surprise factor is always there. And speaking of win conditions, you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 0 escapes and RV wins. Wow, it's like looking at the menu.
The whole world is looking at you.
Yeah, the whole world's looking at you to get that 4K. It's like, you know, it's like you go into, okay, since we have the KFC costume Nayat, right? It's like going into KFC and everything is out of stock and you only have chips. It's like, yo, there's only chips left. That's the only condition. You need 4K. There's nothing else. That's so sad.
Yeah, the odds are definitely not favoring RV at all. But we've seen many miracles happen, especially with tournaments like this. So let's not lose hope. I believe RV, LX especially, is definitely nervous. The pressure is there. There's only is do or die. And let's see what LX might possibly bring this time around. I still strongly believe he's gonna be bringing something non-meta. I still strongly believe.
Wow.
Don't listen to me though, Alex. If you're listening to me, like, you don't force yourself to pick something that is not non-meta just because we said so. Okay, not because we expect it also. Pick something, be confident with it, and just go head on with it. We trust you. Let's go.
He's probably gonna follow you. He's probably gonna listen to you and be like, "Oh yeah, Mad Eyes. Yeah, we can do that. We can do Mad Eyes.
I can do everything." He says.
Yeah, I can do everything. As long as Chocho says so, I will play Mad Eyes. So, I mean, is Mad Eyes good in Arms Factory? I mean, all the terrains and the walls and the whatnots.
Mad Eyes actually is quite good. If you actually decode the 3 palette cipher, right? You know, it's actually like. Wow. He can actually put a wall and you're just stuck there. He teleports to you, GG.
GG for
I've been there before, that's why I know. Help.
But speaking of which, CH4 is picking up the mechanics already. The first step towards rushing ciphers is already happening. Wants to prioritize quantity, like having more people on the ciphers as much as possible. And with the embalmer, sort of like a safety net, would you say? In Arms Factory and embalmer, what do you think about this, Jojo?
Arms Factory and Embalmer. Usually we don't see the Embalmer pick at Arms Factory, mainly because there's no like elevated areas, and also the map is really small, and Hunter can easily like catch up to you, even though the coffin could be like somewhere like opposite the map. So we don't usually see that, but if we see these two picks, it's just very obvious that they're trying to go for a tie, at least a tie with the mechanic pick and also the Embalmer. So Mercenary and Entomologist being picked into the mix as well. Support is actually quite little compared to the previous previous match that we're seeing. A lot more decoding that we might be seeing here. But still, we still gotta wait on Alex side to see what Hunter he's gonna pick. And I think, just gonna like stray a little bit away, Ned is actually saying like, drink up, hydrate yourselves everyone. So for everybody, who missed that message by him, hydrate yourselves. Us casters, we will hydrate ourselves too. And also eat up. It's 9 a.m. in the morning for my side. I think it's kind of after 12 a.m. in some people's countries, and at night for NAEU region people. So come on, eat up, hydrate yourselves, go to the toilet if you need to. Have some popcorn take to you as well, because after this match it's gonna be even more intense, but still as intense. We're seeing LX pick potentially will be coming through, so let's see.
Yeah, I mean, what? Oh yes, this is true. He still has an Antonio. Pablo ZG did mention that he has an Antonio, and Antonio is to be feared. And how can we forget about Alex Antonio? He's finally bringing it out into the main stage, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, a 4K Antonio.
Yo, I love it. I love it. I love the pick. I love it. I mean, I love it. Yes, that's right.
I love it too. I love it too. And honestly, Violinist is really scary, especially when he gets his presence up with the Infinite Sonata as well. And then when he reaches the second presence, man, those strings are really annoying. You gotta stand in between the lines, and when you do that, he's gonna catch up, hit you. A lot of mind games going on with the string placements as well. But hey, he still has to worry about Cypher Rush, because there is a mechanic in the mix. So I would say Alex bringing out his signature Hunter. We gotta admire it, guys. Guys, put on some music. If you're watching this, put on some music in the background, because Antonio's here to serenade you guys, serenade all of us. He is going to try and make this 4K happen. Chocho, I'm so excited. Spawn locations are already up in the screen. Mechanic all the way up on the top, Chocho.
Yeah, I think Alex kind of wanted to play around with the spawn locations, but the good enough thing is that Shaq Cypher will be locked, so Mercenary is kind of forced to go to deep sandbags, and because he's probably gonna push towards Embalmer and Mercenary might clash a little in the sandbags area with the Cyphers being locked at the Shack area. A mechanic as well, she can just dump her bot at the open air area if there's a Cypher there and rotate towards the front gate ruins area to decode. That would be great, because the bot can afterwards go decode the main body front gate Cypher and then prime the gate. So if things do work out like that, I think CH4 would be very happy with any results other than a 4K.
Yeah, I mean, like you couldn't have said it any better, Jojo. The name of the game, as you have pointed out, do or die. And with Alex, he's chosen Antonio to live or die with him in this battle to protect our Ravens, to bring them to the next stage. CH4 versus RV, round 3, second half. It's me, Nelo Melo, and Chocho, and B. I love you, Chocho. That's what B said. Bringing into the match as well. Catch you off surprise.
And Antonio catching sight of the a bit of the consciousness of this bot over here, but still getting that down. A very amazing skin that we're seeing here also, the red S skin, I believe. So, coming in very strong. 93 is still at this area. Hasn't put on his second bot, so very surprisingly did not go for Embalmer and just go for the mechanic. So Cyphers are looking pretty slow at this point in time. Oh, will he be able to know that mechanic's here? Oh, that mind game, amazingly done.
Beautiful, and that's what violinists do, right? Like put one string, maybe they're anticipating, like another string. But hey, you hit through the palette. It's really smart. And a string! Wow! The robot's not even out the second time! My god, Jojo! Alex might be able to make this work with Antonio. Mechanics bot is a non-factor now, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves... what a game, a decisive game.
Yes, and speaking of the Dow now, I was looking at the personas, and Bama has 912, which is pretty normal, now that we're seeing it. But the Hunter's persona, there's something that's interesting. Trump card and confined space, there is no detention. He's doing a do or die situation for reals, and we are seeing exactly that. Sesame will be coming in for this rescue, the mercenary. Let's see how he's gonna... Was it be a double down situation?
Oh my god, almost hitting the mercenary in the process too, right, Jojo? But wow, committing the blink onto mercenary. This is the confidence coming in. But hey, while all that is happening, all 5 ciphers have actually been touched. But
he knows. He knows. And ciphers are looking pretty slow actually. Like added together is probably 3 ciphers, but actually still not too bad considering that Mechanic's bot is still on her body, and 5th cipher has just been touched. So he has to play this very aggressively. He's not bringing it to tension at all. So he has to really change to teleport, if I see that correctly. So very aggressive indeed.
Yeah. And one thing about the notes, when you see it flying towards you, try and avoid it because it slows down your decoding significantly. And I think they're just gonna go and sacrifice the mechanic because again, CH4 just needs one escape. Oh, Embalmer, not too sure if that's the correct target you want to go with. Wow, nice job dodging. Oh wait, the rescue's gonna happen on mechanic? Wait, it's gonna happen!
My goodness, a backdoor rescue, really unfortunately. Alex, I think he seems to not be aware of it. Right now, Mechanic can technically use the bot to heal herself up. Let's see whether Embalmer will be able to dodge it for the second time. Yes, it seems so. CC is doing an amazing kite with just a few pellets to work with. Let's see. Oh, yes, they're just healing up at the front gate area.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, he's really committing towards his strings.
Ayo.
And wow, really good awareness though. But CC, he can just safely sit on the chair. Honestly, he doesn't even need to risk the mercenary coming in. He can just rebirth straight away, right? Waste the hunter's time as much as possible. Rebirth straight away, and let the teammates decode. Yeah, he's coming. Wow, he has to be really careful. Mechanic's already been healed up. Still has a fighting chance. Oh my god, Chocho, this is so tense. The last cipher is being decoded already at 50%, and not a single person has been sent back to the manor yet. So, wow.
Oh, it's actually accurate, and the pallet's done by the mechanic. Amazing stuff again. And Entomologist is driving a beast. Seems to be that it's going to be coming for the support onto mechanic. She has stopped her beast, so I think it might not be coming as... Oh, but it's here. It's here. Entomologist is here as well. So, wow, amazing string. Oh, double down? A double down situation. Did you see that? Oh my goodness. LX.
Wow. He has a chance. He has a chance now. He can put... He has to know where the last cipher is. The last cipher is being rushed by all 2 survivors. They're all rushing that last cipher. But Sesame seems to be the one coming in for the rescue. It's totally fine. Wait. Has to wait a little bit. Oh,
wow.
Wait! Is he gonna do it?
Please, no.
Wow, not like this.
Amazing stuff.
Oh my god, and the bees.
Truly annoying. And going back to the front, you were seeing Sesame trying to force that gate, but Hunter changing targets like that. Sesame is just gonna go away. Doesn't have any elbow pads to work with, and he's half health, so he can technically be down, but doesn't have detention. I think they know that by now.
Yeah, they know. Like, Sesame's already buying enough time, and even if he gets hit here, it doesn't really matter. Oh, and the pallet stun as well! Alex is getting a little impatient, and who could blame him? Because right now, 3 survivors are running up and amok, 2 gates are being opened at the same time, and again, Sesame's buying so much time! Oh my goodness, Alex cannot even choose which gate to teleport because both gates are being opened at the same time! Sia, he chooses to go to Sia, but the other gate has been opened by the Embalmer. And it's safe to say, CH4 might solidify their win here with Sia going down. And honestly, CC just needs to leave the gate, and it's over. at this
Yeah,
point.
I mean, gate is already open, and it's sort of like the one escape that they desperately needed. And unfortunately for LX, it was an amazing game. I have to say. The strings were all very, very accurate. I mean, the instant down especially. And I think highly possible that if he didn't have to play so aggressively and having to get a 4 kill, I think he wouldn't have left the mechanic open like that. Yeah, I think he was kind of betting that they would not go for the rescue since they only needed a tie. So, good job regardless. I mean, it's a 3 kill, very close. I mean, 3 escape followed by a 3 kill. I was stamina wise, RV survivors and hunters definitely do have it, but really unfortunately for Ravens. But congratulations to CH4 for moving forward.
Congratulations. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have to say MVP. Even though Link did not manage to get the 4K in the later rounds, but he was very consistent, right? The 4K with the Naiad changed everything. The best of one, that's why like in best of one is so important. You get a draw, okay, it's fine. But when the survivors faction of Ravens got 4K by Link's Naiad, that's when things, you know, it starts getting a little bit more trickier. Like best of two, you get a draw. Like a draw, and it's still not enough. Like a 3-1, 3-1 to 3-1 is not enough. Going to game 3, still not enough, even though it's a 3-1, 3-1 again. So, guys, it just shows that this game was so neck and neck. So, kudos to Ravens for putting up such an amazing fight. Was no walk for a park for CH4 too, like Chocho. Definitely an upgrade from the last time, right?
Yeah, last time in NAEU qualifiers, it was a clean 2-0 from CH4 against the Ravens team. CH4 having the higher ground very significantly, but in today's one, we are seeing Raven coming back so much stronger compared to last time. And also the Lizard, Evil Reptilian in the second round, almost got a 4 kill. And honestly, I think RV might be beating themselves in the back considering how close that 4K was. Because they won this round, if they potentially won that second round as well, it would have immediately helped them qualify all the way to the final stage against Before You. So really unfortunate, but hey, now Ravens, I mean, you guys did a great job, but you guys get to rest. CH4, no resting as of yet. You're gonna go in Before You, and your stamina will be challenging you now. Another 3 to 4 hours for you guys, and
Not 3 to 4 hours. Hopefully not.
okay, hopefully not 3 to 4 hours because yeah, and then yeah, amazing stuff. Before You versus CH4.
Yeah, for reals. I mean, you gotta be in your 100% when you're going up against a character like a team like Before You. That's super crazy. I cannot fathom how hard it is. Like Chocho has already pointed out, the stamina involved, right? The stamina involved with facing a team in the grand finals straight after your intense match with Raven.
Right.
That's gonna be so hard. And I hope it answers your question. Finals is gonna happen at the same time now. So I have to say, like even Kerben saying, bro, LX Hunter plays were very impressive. Yeah, it was very neck and neck. So Before You against CH4, we'll have to see.
Oh.
We'll have to see what goes on.
Oh, LX is in the live chat, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Whoa! Hey yo!
林若
Shout out
千
to
雪
you,
是吧
LX.
林若千雪, I think. Hi everyone, I'm LX. Oh my goodness.
Wow,
Yo, LX,
wow.
if you're listening to this, you did an amazing job today. In all the 6 matches that you've played since yesterday until today, you did not repeat a single Hunter play. And it really shows how big your character pool is. And I think all of us are very much... You good?
Yeah, sorry, I just sneezed because I was like, yo, I got chills when you said LX was there. I got chills and I was like, oh, bro. But
Yeah, very impressive things that we're seeing, and I'm excited to see you in future tournaments for sure. And speaking of CH4 versus Before You, right? I mean, going back to the topic, they actually were against each other in the NAEU qualifiers as well. You know, CH4 went against Ravens first, and then after that went against Before You. So this is like almost mirroring exactly what's happening, right? What I was seeing, the matchups. So CH4 almost qualified if they won Before You that time, going to the global stage. But unfortunately, Before You, you know, coming off as a very veteran, very strong team, that they did not let that happen. So today is gonna be a showcase of whether CH4 can make a very strong comeback against Before You.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all the teams have really stepped up and showed what they can do. And I'm not surprised as well, like they've shown such great showings. Even in CH4 versus St. Raven, the score, look, it's just a difference of 1 point. How crazy is that? How neck and neck is that? And honestly, I'm really glad. But Chocho, B4U has been unstoppable. We gotta admit it. They haven't dropped a single game throughout the entire tournament. So I kind of worry for CH4, to be honest. But hey, let's celebrate the MVP first. Chocho.
Yeah, the MVP for this match, it will be CH4 Ling. I mean, I think this is second time already. Yesterday he got once, today it's another time. So, amazing stuff. I mean, he got a 4 kill followed by a 3 kill and then just a 1 kill afterwards. But still, incredible plays that we're seeing, of course. And I think Ling is gonna perform even better later on. I mean, if his stamina does allow it, of course. If his condition is not good, of course I would say like it's kind of challenging. But from what we're seeing, it seems to be that his BO3 onwards might be a little shaky considering his character pool that he has.
Yeah, take a vitamin, take a supplement. I mean, take a Red Bull, man. That's what that's what we usually do when we're tired anyway. You know, just power up, get some rest. But of course, we are going to be. We can speculate a lot, we can predict a lot, but I know that a lot of people are just really excited. We can see a lot of love coming in for Alex. The chat is still going on. Like Chiu saying, it's okay, Alex, you did the best. Shell, shout out to Shell as well. You were awesome, Alex. 1930 with a thank you for your hard work. Hanako, Alex, Antonio, amazing. Rini, love from NAEU. Kervin, excellent job, Alex. So many love coming in. Daniela at 08 as well. I mean, we gotta appreciate, man. And honestly, guys, you guys have been nothing but supportive today. And NAEU, I love this community. Yeah, we both love this community. We all love this community, to be honest. And you know what? You guys have proven just that. Why we love this community. And Jojo, any shoutouts you want to give happening in the chat?
Yeah, of course, LX for sure, and also like everybody that in the chat is being really positive right now. Thank you for showing support to all these teams, but of course, not just Raven or LX that did an amazing job. I think the entire Ravens team, they did so amazingly. Each and every one of them definitely did contribute to how close that matchup was. 13-12, like Neil mentioned, 1 point differential only. And CH4 as well, give them your support. Right now, that's what they need also to kind of push through the next match against B4U. A very long matchup, I would say. Later on, I think it will be a BO5 format. So amazing stuff. And also to sit back and wait a little bit for our next match because there's gonna be some interesting news alert from our Mr. Nello Mello and Mr. Sports Spice that will be coming in for our last match.
Yeah, when Mr. Posh Spice comes in, Mr. Nilu Milu will be bringing some updates. But just a little bit of correction. Unfortunately, it's not gonna go BO5. It's gonna go BO3. Yeah, in the finals, which is why they put everything together in just 2 days. Yeah, but you know what? It's been a really good. It's been a really good game so far. The chat's being really chill, really cool, and the games were very exciting. No flunks going on. Everyone was really playing to the best of their abilities. Gotta love it so much. And yeah, I mean, well, I just have to say, even Paradox 818, I have to agree with him saying like, W for the NAU chat. It's such a rare moment. W. Oh wow, nice. How do you do this?
W.
Oh wow, I didn't know you can do that. Usually I just do this. I just put up 3 fingers. But it looks like Ninja Turtle. It looks like Ninja Turtle, to be honest. So I thought, wait.
This is so much cooler. My goodness. Okay.
It is, but I don't know. Does it make me look like an alien?
No, you're just special in your thinking, okay? That doesn't make you weird, okay? That doesn't make you weird. When you're special doesn't mean you're weird, okay? Remember that.
Yeah, for reals. Being special, being unique, totally good. Like, just to go off topic a little bit, it's just like, I just say everything's being done by AI now, right? Like the contents being done by AI, the videos, the scripts. So honestly, originality, the uniqueness of humans, like the individuality, we really appreciate each and every one of you. Like all of you are showing so much color, you know, personalities. So we love that.
Yeah, I love it too. And yeah, Alex is still in the live chat, guys. So if you guys want to kind of say congratulations, but give him a pat on the shoulder. This is the best time to do it. Apparently, he needs to say that he's a guy, and also he's on the S1 Professor leaderboard in the game. So any EU region only. So please, if you guys want to talk to him, give him your best wishes, and kind of keep up with him. You can also follow him on Twitch. I think he says I do live on Twitch, so do give your follows to him. He's done an amazing job. And if you're listening to this, LX, please continue playing competitively. You are doing an amazing job, and please continue doing it.
Yeah, for reals. And speaking of which, wow, beautiful skin. I mean, the Enchantress skin. Who wouldn't love the Enchantress skin? The summer event, Island Summer Diaries, will be available on June 29. Beautiful Enchantress, like the S package of Enchantress. There's also new furniture updates, and the mermaid. Correct me if I'm wrong. You love the mermaid.
It's not mermaid. It's Dream Witch as a mermaid on the sand. So she's looking pretty and seductive. It's definitely a must-have in your room. Alright, it's a must-have. So do get it when it's there, and also event rewards, emotes, stickers, and everything.
Wow.
Everything is there, so do just go for it. And the S skin once again. We don't have Enchantress S skins every day. I mean, we have the SS skin for Perfumer and SS skin for Priestess. So many S skins for Mechanic also. But Enchantress, where's the love? It's time to show it. And also a Enchantress accessory that we're saying, Coastal Garland.
For reals. S Costume Tropical Holiday. That's the name of the skin that's being promoted right now. Beautiful skin. Make sure to grab it while it's still in store. Alongside the A accessory Coastal Garland. Everyone looks so chill. I mean, it looks like a sunny day in the being in the beach under the sun, and it's so chill. Even the cowboy looks pretty good. That bee skin actually looks pretty good, eh? The cowboy Hawaiian floral shirt.
Yeah, and also. Really, when we were talking behind the scenes also as casters, we were like, the Enchantress was holding a coconut, and I forgot which one of you was saying, stunning the hunter, you throw the coconut at the hunter.
What?
I think it was Posh that it was you. So yeah. So basically, okay, it's just a thinking. Okay, it's not true, 100% true. But maybe if you stun the hunter this time around, you throw the coconuts at him. That would be really interesting. Maybe like a 3 stun is gonna be like pa 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 on him. I don't know.
Yeah,
it could be interesting.
Yeah. One coconut. Yeah. You trying to chase me? Coconut for you.
Throw everything behind.
Yeah. Imagine if there's like an animation. Oh, the hunter stop. Oh, coconut. When life gives you coconut, you drink coconut juice. Just stay there and drink. When
coconut juice or lemonade, choose one.
Yeah, coconut juice or lemonade. Yeah, take the coconut juice. Honestly, it's
coconut juice.
Yeah.
It's more refreshing. Yeah, that's true. There's also the flesh when you eat the coconut. So plus point.
Do you eat the flesh? But
you don't eat the flesh in the coconut.
Oh, we do. Okay, but honestly, it's been a pleasure having you, Chocho. Thank you so much for joining me in today's IVT finals. Hope to see you again. But we are going to a short break soon, Chocho. Final goodbyes before we head to the break.
That will be it for me. But Posh will be coming in for the finals, so stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear. The scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is dead!
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but every Everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Even in the bright spot bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button, I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. I tell that just could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is like a step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise, look at from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising, traces more and more. Among the faces through the wire, I must make it loud. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortunes turn into golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost.
Welcome back to IVT Finals, aka day number 2. And joining me is none other than Spicy Posh, as we like to call him, Posh Spice. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing well. My name is Spicy Posh all over Instagram, but I'm terrible when it comes to spicy food. That's why I leave all the spicy food to Nello when we go out to eat. But I'm so excited because who could have asked for a spicier grand finals? We got CH4 in one corner. We got B4U, the established franchise, on the other corner. A rematch of the COA qualifiers, if you would. A lot of people in the chat were saying, ooh, you know what? This is round number 2, or this is game number 2 of their clash together. And hopefully we'll see if the cards are going to change or the tide is going to shift in CH4's favor. But like you and Chocho were talking about, stamina is key. B4U has been waiting. They've been watching. And they've seen Unstoppable as of late, but CH4, I feel like they got that boost coming in after facing off against Ravens.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Like having that boost against Raven, like, you know, you're already more than warmed up, right? So that's the thing. Your engine's already warmed up, it's already revved up, you're ready to go. So be it as it may, even though you have to play back-to-back games, but hey, at least you're ready to go right off the bat. And that's the key as well, going strong in best of 1. Because like Posh, you saw just now in the game before, Ravens versus CH4, the advantage was in best of 1. So they got to do everything they can to secure best of 1. And yeah.
Speaking of which, we're gonna introduce B4U once again, introducing them to the stage. You know them. They are the established names: Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blums, Myleg, Roland. A team that has stuck together for the longest time, and the synergy shows. And we were talking about and highlighting how Sprinter is really like one of the aces of B4U with how well he adapts as a hunter player, not really resting on his laurels, currently looking for the meta and establishing his own play style. And in the previous game, bringing out the Clerk just shows he's not just a Naiad main in this meta. You have to worry about the Clerk. And heck, I mean, we have a Night Watch in front of us. Who knows? He might even have that character on lock.
Yeah, for reals. I think ever since they got off COA, you know, sparring with international teams have definitely, you know, changed their mindsets and perspectives in certain ways. And they've been unbeatable so far in their run. They have yet to drop a single game. Very, very dominant looking coming into IVT. But facing them is CH4, trying to give them a run for the title, trying to give them a run for the money as well. CH4 Ling been very, very consistent. The 4Ks in the previous day. Today as well, 4Ks on the Naiad, 3K on the Bloody Queen. Very unfortunate with the Disciple, but still very, very stable coming into the game, followed by the lineup survivors of CH4, Sia, Sesame, 933, CC. Very, very stable team, I would say. But going up against B4U, again, I would like to quote you, Posh. Go for the uncanny, uncharacteristic pick that throws for you off guard.
Yeah, I think that should be the mentality for them. They saw success in that. Maybe round 1, go for a sprint, like go for like all out, and then just try on maintaining and holding that lead for them, because that is what they did for Ravens. However, it seems like B4U still have not seen, a lot of people in this tournament have not seen the best of 3, and I think they need to take them to unfamiliar territory coming into this match, and they won't have that much long to wait. But like you said, you know what, maybe their engine is all warmed up while B4U was sitting on ice. Here are the player matchups here. Sprinter only using 2 hunters to start things off. It was the Naiad and also the Clerk. And Ling, we know him. I want to see the Axe Boy. I want to see the Night Watch. I want to see his other hunters as well. But we're going to move on over to Schmitty and Sia.
Yeah, I mean, the survivors are also very formidable in their own rights. Schmitty being the harasser of the team, and honestly, he can also take the first kite if he ever wants to. His kite was also very good, especially when he's on the Acrobat. And of course, Sia on the Seer. I mean, player stats can be compared side to side, but honestly, in a real life situation, in a real game situation, I feel like, you know, there's something about going up against the best. And right now, B4U is dubbed the best. One of the best, if not the best in NAEU. So I feel like maybe CH4 can power up through the stats, through their stats, and hopefully show us a fight for their
hey,
lives.
they can look at it as like they have nothing to lose. They have everything to gain: experience, prestige. Before you can be the one to kind of give them that next level. And speaking of which, we're gonna move on to Paul Blems and Sesame. I've been, a lot of highlights when it comes to Sesame as well as Paul Blems, respective kiters of their team. And yeah, I like that mentality. If you want to be the best, you have to be able to go toe to toe with the best and beat the best. And that is what this tournament is all about, is putting the best up there and also seeing if anyone can match. And if not, at least you can see the level ups happening from tournament to tournament.
Yeah, for reals. I totally agree with that. Moving on, we have my leg. Honestly, his legs has been carrying him places. Man. He's been to a lot of places, and even in games as well. He picked up the composer and the kite as well going on. That was insane. Honestly, Posh, I have to say, there's one thing I really want to see being implemented in not just Southeast Asia but in NAEU as well. The heart rate monitor of the players.
They should put that for commentators. I feel like I'll be high blood through the roof if that's the case.
For reals. Like that's so much more, details into how they're playing. I can imagine B4U's like, warming up. No, we want to stay as cool as possible. 48 beats per minute. But
I
the
don't
fingers
think that's
are
healthy. It's like you're sleeping or you're in a catatonic state if it is 48 beats per minute. But yeah, I would love to see that implemented. You know what? Identity 5, it's a good time to be an Identity 5 fan. IVL, IJL, they're kind of kicking off. And, each region, it just seems to be leveling up constantly. NAEU having 2 representatives in Call of the Abyss, Southeast Asia as well, having tournaments left and right, and, emerging teams. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. And what we're seeing now is B4U picking the map of Ever Sleeping Town, while CH4 bans the Chinatown.
I love Ever Sleeping Town. I would want to start with that because the tram action in day number 1. I want to see the teams get run over by tram. Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
That was
someone's tram bias right here.
Yeah. MVP
we all have
tram,
to be so that we could be blessed by the tram, right? We just have to make sure. I'm excited because yesterday you and Chocho were able to commentate the match with 3 tram hits. One was consecutive tram stops. Again, it seemed like the tram was siding with one faction, then all of a sudden, nope, just kidding. I'm like, no, we're gonna go for the hunter now. So it's like,
for reals.
You can't really pick sides when it comes to
real. It's like, you thought you've forgotten about me? No, I'm gonna make my appearance known. Not 1, but 2, but 3 times, and with the hunter ballooning the survivor as well. So I think that's also a very crucial moment, right? Like to be knocked down while you're on the tram, I would say it's an advantage towards the survivor. Because it buys more time for the survivors to rotate away, or gives more containment time for the teammates to come and provide that support. But you know what, be it may, I think we should get a prediction going on, right? With the chat.
Tram hits? How many
tram hits, guys?
There are tram emojis. Spam how many tram hits we'll see, like 1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
I do think the tram already ate. So he's all full. He ate all he can yesterday, so now he's good. I feel like the tram gods are pleased with what happened yesterday, so maybe we won't see anything. That's my prediction. How about you, Nell? Do you think we're gonna see any tram hits for this match?
Well, I'm gonna say 3 to manifest.
Three for the whole match, like the first half and second half, so cumulative, or just this first half? Okay.
Accumulative, just to manifest at least 1. So that's the idea. But yeah. But going into the band picks though, round 1 first half, Ever Sleeping Town, you can see that CH4 clearly doesn't want to fight B4U in these 2 areas. It's either the Ever Sleeping Town or the Chinatown, because they already know, like, Nayat is so strong in both of these places. So B4U obviously have Ever Sleeping Town to lie back on. Gonna opt to go for Composer again, because I was just singing praises to my leg for his legs on the Composer's legs. And before he's gonna bring out the Toy Merchant as well. So already, right off the bat, they're going high mobility, Tosh.
High mobility, pressuring Ling already to act accordingly if he doesn't spot out the Composer. I really think, yeah, this is, well, NAEU's version. I mean, it's their meta, and it's the rise of the composers, and we've seen glimpses of it in Call of the Abyss. And hey, if B4U is rocking it and they're able to get the victory with this composer pick to start it off, definitely that is something to look at if you are an emerging competitive team, right? You want to look at the best, see what they're doing, and try to duplicate that or improve on it. And tried and tested before you have not dropped a single game in this tournament, and they've been using the composer as well. So it seems like the Hunter has already banned out all the survivors they can, not allowing the mechanics to come out. So interesting, they were able to sneak in the Antiquarian at the last pick of the survivors. So this Antiquarian can be picked again in round number 2.
Yeah, honestly, I felt kind of weird that Ling didn't opt to ban the Antiquarian. I was like, yo, it was very obvious that B4U is just like, they're just gonna put Schmidty onto Antiquarian.
Right.
And that harass is gonna buy a little bit more time for B4U if they need it. Unless if the first kite goes so well that they don't even need Antiquarian. But honestly, a safety net as Antiquarian is so good in, you know, helping to protect the survivors being tunneled. B4U has already locked in this composition. Honestly, it covers every grounds. They're very good at what they're playing. Their roles are already established. The question is, Ling. I feel like a Naiad is incoming against.
Yeah. I think he needs to play stable. A Naiad has proven to do so. Axeboy, I don't know. I think maybe if there's more bans, he can come in. I know he is the premier Axeboy. We have interviewed their team captain in this match, Yesu. And yeah, he is. Everyone's singing praise with the Axeboy, but going up against B4U, you might want to go with the tried and tested formula. So I'm excited to see that. I'm also excited to see a lot of people in chat. Oh my goodness, he's gonna see the Axeboy. A lot of people in chat with the tram emojis. I see Heywu with 5. I see wrong number with 3. And I see a lot of people also talking about the iconic tram hit. So please let us know your thoughts on this. And also, you know, 2 colors I see on screen. I see blue, I see orange. I know we put B4U up with orange. Let's just use that as the orange hearts for B4U and the blue hearts for CH4 because they need it now more than ever. And Ling awarding us the our pleasure to see his Axeboy. So hopefully he'll get some flame snipes going on here now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a hard counter towards Axeboy here. Like, there's no Gravekeeper to negate the damage. There's no there's no Ento. Yeah, you're right. But he has to deal with the mobility of the survivors, which is the Toy Merchant flying away. He's gonna take a little bit of time before he reaches one survivor and nail one of them. But my leg, I'm pretty sure Ling's just gonna go straight for my legs and, you know, just trying to down him as fast as possible before Problems can find the opportunity to set up catapults to help his team, to help my leg prolong the kite. So spawning at the corner, very good location. Ling. Yeah, I would say Composer should be the most. You can safely assume it's going to be Composer first chase.
Yeah, and considering that Composer is kind of cut off to the graveyard area, but the Toy Merchant can set up the catapults. You just have to, I would say, wait for him to use his first skill, just go mow down onto the Composer, and then that would heavily nerf or heavily slow down the objectives of the survivors from being pushed. That is the game plan in theory, but you're going after my leg here, and he's shown that he's very capable of kiting with this Composer, even though we highlighted him as just kind of the backdoor decoder. He has been on the spotlight as of late, so I'm so excited to see more of this action. So once again, folks, make some noise in the chat. It's main event time. Nello Mello and Parch Spice giving you the commentary action in this first match, first half.
Let's go. Mylek, as expected, trying to rotate away out of sight of the Axeboy. Ling realizes that, okay, maybe someone at the corner house. But Mylek already making such a far rotation. And that's the idea. Using the skill early on, gain distance. And when the skill subsides, use the catapult to gain even more distance.
Right.
So that's the idea, right? Wow, look at Ling. He's not going to catch up to Mylek anytime soon here.
Dropping down the pallet just to make sure he is got to use the far off pallet. And look at that. He's able to use the flame snipe just to close in on Mylek. Mylek trying to double back here. He's going to have to eat that hit and try to rotate towards the graveyard area. Ling doing a great job. You know, that's the thing with the flame snipes. And look at that, he's using the catapult just to close the distance. He's gonna have to kite it out here in the graveyard area where his ciphers will not be interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, graveyard is obviously a very, very good choice to kite away from the teammates, right? Like you fall in this graveyard. Well, there's no. It's really hard for you to disturb pressure ciphers as a hunter. So another flame snipe possibly coming. Oh wait, what? Myleg's gonna make it, but the blink. Will he use the blink? Oh my god!
Holy smokes, what a scramble there. Myleg already used the skill for the second time, so that's how he was able to establish so much distance. Now he's outside the graveyard, playing around with this paladin area. He's going to drop down another avoidance of the flame snipe, but forces attack recovery. Ling has his first survivor down, but 3 ciphers are close to popping now.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very impressive 3 ciphers kite. And it's very, very fortunate as well that the dungeon, the basement is not at the graveyard. Otherwise, that would have been so catastrophic. But
Whoa,
yeah,
that could have been catastrophic. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Ling's life could have been flashing before his eyes. Roland taking the shortcut there. Restful Road being placed. Oh, hits the last effort onto the Composer and also farms a hit off to the Mercenary. So an amazing sequence of events by Ling. Not necessarily stuff in the rescue, but at least he was very proactive with that flame snipe onto Myleg.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Ling is feared as an X-Boy main. I think B4U needs to pay respect to Ling's X-Boy and just sell. Because it's very hard to do a rebound kite at this point. Not to mention the third cipher has only been done as of now. The 4th and 5th are not even close to being primed. So yes, you can rescue, but wait, you're trying to rescue again?
I don't know if he's just going to give that tinnitus. He's trying to destroy this pine. He has to be very careful. He's playing with fire, like he said now. So when you play with fire, you might get burnt. With these flame snipes, that is. So Roland has to be careful. The ciphers are moving along well, but note that there is no tide turner. He's going to avoid the flame. He's going to try to force a basic hit here. So he gets the rescue off. And now, the Mercenary taking the hit.
What a boss right there. King Roland managing not only to rescue, but my goodness, yeah, he's just gonna go through the windows. My goodness, and even body blocking at the same time. Cypher's about to be primed really soon. Posh already at 84%, 85%. Roland's gonna go down, but Myleg is already far away. Oh my goodness, the flame snipe has to hit at this point, otherwise it's gonna be hard.
Schmitty with a surprise Antiquarian to intercept. He's already here, 99%. We're going to see him just harassing this area, forcing the attack recovery. They're going to go for that pop. Everyone is out and about. Myleg is on his death chair, but everyone, I mean, it could be a potential 3-person escape at this point.
Yeah, he still has a blink to use. Flame snipe, trying to snipe out. Wait, he's gonna snipe out. Wow, what a god. He still has trump card though. The gate's not being opened though, Posh. Like, it's only at 40%.
Right.
So, but honestly, once he chairs, he might be able to make it in time to teleport here.
Teleport, it's going to happen. He's going to go for it. Gate is at 71%. Everyone scrambled away, so hopefully Ling can try to go for that tie. Roland is in this area just for that catapult to be used. He does not have any utilization of the elbow pads. He only has the areas he can work around, so they can try to push for at least a tie. Well, Ling can push for this tie to happen now.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can. Oh, and the speed boost! Oh my god, that was so important that he missed that area. But honestly, it feels like Ling, oh my god, with that quick action, he's able to kind of salvage himself from a potential free escape. But wait, what? Detention is...
Still, yeah, we're still at less than 50 seconds, but the Terror Shock lands, and now it seems like both Paul Blems and Schmitty had to exit the game. Roland and Myleg being able to carry this game. Again, incredible performance. It could have been a 3-person escape, but this is the start that CH4 needs. Getting a tie from the survivors of B4U in their map selection is really good.
For reals, for reals. Like, honestly, it was looking so much like a 3-man escape. If Myleg's actually died in the basement, yeah, it's not gonna make any difference because the teleport's not gonna be. It doesn't matter where you are. You can teleport straight away. But Ling, a very aggressive teleport as well. Very decisive as well. I think it's a no-brainer. Teleporting to the other side, salvaging himself from a potential 3-man escape. But the question still remains, Posh. Like, this is B4U's map.
Right.
And knowing Sprinzer, you're going up against Sprinzer, who has actually, gave such a run for the money against teams like Wolves in Koa. So you have to wonder, is a draw going to be enough for CH4?
It's a
survivors?
start. Yeah, that's the question in everyone's mind, right? At least you're able to negate the survivors, but now you got to deal with Sprinter. You got to deal with one of the anchors, one of the aces of B4U. Again, Ling did an amazing job considering the circumstance, considering how the early to mid game went. Oh man, can I just point out how MyLeg, he's playing with a composer so well, just timing the speed boost. I don't think I want to see the stats because I don't think he touched the cipher at all. He just went from round start, I gotta run so far, and he did just that. So beautiful stuff.
Yeah, he already has a predetermined idea that he's going to be the first chase, and honestly, based on that idea, that conception, okay, it's an X-boy, I need distance, I need to avoid the flame snipes, and with the help of the catapult, I can gain distance as well. So with that in mindset, he was already ready to make distance. Communication in the team as well, telling the hunter, telling him where the hunter's coming from, the left, the right, it helps as well to gain distance against the hunter. So I feel like this is something that is, I would say, B4U has refined themselves into a top-tier team, not just in NAEU, but also a very respectable team, which gained praises from Chinese fans.
Globally, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that Ling was able to tie, I mean, right, a rising tide raises all boats. And if B4U stock raises, and if CH4 is a team that can go toe-to-toe with B4U, that's really saying something. And we're looking at the stats here. Leg was all running, no composing, no decoding here, all zeros, all on containment time. Again, he did an amazing job. Him and Roland were the ones to highlight here, and they're the ones to actually be sent out of the game and into the manor. You barely saw, Schmitty and Paul Blems, because they were just they understood the assignment. They just went to decode, support as much as they can with the catapults, the mere presence of the antiquarian. So at least Ling needs to be able to respect the antiquarian, even though he didn't feel the wrath of that antiquarian just yet.
For reals. And I just have to say though, Posh, it's, if you have to choose an MVP between these two, MyLeg, Roland, which one do you say? Because MyLeg's kited so well. Roland, with the amazing patient rescue, like you're at half health, you have the risk of getting terror shock, you have the risk of getting hit by the fire, and against an X-boy as well. So it's very hard for me. But for you, who do you think the MVP could be?
I'm gonna go with Roland because we already gave MVP to MyLeg yesterday, and hey, he proved us wrong. We were like, hey, I think you gotta respect the Axe Boy. Just go for the safe tie. He's like, nah, watch this. Hold my elbow pads. I will go for the rescue here. I got you guys. Don't worry, fam. Watch this. Able to go for the rescue. Even though I would say one of the shining moments of Ling was how he was able to cut the rebound kite of MyLeg in the first chair really fast because of the flame snipe. But the way Roland, he just acted so decisively. He went for the catapult, stayed in the graveyard, able to avoid the flame snipe and get the rescue. That's all you can ask for when it comes to a stable rescuer. So for me, I'd say Roland in that scenario. But you can make a case for MyLeg as well. I just want Roland also to get the MVP award too. I just want everyone to get MVP awards. I want the tram to get an MVP for God's sake.
For reals. We have yet to see one tram hit, so very close to one just now. But
oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was really close. Imagine if that hit, and I think that would have bought a lot of time for the B4U survivors to come and rescue safely as well. But yep, a draw on B4U's map selection is not too bad. It's a start, like what you mentioned, in the first half of game number 1. But here comes the challenging part. Also another challenging part, the hurdle. Like that was the Mount Himalayas. This time it's the Everest. Call it the comparison however you want. But Brinzer, bro, you gotta get a draw at least. I think if they can get a draw, CH4 has already won in game number 1.
True. The fact that they can bring it to game 3 and forcing a game 3 to happen, that is definitely more than a moral victory, considering how B4U was so dominant at the start, and considering their performance in Koa 4 this year's Koa 6 and bringing it all the way here, and for them to get the tie in game 1. So that's going to be huge. We're going to wait and see, though, what Sprinter will be locking in with. We're going to see a Seer and Priestess ban to start things off, though.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess, Seer, it's a no-brainer ban. Too strong. Priestess is just too strong in never sleeping. One gate from one gate to the other gate. That's how strong it is. We've seen it so many times happening. But hey, CH4 is going to pick up the Professor and Antiquarian. So already a double stunner character. Professor is more indirect. Like, you know, you gotta wait until Hunter whacks you before you can activate the stun.
Right.
Antiquarian, and now with the First Officer as well. It feels like they're playing very, very defensive here.
Yeah, they're bolstering up their defenses. One thing, though, I think, yeah, CH4 is gambling on is that, yeah, they're with the Professor and the Antiquarian. And this has to play into the whole running a marathon and not a sprint, because they have to consider game number 2, game number 3. I think now is the time for them to just know, whoa, Composer to close it out here. I see your Composer. I raise you another one, good sir. So a little switcheroo. Yeah, I was gonna say with the Composer and the Antiquarian here. Antiquarian will not be used in the game number 2 of the Survivors of CH4, but Composer, since he was locked in at the end, that's something Sprinter has to worry about come game number 2. But if he's able to get at least negate a tie, then it's going to look a little dicey for our Survivors here.
Yeah, I mean, with CH4, you can't hold back any punches. You cannot think about, yo, we can't use this in best of 2, best of 3. You gotta think about now, because it's not just any team, it's before you. And I feel like they need to sacrifice. They need to go super strong. If they don't ban Antiquarian, next stuff, Sprinter's definitely gonna ban it. Third ban's definitely gonna be Antiquarian. And CH4 is gonna be left with no one to provide that harass. So CH4, very wise choice. But Sprinter, wow, going back to his route.
Going back to the greatest hits from a season ago or last year. Hey, by no means, I'm feeling if Sprinter is able to wreak havoc with a Clerk, with a Naiad, I'm pretty sure he knows his way around the character that has brought him so much prestige. Going with the Dream Witch here, when it comes to the Survivor lineup, Nell, how do you like the chances of the Survivors going up against this Dream Witch?
I would say it's okay. Like, everyone has their own skills to use to negate the followers. So I would say, like, yo, you try to take a hit onto me. Professor can easily harden his shells and give the stun towards the followers. But it doesn't really matter if you have another spawn or leech following, right?
Right.
I think that's the factor we have to consider. Not to mention Antiquarian as well. You know, you smack the follower side, you smack the hunter when he's deploying patroller. That's also a very important factor to consider. First Officer, obviously a very annoying character to chase. But Sesame, this Composer, no matter how fast you run, Sprinter can always catch up with the Dream Witch. That's the idea. With catch up, leech, and when the spawn follower's approaching, deploy patroller, hit, rinse and repeat. I think that's the idea for the Dream Witch at this point.
And Sprinter, you know what? A mechanically gifted hunter. He can position his main body to where the routes are going to be run. So it's easier said than done, but if anyone could do it, it is Sprinter. So hopefully CH4 will respect that, make sure that they don't put themselves in a really bad spot, that there's a sandwich situation for both the spawn follower or the main follower, or maybe a main follower and main body patroller, because that is his usual build. So first Dream Witch of the tournament too, Nell. So man, times are changing with how the meta is being played. A lot of Naiads, a lot of other characters, but never have I thought like we're gonna see a Dream Witch and look forward to it, because we've been spoiled so many times, and hopefully this match will spoil you guys once again, folks. Hot Spice and Mello on the mic for the second half of this first match.
Yeah, let's go, Sprinter, Dream Witch. Times have changed, like what you mentioned, but wait. Okay, it's a 3-6 build. I thought it was, for a moment, I thought it was going to be a 6-9 Link build like Dongshan. But it's going to catch up to Sesame so soon. What?
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And the thing is, he still has his leech follower, wasn't able to get the anti-curse. Now Sesame knows that he has to be able to move on over to that graveyard side. Sprinter just moving the main body away from the tram. So another close, well, that's as close as we can get to that tram for now. And he's going to try to position himself in a good spot here. Patroller is ready to deploy, and we're seeing Sprinter set something up here.
Yeah, I mean, controller deploying, gonna bite the composer very soon. Oh, fortunately, he went through the pallet, but I don't think it really matters. Yeah, he needs to time this correctly. He needs to vault when it's biting, but unfortunately, missing it by one tick, and the composer's gonna go down. While, oh my goodness, that was actually very, very good. So many things happened there, Posh. Like he used the leech. He used the spawn follower to push the antiquarian off the middle cipher, bought a little bit time for himself, cornered the composer into the middle, the grave. So many things going on.
Yeah, and in a matter of seconds, right? That wasn't even a minute, and you could break down that the decision making on Sprinter's side, forcing the survivors to go in defensive mode. We do see that 933 is in this area to try and pressure a rescue, but at this point, if it's not first officer, it's going to be a little tough. Already past the halfway mark, they might just try and go play conservatively here since 5 ciphers still remain. He's going to stun a follower, but you know what? Still hot in pursuit is the leech follower of 933. Just going to try to injure or disarm as much as possible, while Sesame will be expiring in just a few seconds. First officer is nowhere nearby, so it seems like the Sprinter has his first survivor down and out.
Yeah, wow, beautiful fly move by 933 going in, avoiding a certain death. And another sweep. You can see why Antiquarian is so good in this narrow 8 spaces against a Dreamwish follower as well. So, I mean, Sesame has been sent back to the manor. Ciphers has stopped completely, Posh. Mind you, only one cipher has been done. So, I mean, I don't know. This is looking very, very worrisome. They gotta pick it up back. And try and decode CC.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like the wrath of the Dream Witch comes in waves, right? He's not able to leech anyone just yet. You have the trait of the patroller, but now is the time for them to try and push or de-leech, but they have no more leeches, so it's more of them to try and go in the offense while Sprinter sets up the main body. But unfortunately, one of the ciphers that's about to be primed is at the center, and he's parked it over here. CC has to be very careful. He's really aggressive to try and push this cipher, and now the patroller is going to find the first officer.
Wow, what a beautiful insight! Like making one turn around, you know, just to wait until the duration of the clock is over. But CC though, like, you know, trying to finish off the cipher, can't blame him. Not really being greedy there, just trying to finish objectives as fast as possible. But getting that first hit already, CC still has a leech following, and he's kiting towards 933. Mind you.
Okay, now he's gonna try to switch it up with 933, getting the attention away from him, using the blink now. Great switch on the side of Sprinter, and now 2 injured survivors. First officer still has a leech on him. He's still got that pocket watch. Sprinter is going to have to just reposition the main body here. Probably going to go for a leech onto the Dream Witch. This Dream Witch isn't fully fed just yet, so he wants to get that full presence while we're still at 3 ciphers, but a lot of progress on these last 3 ciphers though now.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. A lot of progress. There's still hope for CH4, but first officer is going to be down, and mind you, his leech is still up. And what happens is, this is really bad because Sprinter has 2 leeches up in the map. Antiquarian has just removed his leech, but he's going to use the leech of first officer to camp that middle cipher. See, he's moving towards where the CCI is. And now 933 is also just going to be touching ciphers. No one... Oh my god. He's forcing survivors off ciphers at this point.
Yeah, even though there's a lot of progress that's happening. Oh, trying to bait out a hit to go for the scales, but now Sia's gonna have to eat that hit to try and force a rescue to happen, but it seems like he's a little too far here. He's gonna use the blink to try and down Sia. He has no more scales to work with. Trying to force a 180, but it didn't work out. First officer still on the rocket chair. 933 is gonna try to go for this rescue, but one more hit and this Antiquarian is gonna fall down. So it seems like Sprinter is well on his way to try and get a 4K.
My goodness, what amazing control by Sprinter. This is why you have to fear his... Wow, but beautiful sweep. But that doesn't really matter if you have another follower, right? And it's camping here. This is why it's so scary. Like far camping against this team of survivors, the stance doesn't really matter. Once you get hit on the way towards rescuing, you, rest assured you're gonna get down by the follower that's camping that chair. But Posh, 4K by Sprinter.
4K in high definition now. The way he was able to do that, bringing back his calling card of a hunter, bring back the hunter that got him the attention, right? They say he's the NAEU Dongchuan with this Dream Witch, and it showed there. He was able to face off against the current meta of the Composer, the Antiquarian, but he was still able to make it work. And Nell, I'm going to throw this question to you. What were the keys to that victory? Because I mean, they drafted accordingly. It looked like it was going to be a little hard for a Sprinter to get the foothold on this match, but not only did he do that, he took 4K out of this match.
Well, I would have to say it's a very good decision for the Composer to run as far as possible away from the teammate Cypher, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing. You are sort of like giving up on yourself. You're like, yo, I'm not gonna be able to kite anymore. Just sacrifice me, go for the tie. And usually that's right, especially in ranked games. That is correct. That's the correct mindset.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do that, Sprinter is free to use his followers, is free to go around, leech other of your teammates, and they can't even touch ciphers too. So by the time Composer's expired, only one cipher has been done.
Yeah.
So that's not really the way you want to play against the Sprinter's Dream Witch, to be honest.
Yeah, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile out of your passivity. And the way there is no wasted movement. Even though he was like repositioning his main body, he was constantly just monitoring ciphers. And yes, there were, I believe, like 3 or 2 ciphers remaining. They were so close to popping, but he was already surveilling the area, constantly patrolling around. And the way he was able to even switch to blink right instantaneously, injure everyone. This is textbook Dream Witch, right? And he was able to make it work in this current meta. And it just shows why he's so feared and revered by the global scene. And now CH4 definitely have his attention here, because 4K in this matchup, like you said, you know, a tie is good, but if you're up against the Mount Everest here, that is Sprinter, it's a different story.
It's a different story indeed, and it shows. Like B4U bringing back the advantage to their team. Like Sprinter, I have to say superstar, not just NAEU's Dongshen, but a superstar in itself. Like I would love to see a heart rate monitor on his wrist. Because, you know, based on his interview, he seems very, very calm. It's like, okay.
Ice in his veins, man.
Ice in his veins, but his fingers, I mean, you don't know. It's probably, you know, moving at 120 actions per minute.
Probably. I would like to see hand cams and also or heart rate monitors. That's gonna be crazy, right?
Yeah, for reals.
It'll happen. I can manifest it. And
for reals. Let's go.
I can manifest. A lot of people in the chat also showing some love to both the teams. A lot of people are saying yes. I think it was Hanako or someone saying, yeah, Western Dongchuan. Oh man, yeah, that I could not agree with that more, with how well he performed in that tournament. So big shout out to each and every one of you. I did also see, I want to give a shout out to LX also that joined us in the chat. Do give him a follow as well. I do know that he has a following over at Twitch, I believe. I saw Jam as well. Big shout outs to him. A lot of players. I do want to see a lot of players here in this chat, just so that they can earn more of a following as well, so that we can help grow this NAEU community. I did ask a bunch of the team captains. I'll give you guys shout outs later on like socials to follow for some of the players, because that's the whole point of the scene, right? Help build content creators and players, just to help spread the word that, you know what, there is Identity 5 competitive, and you know, there are also content creators out there supporting the competitive scene of Identity 5.
For reals. I love what you said, and that's what we love to do as well, trying to you know, allow these amazing players to reach out to all of you, and of course a lot of the support. A little love and support goes a long way, especially for these players, content creators, because again, ladies and gentlemen, these are not professional teams. They are not being paid a salary to play.
Not yet. So
not yet.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. They're paid, you know, KFC. I don't know.
KFC skin, hopefully, with the Naiad skin.
hopefully indeed. So a little support and a little love and support really goes a long way. So if you see them stream videos, you know, what's a like, right? What's a click of a button and say hi at least.
Yes, it goes a long way. So again, big shout outs to all the players out there and everyone that is watching. And we are trying to keep up with the chat. You guys are super engaging. We love seeing it. We love seeing the messages and also the emojis and also the heart emojis that are coming in support of the players. But first and foremost, it is the players that are here. So we got to pay our respect to this match and also highlight the amazing hard work that they have put in on the table here, because right now B4U running amok here with their 7-2 so far, and we're still at this best of 3. So CH4 really have to try and come back from this, since this is not cheese. I do see that you there. It is a best of 3, not a best of 5. So Sprinter printing, I don't know, it's living up to his name.
Yeah, and fun fact, I don't know if you have this mineral water brand in your place or in America or Europe. Well, there's this mineral water brand called Spritzer. So when he picked Naiad, I was like, yo, Spritzer's going Spritzer.
That's crazy. It's I hope that water brand will sponsor him.
Yeah,
the Naiad. Also want to give a shout out, because I just saw it, the #1 MS fan, shout outs to you, asking for shout outs to each and every one of you that's watching right now. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're at 600,000 strong that are watching.
Wow.
So hopefully you guys can keep the support and love going on for the players out there, and also to the NAEU community, content creators alike, and each and every one of you as well, because we want to help grow the scene in NAEU, an emerging scene, always present in Call of the Abyss, especially B4U, and now, you know what, two NAEU teams in Call of the Abyss, so that's huge.
For reals. Not to forget as well, the teams that have made it so far into top 8. Just shout outs to you guys as well. We're gonna do that a little bit later. But B4U, round 2 is gonna be choosing to ban Red Church, and CH4 is going to go for Chinatown instead. So, well, a little bit of twist here, right, Posh? Because in round 1, CH4 is the one who banned Chinatown.
They ban it because they want to pick it. It's like, no, don't. You know how like you have a sibling, like, no, don't get that toy. I want to break it so you don't get it, or something like that. So maybe it could be something like that. I don't know. And I have to say though, this is kind of scary, because we've seen the Sprinter matches, and he's been 4 for. Oh my God, he's actually been 4K for 4K on this map. This is his map.
For reals. Like now that you have just been defeated by Sprinter's Dream Witch, are you still going to come into Chinatown and expect him not to play Dream Witch, or even like you ban his Dream Witch, you get Naiad. If you don't ban his Dream Witch, he gets Naiad. If you ban his Naiad, well, he can simply just go for a Clark Dream Witch, and that's gonna be hell as well. So I'm not really sure I understand the game plan by CH4, but Posh going back into Chinatown,
that's it's a tough ask, and it's Sprinter that will be hunting first, so he's definitely kind of in that. He's still, I'm pretty sure he's still popping off from the previous performance, so he's gonna try to carry that same type of energy in this match. He has no more Dream Witch, but his Naiad is going to be one to deal with. So they're going to have to try and draft a composition here that'll try and counter the Naiad in some way, but it's going to be tough because you're out the Antiquarian and the Professor as well. 2 good hunters that can kind of negate the game plan of Naiad.
Yeah, I mean, they can build a composition that counters it, and oh wait, so CH4 is gonna opt to go for Composer again, and a female dancer. So maybe the idea here is mobility, but I mean, Composer can run fast, but he can't run that fast against a Naiad that's swimming, right? So Naiad can easily catch up, so that's one thing they have to take note of. Here Princess has really been banned. Maybe pick up the Toy Merchant. In this map, super good. Toy Merchant, Embalmer, Toy Merchant, Patient, that's also really good. Yeah, but they're just gonna go for his Rescuer first.
I think, yeah, you need to just account for everything going up against Sprinter, right? Just make sure you don't lean towards like one decoder side or one kiter side. So, yeah, having Composer, I think, you know, with this meta, it definitely works out. It's, you know, I have a feeling Sprinter's really good at facing Composer, because who does he scrim with? He scrims with my leg, and that's why he knows like the type of. I think that's just a true testament to how long this team has been together. It's like they know. They cover each other, and they make sure that they're sharp, whether they're in the Hunter faction or the Survivor faction. So it just showed how he was able to kind of shut down the offense of the Composer in the previous match. And last but not least, we're seeing the ban of the Psychologist. So this brings a lucky guy. Are you wait, a lucky guy?
For reals? For reals?
No.
I mean, lucky guy can wish for anything he wants, but I mean, lucky guy can't wish for wish for automatic win. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting pick though, Posh, right? Like, yeah, but I can see how it works. Like, if you're not being chased, well, you can always wish for a decoder, can wish for the mechanic doll, or if you're being chased first, well, you can wish for a gun. So it's very versatile in that situation, right? He can wish for anything he wants, and when he looks for a box, he can also take different items, can always share with the mercenary. But that is if he's provided he is not being chased first. If he gets chased first, there's nothing that can help him survive that guide, rebound guide.
Maybe that's the plan. They want attention away from the Composer and go for the lucky guy before he makes that wish. But I'm pretty sure Sprinter knows just to go for the Composer first, just to negate any Indal's attempts of cipher rushing. Yeah, I'm just surprised. This is the first lucky guy we're gonna be seeing. I wonder what he's gonna be wishing for. We're gonna be looking at the the right side of the screen to see what he gets to start things off, and if he wishes for more stuff, that's gonna be good. But wow, lucky guy in tournaments. I know we talked about. Oh my goodness, debuting!
Oh my god!
Night Watch.
Let's go! I mean, CH4. Fortunately for CH4, they have a lucky guy, so they're wishing for a victory now for sure. But this is the map they choose. They have to make something out of it, right? So I against Sprinter, like they just got 4K in the last game. Makes perfect sense why before you want Sprinter to go up against CH4 again. Like don't let them recover from the shock. Keep shocking them. And this time, the Night Watch, like you're done being shocked. Now you're gonna get vacuumed in. You're gonna get sucked in into a black hole of abyss. I mean, the analogies there, Sprinter. My goodness, Posh.
Yeah, I do think now is the best time for him to be bringing out the big guns, right? Because leading up to it, he was kind of playing just the classics and the meta, the known stuff, and we were kind of theorizing if he does have a Night Watch. He does, because he's bringing it out now, and it's really important for him to, if now more than ever, because this could solidify their win and a 2-0. So CH4 does, I don't think there's any film on him with this, in a competitive at least, or at least in a tournament setting with the Night Watch, since Night Watch is so recent. So I'm excited to see how they're going to fare here, because if you note, B4U Survivors handled their Night Watch matchup against nobody really well. So that means, I'm pretty sure that means Sprinter has been trying out this character with his teammates too.
And knowing him, like, in streams, you would expect that Sprinter, there will be wins and losers. But right here, we are going to be focusing on the spawn location. No stranger to us, no surprise as well. It's going to be Sprinter at the corner, double story. The survivors wouldn't want to spawn there because that's actually a very strong kiting area. But they do not want Sprinter to spawn on the opposite side and blocking the cipher there.
Right.
So that's one thing to take note of. Sprinter, question remains: lucky guy first or Composer first? Take your pick, Posh.
Oh, that's gonna be tough. I think I would just go for the Composer first. I don't know about lucky guy. Again, lucky guy's so juicy of a target too. It's a tough. He has two choices to eat well here, and knowing Sprinter, he really makes the first early seconds count, and that's what's so important. And what's so important for each and every one of you is to pay attention to this first half of the second match. Once again, Nello Mello and Poch Spice giving you the commentary action. We do see that the tool has been already used by the Composer just to move on away. Sesame is out of sight, out of mind. We do see that Sprinter is logging in those stacks just to try and see if he'll be able to utilize them as he tries and gains presence.
Yeah, I mean, he already has 2 stacks up. He can easily use Windwalk, the Windwalk to just jump through the pallets. Wait, okay, he's going through. Sesame still has the skill to use, but no, the Vortex is gonna suck him in. And this is exactly what you don't want to do. Ah, my god, this is really hard. Like, fast running survivors means nothing to Night Watch, especially when you can just vacuum them in.
He has the dash already. He brought insolence, and now he can be able to get the vortex going on. He's gonna force the vault to happen in the early minute. able to down the composer.
Wow. That is why Nightwatch is so scary. Like, look at all the ciphers, Posh. Not even halfway done. Only one cipher has been halfway done, and Nightwatch has already gotten the composer down. But on the saving grace, Lucky Guy is doing what is expected. He's got a mechanic doll to decode.
Yeah.
So, adding extra hands to decode. CC coming in for the rescue. Posh.
Yeah, CC had to expand that elbow pad, able to get the rescue now, and now using the skill, but he's just gonna go for the wind tunnel. He's gonna go for that hit. Oh, he goes for it, and now Composer has the last effort. Mercenary has to get out of there. Doesn't want to get a double down situation going on, but no, Princer is already at full presence with this Night Watch here, and just like that, he's not even gonna go to that corner. He's just gonna pull him in, get the attract. I say, attract, don't chase. That is the mantra in life, with people and with hunters.
Yeah, don't go to them. Let them come to you. That's the secret. That's the secret, man. I mean, Princer. I mean, the rescue didn't fail. That was a clean rescue. Rescue, move away, don't get doubled down. But unfortunately, it's just the rate where Sprinter gets the survivors down is just insanely fast. Like, Composer's about to expire, and it's only 2 ciphers being done. So even with the mechanic doll, it's not really helping much at this point. So it's still insane. Cypher Rush is not working. But wait, nine.
Lucky Guy trying to get the rescue ongoing, but able to snipe out the Composer here. Again, that was an excellent turn of events, but now he goes for the dash, forces out the flywheel, and it seems like he has the attention of Sprinter. He's gonna go for the hit after the pallet, and now it seems like he's injured 2 survivors. He's gonna dash right back to the Composer and collect his first survivor down.
Wow, what a clean dash as well. Like, I mean, not hitting any obstacles at the same time and injuring the Lucky Guy in the process. Posh 3 ciphers are not moving throughout the entire moment. And who can blame them? Dancer has to heal the mercenary first. They have to account for the late game. But going at this rate, I don't know, man. They need a miracle. Second Kite needs to be insanely good at this point.
And the Dancer can do just that. She has a box set up at the lobby area. He's going to try and go for that dash in and also vault over the pallet. He's going to collect more stocks here and trying to get that vortex going on. It's going to stop Sia in its tracks. He's going to go for the charged up hit and Sia running the routes in the hotel once again. But Nell, Blink is already available. Sprinter has 2 stocks to use to try and go for this Dancer down.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need to use... What?
Oh, but the pirouette to just avoid it. Good scramble there, but Sia in this area, he's going to eat that hit. Yeah, like you said, at the end of the day, he's still able to make it work. 2 ciphers still remain, and they're not at the 50% mark just yet.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Sprinter's mastery of the wind walk, of the vortex, it's just so good, right? And it's very unfortunate as well that female dancer wasn't able to, the music box wasn't able to help him much, especially when he's going up towards the 2nd floor to kite at the stairs. But yeah, I think he bought enough time. At least the ciphers are finally looking like it's moving.
And that's the thing. Yeah, Lucky Guy has to be the one to go for the last cipher once he pops this one. Has to save before half here. Mercenary playing a very dangerous game. Gonna try and bait a hit, and now that was after half, Nell. So this is actually the death chair of this female dancer. Gonna try to kite out for as long as he can, but no, falls down to the 2nd floor of this hotel, and that last cipher still remains at 32%.
Yeah, this is bad. Like, saving after half is an issue because right now there's no kite potential, and it's only down to 2 survivors, and both of them are injured. Yeah, they did a good job coming back from just 2 ciphers initially and going down to the last cipher, but if you don't heal up, you're gonna die. If you touch the cipher, Sprinter's just gonna dash to you.
And just emphasizing that moment, right? The after half, that was so close. It would have been so great, so potent if he was able to save before half. But the fact that it was after half, and now the blink hit connects right before he was able to even use that hypnotize. And he's just going to go for a slugging strategy. Sprints are still uncontested in this map. Again, his Naiad was insane here. He did bring out another... I believe his previous Naiad in this map only got a 3-person kill, but I mean, it's above a tie. And OCC, he's trying to hide it out.
bro. He knows. He knows the movements of the survivors. CC. Oh, beautiful blink. Okay, buying a little bit more time. Lucky guy has already stood up. Probably gonna try and finish off the cipher as fast as possible. They know it's definitely gonna be insolence plus detention. So CC, doesn't matter if you use up all your pads. As a matter of fact, he's used up his last pad. Gonna go down pretty soon. But wait, Lucky guy starting a new cipher. I'm not sure if that's
the go-to plan, right? That was starting out a new cipher. I don't know if he was close enough to start again the 32% one, unless the one that's been worked on is in the hotel. But yeah, he's too far off. He's already used the self-heal. Mercenary falling in a far off area in this map, so it's only a matter of time. Sprinter now, he can just keep loading up those stocks. He can go for the dashes and just zip across this map like it's like he's in like he's a breaking wheel.
Yeah. Breaking wheel, the undead dash, call it maybe, whatever you want. But it seems like mercenaries already waiting on top of the dungeon, hoping for a slight chance.
He knew.
He knew exactly, and I no, Sprinter's not gonna. He's not gonna chair. He knows. He's not gonna leave things to chance. Another 4K by Sprinter. Insane game. Posh.
Chef's kisses going out to Sprinter, bringing out the Night Watch, living up to his 4K, 3K and above potential there. He beautifully mastered the skills or the game plan of this Night Watch. Yes, he's a single hit hunter, but how can you kite someone that just attracts you? And it's just, he cuts off your route. Just insane. And you have high mobile characters, but then with the Mercenary, elbow pads are eventually going to run out. Composer's the tuning fork, the tool he uses, eventually it's going to run out too, and he's going to be able to attract you. And he dropped him at the early minute of that round, so you couldn't even feel the cipher rush.
Exactly. Like I mean, law of attraction, man. How can you run from someone who attracts you so much, right? So, yeah, especially when you have good looks like Itakwa.
True.
Yeah, you can't run from someone attracted. Like, you literally want to go back to him. But, yeah, applies not just in IDV, but in social context as well. But yeah, Sprinter making it work. A second 4K, Dream Witch, Night Watch. At this rate, I can't see how CH4 can ban enough. I don't think that's enough bans for CH4 to actually get Sprinter off his comfort character, comfort hunter. But at the same time, Ling is going to be coming into a fray next game. He actually did pretty good. He actually did pretty good in the first half.
Yes.
But right now in second half, he still has a chance. I mean, X-Boy was just very dominating. But do you think they will ban his X-Boy, or do you think he's just gonna resort to?
At this point, I think they might just ban meta and just go with maybe that's the case, because I think it really just depends on how B4U survivors are feeling at this point, because they just need one out and they'll be fine. X-Boy, unfortunately, in this meta is not as good, but with Ling in charge, yes, you can make that case, but you still have first of all, you won't have Antiquarian allowed to come in. You're gonna have no Professor as well. Then you're gonna have 4 more bans onto the 4 more bans that's gonna be taken out. But still, B4U survivors have shown that they can roll with the punches and they can do a lot. So it's looking kind of tough for Ling, but I think this is a shining moment. If he's gonna make a statement, it has to be now. And considering that a 5-point game is a hard ask, just go out with a bang. Try your best and show as much as you can your hard work put on display, because hey, you made it this far, might as well have fun with it, might as well show what your hard work has brought you this far, has for everyone to see. So again, I want to see a lot of love and support for Ling, because the pressure is on him right now, and to show up and show out, folks.
Yeah, show out. Go out with a bang. Totally agree. You want to leave a lasting impressions, and honestly, win and lose is part of the journey. You can't win every time, and even if you lose, it's just take it as an experience. You still gain something, which is experience, and I think it's very important. You're going up against B4U, who in their own time has also experienced their fair share of losses against teams in the international level. So
Yes.
you see, it goes both ways. They learn to, they adapt, and they become really good.
And considering that B4U last year was in this similar situation and they were kind of denied the victory, it's like they really went back to the workshop. I think they got hungrier than ever. So I would say a loss or the outcome you weren't expecting is just a setup for you to try and better yourself. And I mean, B4U just reaping the rewards, because right now, looking at the win condition here, they need 0 escape for a round 3 to push through, but you still got the point differential to go with. And it seems like, yeah, B4U eating pretty good here with how well they have prepared for this tournament, and their hard work definitely pays off, right? We have the best of the NAEU region competing here, and we want to find out the best of the best. And it comes down to either B4U and CH4, and CH4 making it this far. And it's definitely something to highlight. And going up against B4U, I'm pretty sure they also have felt that a level up of CH4. So I think it's nothing to lose scenario for CH4, because B4U is such an established team already that they're expected to win. But CH4, you know what? Learning experience, like you said, no.
Yeah, learning experience. And yeah, I mean, the teams have definitely shown outstanding improvement, and it shows. It really shows. All the teams that are here are very well deserving, and I would just like to say, at a personal level, no need for apologies, because you guys have tried your best as well. I know some players are like, some players, they are more emotional. They get apologetic. So
right,
yeah. But you know what? The fans are here to support.
Exactly, and that's why you guys in the chat play a very important role in the community, because you're the ones that kind of uplift these players, and also they play for, aside from them competing, I think they also want to entertain each and every one of you. So yeah, good job kind of lifting the spirits of these players, and I hope you guys can carry that same energy to more NAEU events or whatever events you guys join, because you know what, you have to admit, Identity 5 in certain regions is just emerging, right? So it's super important for the community to set the foundations and set it right for any new coming players to see that it is a supportive community, it's a growing community, and that's what we want to see. We want to see more players, more competitions, and more opportunities for them.
Yeah, definitely 100%. Support goes a very long way. And speaking of which, going into the band picks of round 2 second half, Ling will need your support more than ever if he wants to come back in this round against B4U. Not 1K, not 2K, not 3K, but the high definition 4K as popularized. Posh, B4U. B4U is going strong. Like, look, Priestess off the bat. It's like, yo, Priestess
in this map alone, it's terrifying. And they also banned out the Axe Boy, so it seems like they're gonna kind of force Ling off his comfort. He can choose Naiad, he can choose, hey, you know what, Ling also has a Night Watch, so he can also rock that in this mix. But I mean, Paul Blem's on this I'm pretty sure this is gonna be Paul Blem's on the Priestess. From gate to gate, right? From coast to coast with this Priestess. Ling needs to pick a hunter that can try and negate that, or has to chase him first and just exhaust the holy keys. And banning out the mechanics bot, Embalmer, Antiquarian, and Seer. It's still gonna be a tough ask for Ling, to be honest.
Merchant. I mean, it's been banned straight off because of the global bans, but B4U still has patience, and honestly, I feel like B4U, they're just gonna repeat the formula, like what has been done before. My legs and the Priestess support, just circle the building, circle the building, and even if Ling goes for Itakwa, doesn't really matter because you have the Priestess to support you. Circle the building, just keep circle. As long as Nightwatch doesn't have presence, he cannot dash forward. So that's the one thing to take note of. But yes, B4U is in a very favorable position. They can play very comfortably because all they need is just one escape.
Right.
And Ling, yeah, I mean, he's facing what Alex is facing in his previous match. He needs to play super aggressive. And I mean, I don't know, Posh, when you play super aggressive, you kind of forced to play super aggressive, things can make or break.
Yeah, I agree 100% because when you start seeing red, you start to overextend, and the one that is not playing with that much fire underneath them, or I would say like having that desperation to just try and get that 4K could be tough. And Ling going with the mirror match, going with a 4K potential hunter here. We're gonna see the Night Watch come on out. One thing to note, Nell, is that they have no stunners, so I have a feeling they're just gonna go with, all right, every man for himself. We're gonna try to support as much as we can with the Priestess portals and the heals of this Psychologist. But Ling at least does not have to worry about as he banned the Antiquarian. There's no Prospector. There's no stunners on this team, like dedicated stunners at least.
Yeah, for reals. I think at this point they're just focusing on running. They are all inspired by My Lake, and they all believe that My Lake, they have My Lake's legs. You know, like everyone's just running. You know, like they have mobility. That's the whole point. Except for My Legs, which sadly he's on Psychologist, which doesn't have mobility or late game kiting. But the name of the game is being tanky as well. So I guess he's like, yo, I'm lending you my legs. You guys can soar. Let me just be the Wi-Fi healer. I think the smart thing to do would be to position My Leg on the north side of Chinatown, and then position Priestess probably at the lower side, to provide the support portals going towards the Psychologist, so that Ling will be forced to spawn next to My Leg, and that leaves open an opportunity,
like a rotation from north to south.
Oh wait, that area works too. My Leg, that area works too. He can circle around the building.
Right.
Problem can create a portal right above that area. And Ling has no choice. He's just gonna go straight for My Legs at this point. So we'll see how the rotation goes, and we'll see how the cut happens. Because honestly, before you, My Leg, he's depending on two things only: the portal support and the power of bond between her and power of love. That's the only thing going for
yeah, the rest is mechanical skill and environment that he has to go with. So yeah, those two are the most all the support that My Leg has to offer. Hey, if he makes this kite count, like that's going to be another highlight for him on the books with how well he can kite and not just rely on the composer. But I mean, yeah, Psychologist doesn't really have any buffs when it comes to kiting. It's more of just the 3 tanky hits. And you have to be careful because we've seen how well a Night Watch can just negate any kite from happening. So the stress might not even be a factor. So folks, this could potentially be the last match of the tournament. Poch Spice and Nello Mello at your service for this second half of the second round.
Yeah. Link's already making his rotations, going to close in onto Priestess. I mean, not a bad choice because Priestess doesn't really run fast, but oh my god, you see, just leaping through the palace doesn't really matter, but he's gonna make the same rotations again, and that's the thing. Okay, you can do that, but now he has the vacuum to work with, and Problems about to get hit for the first time. Wow. Okay, pretty good start for Ling.
It is. Yeah, considering that we're already seeing the pallet drops not be a factor anymore for him. Paul Blem's portals is still on a cooldown. He's going to try to rotate above here. He's going to go for that, that wind tunnel, and goes for the down early on, first minute, and now we see that the Cypher progress has not even moved.
Wow, that was super fast. Honestly, Ling is doing an amazing job. This is what a Night Watch does. He brings the exact same traits as Spritzer, the detention plus insolence build, allowing him to dash and to, vacuum the survivor in. But now he's gonna do a little bit of a far camping, but you do not want to do that against a Merc because he can just pad away. Roland buying some time. Mind you though, Posh, Ling still has a blink, so...
He does, and now we see that the Priestess, right before half, beautiful save, and now a Holy Key is ready for Paul Blems to use. He has to utilize it well here. He's gonna get the last effort, unable to get it just yet. Maybe he's building up for 2 more for the last rebound rescue of this match. We do note that Psychologist can heal up that Mercenary for him to go for that second save. Psychologist has popped the Cypher. Another one is on the way. So Cypher progress having some decent movement, but Ling is still performing pretty well, I would have to say.
Yeah. They're deciding not to use the Psychologist heal. They're actually just manually healing at this point, Posh. Like, Patience just healing personally at this point. I think the idea is to just sacrifice Paul. He's really, really far. I mean, Patience is decoding. My leg is around the area, but I'm not really sure. He's really far.
Both of them are. I think you have to believe in the power of friendship here. Roland, final seconds. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it. But my leg, he's turning the corner. Oh, but a backdoor rescue. Priestess is out, and now we see that the priestess has fallen down, though, unable to use the holy keys. And now Roland, everyone is scrambling away from this area. Let's see if Roland can buy enough time for him to be able to. Nah, yeah, he's just gonna go for the chair here. He doesn't have to worry about any shenanigans, any stuns, and Ling able to get his first survivor out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy, man. Like, the Ling just knows. He knows that where you're gonna go. Priestess, you can't kite in the open. You're definitely gonna try and stick to the wall and use a portal key. But that's where it's wrong. I think he actually needs to get. But wait, Smithy!
Through the corner, he was sneaking through the window there, but unfortunately for him, Ling was able to spot him out. Schmitty has a hook. He has to use it now. The swing's gonna register, and Schmitty's down with 3 hooks. Ling is on his way to get another survivor on a rocket chair.
Wow, I think Ling can do it this game. I mean, Psychologist has 3 health to work with, but let's face it, Posh, like Psychologist can't really kite late game, right? So I think Ling has the opportunity to do this. He just needs to be really patient. Tunnel in onto Schmitty. If he can get a double down onto the
wow. Double down situation, but Schmitty has 3 hooks to use. So he's gonna have to make sure that, yeah, the stocks are done. He's gonna have to make, gets the pull onto him. Goes for the flywheel just to negate that swing, but through the vault, and now double down, Nell.
Yeah, you cannot wait. You need to use the hook straight away. You cannot be in the area of effect of Night Watch, because that's what happens. You try to aim for a hook, you try to wait for him to get closer. That's when he just vacuums you in, right? That vortex, he not only slows you down, he can swap to another trait. He can use the vortex tempest. He can just swap you in. So my leg has to come in for this rescue.
Yeah, so it's looking real good for the for the hunter now, but you can't rest on your laurels just yet. Getting the wind tunnel there, but getting the attraction. Watch out, he has to use this now. Able to go through the window. Okay.
Nice. Okay, a little bit of hope coming in, but Schmitty, oh my god. Yeah, that's the power of Night Watch. At full presence with the stacks, he can just dash in. He can close up the distance so fast. And now, abnormal. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Ling is here to play.
He's here to play. He wants that best of 3, and with a Night Watch, folks, turning doubters into believers. If he's gonna get a 4K out of the B4U survivors, my goodness, that is gonna be a huge feather in his cap. But you can't just rest on his laurels just yet. He eliminated 2 survivors. He'll celebrate when the game is over, and for him to do that, he needs to eliminate 2 more survivors. Mercenary has no more stocks to use. He has no more elbow pads. Psychologist is basically a regular character with that whistle, so he just needs to sit on this lead for a while now.
Yeah, but mind you though, Roland does not have self-heal anymore. Oh my god, he's running straight into the hunter. 1 hit's gonna do it. He's gonna be going down pretty soon, and without self-heal, my leg needs to hide as long as possible.
He does. For the but speaking of which though, my leg being spotted out here, and he's kind of a basic character here, not much buffs when it comes to kiting this out. He's gonna try to go through the pallet, gets the drop, but in exchange gets the hit. And now Ling just needs to clean up shop here. 1 more hit. Goes for the charge up attack. And now we're seeing a best of 3. Ling has done it, folks.
Ling has done it. And whoever doubted Ling, my god, I didn't think it was possible. But he did it. He conquered Mount Everest. And the Mount Everest of NAEU, the team, before you. And he's gotten 4K. We are seeing a best of 3, Posh. And my god. But though, I just have to say, amazing play by both Night Watches, Prinzer, Ling, but we have to take note. B4U still has the advantage in game 1.
They do. I mean, like you said, right? It's the fact that they can make gods seem mortal. right? For them to be able to make, he is able from a two kill to make it a 4 kill with this Night Watch. It just shows that in the right circumstances, he's able to get it. And I think that's more important than getting the victory. It's just proving a point that anyone and everyone could get a chance. Any given Sunday, that is, that anyone that has any time or studies the meta right can get the victory here. And that is what Ling is showing. And we're still going to see that best of 3. So I'm super excited. Yes, the point differential is still apparent in round number 1, but the fact that he was able to tie things up with Sprinter with a Night Watch as well, I you know what? It's CH4, folks. And again, this team has seen this matchup before, and it seems like, them being it to best of 3, who knows?
Yeah, who knows what can happen. But whatever it is, they can definitely for CH4, they cannot leave it to round wins. They need to get an overwhelming point advantage against B4 in game number 3. If
I remember correctly, it was a 2-2 and then 7-2. So it's a 5-point differential now because he tied up in game 3. So they can tie things up, but they need to catch up with that. So they can actually, they just need to come up with that point. If it's 3, if they win 3-1, 3-1, it's still gonna be B4U, right?
Yeah,
because they still have 2 points. Yeah,
it's the same story, different chapter. It was Ravens versus CH4. Ravens were put in the same situation. They need a full score. They need like a 1 4K or 4 escape plus a 3K or a 3 escape. They need that point 8-1.
Okay. Before we talk more about it, I just want to give Ling his flowers, his congratulations, because the odds were really against him. I'll be honest. Like, it seemed like B4U was gonna have an early night in the office, because who can say in the NAEU community or any community as well that they can consistently or get, when push comes to shove, they can get a 4-man kill against B4U, one of the top survivor teams out there. But Ling can put that on his resume, put it on his LinkedIn profile that he was able to do this, because what an accomplishment this is. And you know what? Night Watch is the meta, and everyone is mortal when it comes to this meta. And Ling played it very well. Like, his playstyle really, it emphasized his playstyle, I have to say. So coming into this BO3 now, they have to worry about his Axe-Boy and his Night Watch.
Yeah, I mean, Axe-Boy, Night Watch. I think they can comfortably face Ling's Axe-Boy at this point. But going into BO3, there's going to be 2 Hunter bans. So I think to be safe, just take out the Night Watch, take out the Axe-Boy, and draft and pick a map, because now it's is this B4U? It's our Ravens map, right?
I believe it's B4U.
B4U's map selection.
B4U's map. Yeah.
Okay, so pick a map that is weak against Naiad.
Right. Yeah, I'm just recalling, because it was CH4 to ban Chinatown, then pick Chinatown in round 1 and 2.
But they made it work. It's a draw.
They did. There it is, folks.
How crazy would it be if it's a 4K by Sprinter?
Okay.
And a 4K by and a 4 escape. And a 4K by Ling as well.
Ling.
But technically that's not possible, right? Because
if Sprinter 4Ks, then I feel like it ends there, because there's not going to be overtime anymore, right? Because they win in terms of points. Like, there's no way to catch up because they win round 1.
How about draw? What about draw?
Can it be possible? Can they?
It ends too.
You mean?
No, wait. 3K. If it's a draw, they still have to play second half because it might go overtime.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So if they still draw this game, they have to play the second half. But I'm thinking, points wise, if they can, there's no chance for points to be the same, right? Even if, let's say CH4 wins. Oh, there is. So overtime could be in the horizon here.
Can, like, as long as one side gets a draw and the other side gets a 5-0, then it's gonna be 7-2 again.
Oh, so you're right.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. If that happens, if CH4 can pull that off, can we call them the overtime kings, because they were the first ones to bring the first best of 3 with Ravens, and if they're able to do that before you, oh my goodness, CH4 has cemented themselves as legends in the book of a competitive identified in NAEU. So again, a realm of possibilities. I'm getting a little ahead of myself because now it's gonna be round 3. we still have to, kind of be concerned about the point difference here. And if Sprinter's going to be going in first, if he's going to still live up to that 4K, it's still going to be tough because you still have to worry about his Naiad. You have to worry about his Dream Witch, his Night Watch, and his Clerk.
For real. Like, he has so many hunters that he plays extremely well in. And honestly, Posh, I feel like Sprinter, it's hard to imagine Sprinter losing. It's so hard to imagine him even drawing. I feel like I feel like it's just going to be a win for Sprinter most of the time, especially when he's playing so well. Like, honestly, the chance stands with the survivors. If the CH4 survivors can get an upset, like, get a draw, get a one-man escape, get a draw against Sprinter, I think the window of opportunity will open for Ling to get that 4K against before you.
Super essential, that window of opportunity, because without it, they can't push for that game number 3 or that second half. So I agree. You know what? If you look back in history, also in B4U, Sprinter is actually one of the anchors, right? The one that really gets the points. So coming into this, I wouldn't be surprised if they make Sprinter go out first, just to set the pace of that match. And he, like you said, his pool is so deep that he doesn't have to change it up. And now we're going to be going to Arms Factory. There are no more map bans here, but Arms Factory keeping it contained. Naiad inbound could be possible. I mean, B4U's Sprinter also has the Dream Witch, but that's definitely going to be banned out. So if you're CH4 now and Sprinter's coming up, which are the 2 hunters that you were going to ban away from Sprinter?
Sprinter, definitely, I would say ban the Dream Witch. Super essential. Dream Witch in Arms Factory is really strong. And ban the Night Watch. Either the Night Watch or the Clerk. Honestly, pick between 2. And then maybe deal with the Naiad. They might have more chance against the Naiad. But honestly, at this point, I feel like it's like, choosing one of the poisons. Like, you die. Even if you do, or even still die. So
one thing to note is that we see the win conditions here. So it seems like B4U, we're talking about escapes. So if we have 1 escape, that means a 3K.
Hunter first.
Yeah, Hunter first. That means Hunter comes first, right?
Yeah. I like this. I like this strategy by CH4. Send out your Hunter. Because if the survivors fail to make an impact against Sprinter, it's over. You can't do anything anymore. So they want to see the best of 3 second half. They want to play the full BO3. So it makes sense to let Ling slay in this map first.
So
I guess...
Yeah, let's talk about Ling now. You said that ban out the Dream Witch of Sprinter and then toss up between Clerk or the Night Watch, right? That leaves open the Naiad. So if you were B4U now, what are the greatest hits of Ling that you have that are essential to ban in this map?
Ban the Night Watch. Ban the Night Watch for sure.
Yeah.
Ban the X-Boy.
Okay.
And then probably draft a character that's probably draft a composition that's really strong. Or you know what? Ban the Naiad. Ban the Naiad and then draft a composition that's really strong against an X-Boy in Arms Factory.
I like that thought. I like that thought because there's more bad matchups for the Axe Boy in this meta than it is the Naiad, right? So that's actually a good thought there. And considering in the previous matches also that Ling was kind of forced to play out of his comfort, right? So if you ban out his comfort characters, or if you make him choose his comfort characters and you kind of shadow ban or kind of counter his picks, that could shake someone's confidence. And considering that he needs to perform well here and not allow a single survivor to escape, it's a tough night out. But once again, this was the same song and dance we did in the previous round, and he just showed us that he can go the distance and he can show that the established brands can go for the 4K. But now it seems like Sprinter will be the one coming in first. So our original dialogue was true. Banning out the Naiad, banning out the Dream Witch, so forcing maybe a Clerk to come out, maybe a Night Watch.
So why did you say 1 escape then? As
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's not right. If 1 escape, if 1 escape and CH4 wins, that's not right.
Or continue. Or no.
Sorry, yes, before you.
Yeah, if one escapes, I think maybe maybe it could have been switched up, because if CH4 gets one escape, we still keep going, because that's them winning that half, and they need to be able to win the other half for them to be able to win the game. So maybe they switch things up, but right now we're gonna talk about the bans here. Oh wow, we're gonna go with Forward and Embalmer to start things off with CH4.
Wow. Yeah, going support heavy, like with the coffin support, with the football support. I like where this is going. My God, getting one survivor. Like if they get 3K, they still have to play second half, right? Unless it's a 4K, right? Yeah, I guess that's the correct thing to do. CH4, go with the forward, the harass, the coffin. Definitely a very important. You've seen how it happened, right? In the CH4 versus Raven, how in Lakeside he made it happen against Lake. Yeah, so now they're adopting the same theory, but going a little too support heavy might not be favorable, because Cyphers might be really slow at this point.
Yeah, and no one has yet kind of pressured Sprinter in a Cypher Rush comp, or at least he's always played to his pace. And now this lineup, yes, I love the support heaviness of it. I'm just concerned about how slow the decoding is. You have First Officer and Forward there. And also, not to mention, Acrobat endgame opening up the gate. Holy smokes, it's going to take him a whole anime episode for him to be able to open up this exit gate. If this Acrobat will be choosing to open up this exit gate. So this could be potentially CH4's last stand. Hopefully they won't be saying SOS for this one, because it's going to be definitely a tough one for them to face against Sprinter.
Yeah, I mean, chasing the Acrobat first might be good, or even forcing out the Embalmer, forcing out the Embalmer's coffin, like chasing down, force his coffin out. That might be good as well, eliminate the potential sneaky play by Embalmer in the late game. But honestly, Cypher Rush is not going to be the best in this map. Sprinter has so many options to play for. He can play Night Watch here, he can play Bloody Queen here, he's good with Bloody Queen as well. He can play Clark. So with this composition against Clark, it's going to be super hard as well. But if he chases the forward first, it will be pretty hard for Clark to chase forward. But if you want to slow down the Cyphers, Clark would be good. Bloody Queen, a lot of factors going on here. But guys, what do you think Sprinter's going to play against this composition? Because not the best Cypher Rush composition. Oh, but wait, it's gonna be Clark! Oh my God, I called
this. Yeah, Nell, look, Mystic Nell, looking at the future. Look, see your Nell.
Yeah, I was just saying he's gonna slow down Cypher just now, right? So
Nell, just give me 5 random numbers for my lotto ticket, man. You're just on point with the prediction.
Oh my God, I can give you 3 numbers.
What is it?
I can give you 5 numbers.
Okay.
5 7 9
579
0 because that's the number of viewers here.
Let's go. Big numbers on stream, because this is a big matchup here. Sprinter bringing out the Clerk, and he has gotten 4K with this Clerk. The map is small. The decoding is not on the Survivor side, because it's gonna be slow decoding. So Sprinter's gonna have he's gonna have the time of his life just getting the first chase down. I mean, he can take his time. But yeah, it's going to be hard for him to pin down one, but it just takes one Survivor slip up for him to get that chair, and then he's going to start camping the Cyphers.
Yeah, I would say chase anyone but the forward. Forward's going to be the worst target to chase, because you get recorded, you put down the pallet, doesn't matter. You lift up the pallet, he's already dashed away. So one thing bad about chasing forward first. Acrobat as well. You put down the pallet, he's ready with his bomb already. He can just again towards another area. Forcing out the Embalmer's coffin first would be a great choice. Chasing the Embalmer while recording these slow decoders would be a very good choice as well. Like, who cares about forward? Who cares about recording forward? Record the Embalmer. Record the Acrobat, right? Record it, slow him down significantly, or slow down the forward Cypher. Anything can work at this point, because this team is not meant for Cypher Rush.
It's not. It's meant for. I think they were expecting. Yeah, they were definitely expecting something else here, because for them to bring. I was thinking if they were gonna think clerk, you know what, and they surprised me too. I think they leaned too heavily on this that they didn't account for the clerk, because they could have brought out Explorer, they could have brought out a Cypher Rusher, especially in Arms Factory. But folks, we are at game number 3, first half. Hot Spice and Nello Mello giving you the action here as we speak, and it seems like CC is in the immediate area here in the deep sandbags area, and Balmer is going to possibly take this first chase, allowing the forward and first officer decoder meta to take place here.
Yeah, I mean, for reals, he's already doing very good, like baiting Sprinter to go the other way. But hey, the distance has been closed almost instantly. He knows where the coffin is. He's gonna start recording CC soon. Yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard at this point. But honestly, that's the best target he can chase.
Yeah, it's anything but the first officer, right? That's what you said. And now goes for that hit, allowing, just trying to monitor to see if anyone is in the immediate area, just rotating around the camera and also making sure the recordings do happen. Man, a heart monitor would be great about now. I want to see how Sprinter's cool, calm, and collected during this chase. He's already going for the record here just so we don't go for that pallet drop. Goes for the blink, Nell. So decisive.
Yeah, decisive strike in work right there. But Nitri, wait!
Able to get it, but no, goes for the drop down, and unfortunately there was no wall for him to get stunned on. 933 is on cooldown and on timeout with that stun. That was half a ball stun, I believe. Yeah, like about to be half a ball stun. And now Embalmer getting the safe rescue from that coffin. Ciphers have not been popped just yet, and Sprinter just making his way and rotating just to get CC back onto that rocket chair.
Yeah, everything's going according to plan. Like, right? Chase the Embalmer first, force his coffin, and with the added bonus of Ford being injured, and the Acrobat constantly being recorded, that's the result. Man, second chair almost incoming. If Embalmer goes down again, it's over. So, Ciphers are moving now, but I think he needs to start recording. Yeah,
he does. Yeah, he needs to start establishing that these ciphers should not be moving. CC doing a great job just going away. This is going to be his second chair, but at least this is allowing some objectives to actually move. And now he's going to try and just go around. He did not bring flywheel, so he is really just relegated to just going around this area and staying away from any ciphers as much as possible. Also, Nell, something to note, first officer still has that tide turner, so now it seems like focusing on the lower left side of the screen, first officer probably going to pop that cipher and maybe go for that rescue or just go for that cell, but they really need as much as they can, as much points as they can to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for the rescue because you have no rebound kite potential, and CH4 needs a draw. Like, a draw would set up lane for the 4K, and they could bring it over time. I think that's the best case scenario one can hope for CH4 now. And with the double tide, at least they can ensure both of them will be able to rescue late game with the tide ability available.
Right. So.
Hey, wait, tide. Forward has flywheel, by the way. So
yes. Forward flywheel meta. That's true. So now, Sprinter needs to get at least 3K to just deny any of the second half to transpire. We do see that there are 2 survivors here, Sia, as well as the N933. Sprinter just checking if anyone is in this area. Sesame, sorry, it was the first officer that was here. He's gonna try to block off the god pallet here over at the factory. He's constantly monitoring around. So Sia doing a great job just containing the hunter in this area. He's gonna switch. He's gonna go and switch and go for a teleport and chase out the forward.
Yeah, and he's just gonna dash straight away. Even if he puts down the pallet here, he still has a flywheel though, so Sprinter needs to take note of this. Oh, wait!
Flywheel to try and go for the dash, but Sprinter able to down this forward. He does not have much utility left on this football. 2 ciphers remain, and now, yeah, this is where he really has to pressure those ciphers.
Yeah, I can see this situation. How it's gonna turn out in the end. Like, usually when you come down to the last 3 survivors, 1 person being chaired, even if you have only 1 cipher left, it's gonna be so hard. Like, 2 ciphers, not to mention, not even close to being popped. You just keep decoding, you just keep recording. You're not gonna be able to pop the cipher.
Yeah, he's gonna stand still here. He's gonna block the window. Beautiful holding of that window block recording just to down the forward again. Sprinter's gonna monitor the ciphers again. I think that was the one in the deep sandbags area. He's gonna clean up the recordings. Lower left side of the screen sees that the first officer is working at the one in the factory area. So it's gonna be tough because the first officer has to be the one to go for that rescue. So they have to switch. Acrobat needs to try and push for that cipher, or they might just try to focus on objectives, but it's still going to be real tough here now.
Yeah, it is. The cipher is not going to move, let's face it, against the Clark. Usually, if it's the last cipher and you have 3-person remaining, and both of you can camp the same cipher, Clark will record the wrong survivor and the other one can decode, right? So, but now, no. Not going to happen. Acrobat's not going to touch the cipher. But hey, there's the watch going on. Nai has to be really careful not to go down here. A little bit of ball left. Not sure if he's gonna make it, but he's doing his best.
But another block recording goes for the dash through. Tried to go for a 180 back to the window, but unfortunately the last effort does pop. More recording is going to be done on that cipher that is being pushed. Forward will be out of the game, and one more, and Sprinter will claim victory for his team.
Wow, that was actually crazy. Look, the cipher has been stuck the entire time, right? Like, you decoded a little bit, like 10-20%, but that's the most you can get. Especially with slow decoders. Before you, Sprinter, the draft is just on point, and it's not really CH4 playing bad. It's just the draft.
It's the matchup,
the composition,
right?
The matchup is not good against the Clark here.
Yeah, this was what is so terrifying about Sprinter, his character pool, right? And you can't fault CH4 because they're playing really well with the draft that they were given. It's just that they can't really pressure with ciphers because, the constant monitoring is being done. Yes, that one cipher is about to move, but when it's down to one cipher, it's going to be a standstill. Sesame doing a great job here, kiting around the shack area, and it seems like he's going to try and go for that pallet. Drops it down. Excellent sequence there, and unfortunately unable to go for the pallet. It was blocked.
Yeah, when you're being recorded and you put down the pallet, even if you stun the hunter, you can't go back the pallet because he's blocked. But Sia running away from the area. Fortunately, he managed to pop one cipher, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Wow, a very brave gesture. Mind you, though, Acrobat still has a fire bomb if Sia decides to hide.
But I think this is the thing. Sprinter wants to secure the 3K, and and just deny the tie from happening, just so it'll be more decisive. So I think that's why he went for that chair. But yeah, it's going to be a little tough because Acrobat can have that silence. He just needs to close out the distance, but he's going to have to act accordingly because he's about to hit the halfway mark. Xia actually is being out in the open. He's going to play a mind game here for that pallet. He's just going to try and go for the hit, but unfortunately it did not connect. And now Acrobat, he's going to get blocked through the window. He goes through it with the bomb. So now excellent sequence of events for Xia.
Yeah. I mean, why go for 3K when you go for 4K? Sprinter's it's just speaking of Sprinter's experience and confidence. And with that Terror Shock, it's going to seal CH4's and Sprinter's third 4K. Oh my god.
And the victory, folks. We have your champions. Before you, Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blems, Myleg, and Roland are your champions of IVT 2023 for NAEU region. So please give it up to the chat. Give it up, chat, for both the teams. Again, you got to give it up for CH4. I saw a lot of people support them in the chat also because they wanted to see more teams kind of emerge, and they did. They were able to push for that game number 3. It just so happens that, B4U is just, they're so prepared. They're just so good, and they're known globally as, the ones to represent the region. So slowly but surely, we do see some teams kind of give them a hard time and kind of make them sweat, and there's always going to be more tournaments coming up. So hopefully we'll see more of CH4 in the future, but we have to give our flowers to B4U, especially Sprinter, for getting that victory.
Exactly. Congrats to B4U, MVP Sprinter for sure, consistent 4K. But you gotta give your props to CH4 as well. Decide to go with the Survivor faction first against Sprinter. Like they're realizing, let's not drag it by sending Ling first. If our survivors can make an impact, then we let Ling take the initiative in the second half, right? So respect for them going with that route as well, not dragging it out. So beautiful stats going on as well. Respectable containment times by all survivors. Just very unfortunate. This lineup is not the best lineup to Cypher Rush against a Clark. And Sprinter's Clark has been cracked.
He's on that next level with this clerk, man. Like it's 4K certified with both matchups between B4U and YHB. So and the numbers don't lie. He was able to really, I would say he showcased it in the previous match and really took everyone by surprise in this match as well, because the matchup, as we said, just really was not in favor for this composition. They did not threaten that much when it came to Cypher rushing. And that, I think that's just the beauty of how Sprincer was able to make this draft work out. So congratulations to B4U Sprincer.
Yeah, congratulations. Mad respect for CH4 for putting up such a fight against B4U, bringing them to the third round as well. But of course, B4U ultimately coming, solidifying their reputation, man. Like you coming in, you defending your crown, and honestly, I would be nervous. Any team would be nervous defending a crown, but I think it's safe to say they are the undisputed champions of NAEU. One of the best, if not the best, no doubt about it. All doubts gone.
They definitely earned a lot of respect here in this tournament, going through a gauntlet of a who's who of competitive teams. And you know what? Big shout outs to each and every team that registered, qualified to the top 8 and to the top 4, because they gave us such intense matches all throughout the weekend. So I hope you guys can go and support them. I want to give quick shout outs to Ghost Queen of KOI, Damumu of GOE, and Mirone of AT. I was able to talk to them also before the tournament did start. And also shout outs to all the team captains out there. Yesu of Team CH4. We got Green of TKG. We got Zweller of Python. Kwan Yu's Captain Nick of Time. We have Pablo ZG of RV. Coraline of ADM, YHB. We have Zero. Big shout out to each and every one of you. It was really nice to get to know your team, and hopefully you guys will have this learning experience. And thank you on behalf of me and Nell for putting on amazing matches for us to watch over the weekend.
Exactly. These 2 days have been nothing short of excitement, no dull moment at all, and that's what we love, especially just seeing emerging teams giving us the variety, the exciting gameplays, and I don't know, man. I think you guys are also used to us, like with leaping with excitement. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Without a doubt, MVP. Posh.
Yeah, Sprincer, ladies and gentlemen, double MVPs for today. So it just shows that, he needed yesterday to kind of warm up. But that just shows also, with my leg being MVP yesterday and Sprincer being double MVP now, pretty well balanced. And I'm just glad that we also featured the survivors like Roland and my leg in this tournament, and they had shining moments, because usually people talk about the kiting of Schmidt and Problems, but no, it just shows that my leg is so good at kiting as well as decoding, while Roland with the backdoor rescue is really good, and Sprincer with a clerk, with a night watch, with a plethora of hunters. Congratulations for getting the MVP for both your matches today. That's huge. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, shout outs to all B4U survivors, sharing the same sentiments as Posh. Like, Speedy, Roland, My Legs, Problems, Sprinzer especially. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate we didn't see My Legs on the mechanic today as well. But, he's actually been well known for playing that. But hey, picking up a composer as well. Just adding to the variety of new meta characters that can be seen. But you know what? After all has been said and done, beautiful game. Can't wait. I can't actually wait. It just ended, but I can't wait to see the next.
I know.
The next IVT.
Same here. I also want to give shout outs to also the players that are joined us in chat. I see Anonymous Assassin. We also got Sango that was here yesterday as well.
Sango!
LX that was here as well. Santi. You know what? You guys do follow all the players that you've seen. If you can't find them, I'm sure you could search them on Instagram, they're there, or TikTok, and just DM them and give them your love and support, because it's nerve-wracking. We've talked to some of these players, and putting yourself out there in front of everyone to watch is definitely something that takes a lot of courage. And much respect to all the players that did sign up, and kudos to each and every one of you from the NAEU region that did support them. And hopefully we get more amazing NAEU action in the future.
For reals, like NAEU, definitely a place I would call home as well, next to my second home. And you guys have been very, very accommodating as well, showing a lot of support. And honestly, this is actually one of the best things about the tournament. Lovely, like exciting tournaments, lovely community, and with that, we are going to be looking at today's results. Before you, 2 wins to 0 against YHB, one a draw, and a 1 win in favor of CH4, and not to mention the grand finale, 2-0 for UCH4. The draw doesn't count, so it's still a 2-0.
Yeah, but at least we're able to see the best of 3, right? So that's CH4 once again just cementing themselves in the book to be able to go the distance with the best of the best. And didn't turn out in their favor, but moral victory is on their side. I'm pretty sure they gained a lot more fans and a lot more knowledge coming into the next tournament. So again, shout outs to each and every team. Nell, any shout outs do you want to give out?
Specifically the community, like I've mentioned, the teams, but Hanako always being there. She's here, she's there, she's everywhere, man. Yeah, for real. Steam Buns for sure. Anonymous Assassin, Juice, I can see you guys. Ponylicious, Kennedy, Brighton. I hope the shoutouts are gonna brighten your day. Well, in some ways, like. But I'm not Jesus, but it brightens your day.
And I hope you guys have an amazing day. I'll just end it on a note that I'm just very blessed and grateful to share the mic with you, Chocho, with everyone watching as well. Again, an amazing tournament. Congratulations to B4U and all the teams that did participate. For now, though, we will be signing off. Do subscribe to the Identity 5 YouTube channel for any more updates and also the social medias. Hopefully, you'll see us in the next one. But for now, we will be saying our goodbyes. But you know what? Like you said, just follow us on our socials if you want to reach out. And also, keep playing Identity 5, folks. For now, that's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We'll see you guys on the next tournament. Keep playing Identity 5, folks. Peace.
Bye. See you.